Volume 8. Chapter 700, Refuge. Chapter 700, Refuge. Yun very quickly finished searching through all the ruins with his perception. He did not find a dead Jiang Xiaro, nor did he discover Jiang Xiao's mother. Yun knew Jiang Xiaro too well. If Jiang Xiaro was trapped in the ruins, Yun would not even need to identify her by her looks. Just her aura was enough to quickly let him find Jiang Xiaro. It was inevitable that he previously could not help but imagine a scene of Jiang Xiaro covered in blood with no signs of life. Just this thought made Yun feel like choking. But now, this terrible scene had thankfully not happened. Yun felt as if a large stone was lifted off his chest a little. Sis Xiaro might very well be alive. Yun heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Jiang Xiaro was not here, there was still hope. They managed to escape? Lin Xintong was also pleasantly surprised. She had also seen few corpses around the Lin family's residence. Matriarch Lin, whom she worried about the most, was most likely still alive. Lin Xintong found it hard to imagine how the Lin family and the desolate race managed to escape from the hands of the black-armored demon god. According to what she knew, the desolate race and the Lin family had no means of withstanding him. The black-armored demon god had used the teleportation array to directly appear in the heart of the desolate race. What happened next was most likely a massacre. Under such a situation, having a few people from the desolate race and Lin family escape was pretty good. And from the looks of it, the desolate race and Lin family managed to survive relatively well in this disaster. It was completely a miracle. Of course, it was now not the time to consider this. They had to first find out where the desolate race and the Lin family went. Xintong, let us search carefully. Something must have been left behind. Yun entered the collapsed palace, while Lin Xintong flew into the Lin family's residence. They began to search for any clues left behind. With disaster suddenly befalling them, the Lin family and the desolate race should still leave some clues for Lin Xintong and Yun even while fleeing. No matter how chaotic the fleeing was or how tight time was, it was not to the point of not being able to do this tiny gesture. Very soon, Yun found a map jade slip in the ruins. It was very easy to find because it was placed in Jiang Xiao's palatial bedroom. Although the bedroom had collapsed, some of its structure remained intact. On the jade slip, there were remnants of Jiang Xiao's aura. Yun's heart tightened up as he stretched out his hands, splitting the collapsed roof above the bedroom open. Boom! Rocks and dust scattered everywhere as a jade slip shot out of the dust cloud, landing on Yun's hand. As he injected his consciousness into the jade slip, Yun held his breath. There was a very messy map inside the jade slip, and on the corner of the map, there was a mark. Behind the map were the words, "Yuner, be careful." The words were nearly illegible, and it was probably left behind by Jiang Xiaro in a hurry. Yun's heart relaxed. With the arrival of the demon god and in their fleeing, Jiang Xiaro had no means of telling him anything else. Just a simple sentence contained all of Jiang Xiao's feelings. Sis Xiaro should be fine. The hope in Yun's heart grew. He knew that the map and the jade slip indicated where the desolate race and the Lin family fled to. The mark on the map was a teleportation array used by the desolate race to a secret location. Previously, Jiang Xiaro had informed Yun of all the locations of the desolate race's teleportation arrays, hence Yun knew where it was. If someone did not know where the teleportation arrays were located on a map, even if someone received the jade slip, they would not know where the desolate race and the Lin family had escaped to. Jiang Xiaro had done this to be safe. "Xintong, I found it." Yun transmitted his voice to Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong left the Lin family ruins and flew to Yun's side. The Lin family did not understand the divine wilderness much after all, so it was not easy to leave anything behind in their haste. Lin Xintong did not understand a thing when she looked at the map. However, she did not ask what the map represented, but asked Yun, "Are we leaving now?" She was also anxious to confirm the safety of Matriarch Lin. "Yes, let's go now." We must be careful of not being tracked. Being tracked? You are talking about the black-armored demon god? That can't be. Lin Shintong was stunned. She found it impossible that the black-armored demon god would track them. According to the black-armored demon god's actions in the past, he would directly attack to kill the moment he discovered them. Ian nodded and said, just to be sure. I had always believed the black-armored demon god was just a killing machine, but maybe we do not fully understand him. I never expected that the black-armored demon god could use the Desolate Race teleportation array to find the Desolate Race's residence. For the black-armored demon god to abandon the resource-rich Tian Yuan world to the sparse divine wilderness puzzles me. Yi Yun did not know what the black-armored demon god was plotting. Yi Yun had even believed that the black-armored demon god lacked any intelligence. From the moment the black-armored demon god appeared, he had only been engaged in wanton killing everything alive that he saw. He was completely like a killing puppet that did not have any intelligence. Ian knew that the black-armored demon god was injured by the Azure Yan Lord and he had been sealed for tens of millions of years. His soul had been inflicted with a great deal of trauma. And before the black-armored demon god appeared, Blood Moon had seemingly conspired against the black-armored demon god. As for what actually happened, or if the black-armored demon god's soul was irreversibly damaged, Iyun did not know. Now with the black-armored demon god in such a mental state, Iyun also did not know if he had intelligence or just killing instinct. All right. Lin Shintong nodded. Being careful was never wrong. She did not know what means the Desolate Race and the Lin family had used to escape the black-armored demon god's grasp. Even if they managed to escape once, it did not mean that they could escape a second time. She did not dare take the risk. Due to the long-distance travel of them flying tens of millions of miles, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong were also tired. So they rested in the ruins for an entire day. Late at night on the second day, the sky above the divine wilderness was filled with stars and a crescent moon. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong flew away from the divine wilderness's palace ruins. Yi Yun opened his energy vision in the air. After seeking enlightenment in the Pyryang Sword Palace, Yi Yun's spiritual energy had improved once again. By using the purple crystal, he could easily see everything in a 5-mile radius. Although the black-armored demon god was powerful, it definitely was no match for a worldly divine item like the purple crystal. He definitely could not escape the purple crystal's energy vision. After confirming that there were no powerful life forces around them, Iyun led Lin Shintong and flew to a small teleportation array placed around the palace. This teleportation array was not damaged. Using it, they traversed a distance of about 5,000 miles. After that, Iyun destroyed the teleportation array. He then locked onto a particular direction and traveled at super speed ahead. The two figures very quickly disappeared in the starry night sky. The land that they escaped to, which Jiang Xioro had marked, was about a few million miles away from Iyun's present location. It was located in deep mountains and marshlands. The location was hidden and remote. Iyun knew that this place was originally the Desolate Race's prison. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 701, Old Acquaintances. Chapter 701, Old Acquaintances. Divine Wilderness, in the remote mountains. If one was to say that the divine wilderness was a place where very few humans resided, then the remote mountains deep in the divine wilderness was where even the Desolate Race did not come often. There were millions of mountains here, in a long winding range. There were lakes in between the mountains that resembled seas. Other than that, the remote mountains also had vast swamps, deep valleys as well as miasmaphile lands where many powerful beasts lay dormant. The remote mountains, that was filled with all sorts of mythical creatures, was considered the most terrifying area of the divine wilderness. Without the Desolate Race that could communicate with desolate beasts, even a human imperial king would have to be careful in a place like this. Once they chance upon a large-scale beast horde, there was even the risk of death. The remote mountains was a distant place for penal servitude in the divine wilderness. Members of the desolate race who had committed crimes would be banished here. Other than that, there were also other races detained here. And of course that included humans. Humans and the desolate race were sworn enemies. After human warriors were captured by the desolate race, they would naturally not be released back to the human race. Most of them would be imprisoned in the remote mountains, never to leave again. And it was such a remote and secret place that had become the temporary shelter of the desolate race. Due to the large number of desolate race members settling in here, the prison cells that were there originally were removed. Many of those who had been held prisoner were also given temporary freedom. Of course, they would not escape either. The remote mountains had arrays sealing them in. Furthermore, with desolate beasts lurking around, the chances of successfully escaping were very low. At this moment, these prisoners, who had been chased out of their cells, were all gathered in front of a pasture. This was a desolate beast farm established by the desolate race. The pasture covered hundreds of thousands of miles and they reared all sorts of desolate beasts. These desolate beasts had been domesticated by the desolate race, and they were used by many of the desolate race elites as mounts. In ancient times, when the desolate race and human race battled, the desolate race army would ride such beasts to lead their crusade against the Tian Yuan world. Most of the combat strength from the desolate race army mostly came from their desolate beast mounts. Furthermore, with some desolate beasts accompanying them in their charge, their battles had an indomitable momentum. Many of the prisoners in the remote mountains needed to engage in labor. And one of those included caring for the desolate beasts. At this moment, in the desolate beast farm, an azure-clothed scholarly man was nonchalantly sitting on a lone rock. He was looking at a dozen desolate beasts not far from him. These desolate beasts were all primordial species. They were irascible and when prisoners fed them, there was a chance of the prisoners being injured. However, in front of the azure-clothed scholar, these primordial species appeared rather tame. They did not growl and they only lowered their heads to eat meat obediently. As they wolfed down large pieces of meat, the primordial species' mouths were covered in blood. The azure-clothed scholar only looked at all of this calmly. He had a learned bearing, and compared to these ferocious desolate beasts in front of him or the vast remote mountains around him, he appeared very out of place. The world is changing. The azure-clothed scholar sighed. Over the past few days, he had seen the desolate race army withdraw into the remote mountains. Many of them were injured, while the most powerful members of the desolate race all had solemn expressions on their faces. Clearly, the situation was worse than they originally expected. A few days ago, the azure-clothed scholar had also listened in to the desolate race members who had withdrawn to the remote mountains in which they explained the reason for their fleeing. This was because the Tian Yuan world was currently undergoing a terrible catastrophe. A powerful black-armored demon god, who exceeded the strength of the Tian Yuan world and the desolate race, was engaged in a massacre. With just him alone, he was causing a bloody storm in the large world. Wherever the black-armored demon god went, life would be extinguished, with nothing spared. Many people guessed that the black-armored demon god would likely grow in strength, and become so strong that he could destroy the Tian Yuan world and the desolate race's martial civilization. That was definitely an outcome of a calamity. I wonder how the Taya Divine Kingdom is. Have the citizens of the Divine Kingdom been slaughtered by the black-armored demon god? The azure-clothed scholar muttered to himself and looked worried. This azure-clothed scholar was the Taya Divine City's city lord. More than 10 years ago, the desolate race had opened a pathway from the divine wilderness into the Tian Yuan world. As such, the Taya Divine City was destroyed by the desolate race, and all the strongest figures in the Taya Divine City, including the city lord, were captured. It was impossible for them to resist the shepherd boy. Furthermore, the shepherd boy had led a huge army of desolate beasts, and there was even a primordial true spirit that was no weaker than a human imperial king. It was definite that the city would be overrun. Not even the Taya Divine City's city lord, even the Taya Divine Kingdom's royalty, who were stationed along the Divine Kingdom's border, had been captured in large numbers. This included 2 kings and 2 princes, as well as a princess of the royal family who had the beauty to topple countries. As the Taya Divine Kingdom's royalty was captured by the desolate race, the country was greatly eviscerated, causing the country's strength to decline greatly. And those members of the royal family who were captured, as well as the mighty figures of the Taya Divine City, had all been imprisoned for more than a decade. They were isolated from the outside world and they did not know anything that had happened, nor know if the desolate race had ever taken the fight to the Tian Yuan world. Only today, when the desolate race fled into the remote mountains, did they get some information regarding the outside world. So in the past decade or so, the outside world had undergone upheavals. They knew that the desolate race had a new desolate queen. She was young and she had obtained the recognition of the sacred spirit, inheriting the throne. They also knew of a hidden organization, Blood Moon, in the Tian Yuan world. They were known as the Martial Alliance on the surface, but they were actually an important chess piece that had instigated the ancient war tens of millions of years ago. With the Blood Moon overthrown, many of the elders from the Tian Yuan world's major factions formed a Tian Yuan Elder Consortium, so as to maintain a new order in the Tian Yuan world, as well as fight against the black-armored demon god, but it was to no avail. Now, the black-armored demon god had attacked the divine wilderness, but the Taya Divine City Lord did not derive any pleasure from their misfortune. If possible, he wished that the desolate race could destroy the black-armored demon god, while he carried on living out his life in the remote mountains. He did not wish for the Tian Yuan world, especially the Taya Divine Kingdom's inheritance, to be destroyed, or to see numerous citizens being slaughtered by the black-armored demon god, causing rivers of blood to flow. Just as the azure-clothed scholar was worrying about the future of the Taya Divine Kingdom, an old man walked up behind the azure-clothed scholar and said, "City Lord, the desolate race has sent someone, asking us to go over." Although they had been imprisoned for many years, those who came from the Taya Divine Kingdom were still accustomed to calling the azure-clothed scholar City Lord. And the old man who called out to the City Lord was the one elders of the Taya Divine City, Song Yen. Back in the Taya Divine City, Elder Song Yen was a person who had an attitude of frivolous defiance. Despite more than a decade having passed in his imprisonment, he was still living quite a leisurely and carefree life in the remote mountains. He had food and drink here, and this place had abundant primal heaven-earth yuan qi. No one abused them either, so other than not being able to leave the remote mountains, it was actually nothing to Song Yen. The desolate race wants us there? The azure-clothed scholar was surprised, before he shook his head with a wry smile. He said, for the desolate race to flee to this area, they are probably at the end of their ropes. They are probably thinking of combining all forces, not even leaving out us prisoners imprisoned in the remote mountains. Together, we have to fight against the black-armored demon god, and will probably promise our freedom. However, against the black-armored demon god, what role can we play? The azure-clothed scholar said with a self-deprecating tone. The Tian Yuan world's elder consortium was powerless against the black-armored demon god, so they had no means of even putting up a resistance. Song Yen still had an indifferent attitude as he laughed, saying, "City Lord, why do you keep sighing? Isn't it just a black-armored demon god? Even if I can't beat him, I'll also take a bite at him. Even if he is called a demon god, he's just a single entity. Can he really destroy the entire world by himself? Now, we might not be his match, but there will be someone who will eventually be able to destroy him. I heard in recent years, a peerless genius appeared in the Tian Yuan world. At a young age, this kid was already on equal footing with many of the big figureheads in the Tian Yuan world. It sounds completely outrageous from the sound of it. According to what the desolate race said, this kid not only played an important role in subverting Blood Moon, he is also the hope that to defeat the black-armored demon god. If I had to say, in a few hundred years, this kid might finish the black-armored demon god. The remote mountains were void of information. Song Yen had recently heard of a terrifying youth appearing in the Tian Yuan world. He was initially very alarmed as the information sounded unbelievable. It completely overturned everything he knew. However, all the desolate race who escaped to the remote mountains had said the same thing, so slowly, Song Yen could only believe it with a pinch of salt. Hopefully. I wish this peerless genius was not fabricated by them, the azure-clothed scholar said as he shook his head. He had naturally heard of this news, but he refused to believe it. When people faced times of hardship, they needed a hero. Even without a hero, people would create one, as heroes brought hope to people. The azure-clothed scholar suspected that the sudden appearance of a genius was to make people have confidence. He would be what kept people going, that as long as they remained resilient, one day, this hero would defeat the black-armored demon god. But was this true? This person definitely existed to be portrayed as a hero, but to say that he had such fearsome power at such a young age, the azure-clothed scholar found it unbelievable. Many rumors were often exaggerated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 702, Distinguished Elites Gathered. Chapter 702, Distinguished Elites Gathered. In the remote mountains, a magnificent desolate race palace stood erect. This palace was an enchanted companion treasure of the former desolate queen. She could keep and take it anywhere she wanted. As such, this palace was brought to the remote mountains. As for the other palaces that were not refined into enchanted treasures, they were left in ruins back in the original territory of the desolate race. At this moment, there were already large numbers of warriors gathered in the desolate race's palace's meeting hall, numbering more than 10,000. Amongst these people, there were not only members of the desolate race, but also people from the human race. When the Taya Divine City Lord and Song Yen arrived at the meeting hall, they were startled when they saw the scene. They were previously held in prison deep in the remote mountains, so they had only heard some murmurs about what had happened in the external world. They only believed that the desolate race had retreated into the remote mountains, and they did not really know that there were so many members of the human race gathered here. From the looks of these humans, they were most likely from major factions in the Tian Yuan world. Even the human race had withdrawn to the remote mountains? City Lord. Uncle Yang. After the Taya Divine City Lord walked into the crowd, they were received by a few people. The two in front were dressed in black long robes. The two of them were kings of the Taya Divine Kingdom, and following right behind them was a girl in her 20s. She was a princess of the Taya Divine Kingdom. As for the others, they were the elders of the former Taya Divine City, including Elder Jiangu. With the calamity before them, the prison rules were no longer upheld. These people were for all purposes, practically freed. The people involved in the meeting are all inside. Only people at the peak of the Dao Seed realm can enter. A few of the desolate race guards stopped a large number of warriors outside the meeting hall. As for the Taya Divine City Lord and company, their cultivation level was high enough. They were led into the grand hall by the desolate race's guards. As they walked through, there was a solemn atmosphere lingering in the air. The birth of the black-armored demon god gave all of them an apocalyptic feel. Former Backwater East's Taya Kingdom's Yuan opening realm warriors have arrived. The desolate race guard said a sentence to simply introduce the azure-clothed scholar and company's identity. Be they once a city lord or a member of royalty, that did not matter. To be in this meeting hall, only their cultivation level and strength mattered. The azure-clothed scholar also knew that no matter what status they held in the Taya Divine Kingdom, that was actually negligible here. The guards outside the meeting hall pushed the door open with deadpan expressions. As the azure-clothed scholar and company walked into the grand hall, they were met with a wide room. There was a round table in the middle with more than 20 people sitting around it. These people all had powerful auras and they gave off a strong repressive feeling. Even at this moment, despite them already converging their auras, they still made anyone who glanced at them palpitate in their hearts. Without a doubt, these people were the strongest figures of the desolate race and the human race. They were figures given the title of imperial kings. And what was most surprising was that amongst this group of strong warriors, there was a girl who looked like she was in her teens. She sat high above on a seat of honor and she held a bone staff that was engraved with runic patterns. She wore a red long dress and she had 3 cinnabar marks on the spot in the middle of her eyebrows. She really had the unsurpassed beauty of a generation. The girl's aura was clearly weaker, but her bearing was no less weaker than any of the mighty imperial king figures present. She should be the new desolate queen. The Taya Divine Kingdom contingent secretly thought. They had recently heard news of the new desolate queen, that she was young in age, but she had a bloodline that was unparalleled. She had obtained the recognition of the sacred spirit, inheriting the position of desolate queen. As for what past this girl had, they did not know. The new desolate queen sure is exceptional. The azure-clothed scholar exclaimed in whispers. For the girl in red to not lose out in her aura despite being amongst so many mighty figures, this alone was quite amazing. Her strong bloodline meant that her life force was a level higher. A powerful life meant that even if her cultivation level was not high enough, her aura would not be much weaker. However, it was such a peerless beauty that led so many members of the human race and desolate races imperial kings, as well as so many of the primordial true spirits gathered in the remote mountains. Despite having so many powerful existences present, they could do nothing against the black-armored demon god who would come. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was extremely heavy. People were not in a panic, but they were silent. These peerless figures were all waiting for the moment where the final judgment of their lives was determined. After the azure-clothed scholar and company arrived, they were left standing on the outer perimeter of the meeting hall. Inside, only about 20 people sat down, all imperial kings. As for the Yuan opening realm warriors, they could only stand as there were too many people. The azure-clothed scholar also knew that in this calamity, the role they could play was nearly negligible. The upper echelons of the desolate race had probably mentioned in passing to release all the prisoners in the remote mountains prisons, and they did not put it much at heart. The hall was quickly filled with people and soon, they numbered in the hundreds. The people present were at least at the peak of the Dao Seed realm, but not every peak Dao Seed realm warrior could enter. They had to be the peerless geniuses nurtured by large factions. Everyone, today in this meeting hall, we have gathered the most elite force of both the human and desolate race. The purpose of gathering everyone here today needs no saying. It is to discuss the final moment, and how we are to deal with it. The person who spoke was Jiang Xiaorou's mother, the former desolate queen, and also the true person who decided on matters in the desolate race. As she spoke, the former desolate queen glanced at a couple sitting beside her. They were the highest-level decision-makers in the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium, the Sanctuary Island couple. Back then, it was also them who had discovered the corpses of the upper echelons of Blood Moon who had fled. There was another decision-maker in the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium, the sovereign of the Eventide. He was the only person in the Tian Yuan world who managed to reach the middle stages of the Heaven Ascension realm, but he did not appear. About half a year ago, there were droves of factions from the Tian Yuan world who escaped into the Divine Wilderness. Like the Lin family, many large Tian Yuan world factions realized that the Divine Wilderness was much safer than the Tian Yuan world. To those factions seeking refuge, the desolate race did not turn them away. The desolate race knew that the entire world was on the brink of death. They had to put aside the differences regarding their species. They could not watch these large factions die without doing a thing, letting the black-armored demon god drain the Tian Yuan world of its strength. At the same time, the desolate race could not let these factions enter the desolate race's headquarters. If that happened, the desolate race headquarters would have too many experts gathered, which might lead to them being a target of attack of the black-armored demon god. That was equivalent to suicide. Hence, many of the fleeing human race factions could only hide in various enclaves in the Divine Wilderness. Eventually, the black-armored demon god still came to the Divine Wilderness. The vast divine wilderness with its large swaths of forests and mountains was nothing in the eyes of the black-armored demon god. He could easily find any of the hiding spots of the refugees in the divine wilderness. The massacre that continued made people feel hopeless. Many refugee factions were either destroyed or escaped further into the depths of the divine wilderness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 703, The Sacred Spirit's Protection. Chapter 703, The Sacred Spirit's Protection. The human race was not the desolate race after all. By residing in the divine wilderness, they could not avoid coming into contact with all sorts of powerful desolate beasts. The deeper they went into the divine wilderness, the more powerful the desolate beasts they encountered were. Under such circumstances, even if they were not found by the black-armored demon god, they would still suffer heavy casualties. Hence, many human factions slowly gathered in the remote mountains, and this place was their final destination. But now, even this final destination was facing a deadly threat. They were faced with two choices: fight or flee. When these choices were brought up in the hall, the mood turned into a depressing one. Fighting meant a fight to the death. Many people lacked the courage, especially when there was no hope of victory. As for fleeing, where else could they go? They were already in the remote mountains of the divine wilderness. Beyond the desolate race's sphere of influence, the surroundings were filled with primordial desolate beasts. Escaping through it was not easy. Furthermore, they were still facing the threat of being hunted by the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god seemed to have astral methods. Although he was one person alone, he seemed to be able to appear in any place instantly. It was almost impossible for people, who were hunted by him, to survive. Your Highness. Previously in the battle between the desolate race and the black-armored demon god, I was lucky to witness something. I wonder if the race's gigantic skyfox, which managed to withstand the black-armored demon god's attack using its own power by activating the desolate race's divine bone altar, is still able to fight. When the black-armored demon god attacked the desolate race's headquarters, no one from the entire desolate race, Lin family, or the handful of experts from other factions in the Tian Yuan world, were any match for the black-armored demon god. Against the black-armored demon god, they were not even comparable to eggs striking a rock. Without a doubt, it would have been a massacre. Without any morale to fight, they were only thinking of how to escape. And just at the moment many people were in despair, a gigantic skyfox appeared. Back then, when the human warriors saw the skyfox, they were either distraught or alarmed. The skyfox had gigantic eyes that looked as clear as a lake, and it had a look of apathy in its eyes. Its body seemed to cover the heavens and earth. It had 6 tails that resembled 6 flood dragons, and they were as red as fire. They waved in the sky like shiny divine flames that roared into the sky. The human warriors had no idea what it was. And when the desolate race warriors saw the skyfox, despite the black-armored demon god attacking them and with their lives at stake, all of them knelt down, bowing to the skyfox. This skyfox was the sacred spirit that protected the desolate race. Many years ago, not long after Jiang Xiao joined the desolate race, she had obtained great power and awoken her bloodline, becoming the new desolate queen. It was largely attributed to Jiang Xiao completing the rites on the divine bone altar, receiving the recognition of the desolate race sacred spirit. Even the young team of geniuses, who were nurtured by the desolate race and entered the soul tomb to battle Blood Moon, were also known as Skyfox. The Skyfox was a symbol and totem of the desolate race. However, the Skyfox usually slept in the divine wilderness. Ignoring human experts, even many of the former desolate queens had never managed to see the Skyfox in person. For a desolate queen to see the Skyfox appear was her luck, or they were like Jiang Xiao who had obtained the Skyfox's recognition. The human race did not know of the Skyfox's existence. To many of the desolate race, the Skyfox was nearly a legend. The Skyfox was mysterious and powerful. Although it protected the desolate race, it was not subservient to the desolate race's orders. The Sky Fox had never appeared in the multiple battles between the desolate race and the human race. To the desolate race, the Sky Fox was their most primordial god. But in fact, only the desolate queens knew that the Sky Fox was a young fox brought to and left behind in the Tian Yuan world by the Azure Yan Lord tens of millions of years ago. This Sky Fox that protected the desolate race came from a place in the 12 empyrean heavens known as Sinkhole. It had been injured in its youth and it was rescued by the Azure Yan Lord. Later on, it had accompanied the Azure Yan Lord to this world. In the war tens of millions of years ago, the Sky Fox was still weak and it did not participate in the battle. Later on, with the Azure Yan Lord leaving, the Sky Fox stayed behind in the divine wilderness. Instead of saying it protected the desolate race, it was actually protecting whatever the Azure Yan Lord left behind. Over the tens of millions of years, it was loyal only to the Azure Yan Lord. However, the tragic thing about it was that it grew in a lower realm. It could not absorb the worldly essence of the 12 empyrean heavens, and it lacked the heritage of the Sky Fox race. This meant that it could never reach its life's potential. It was just like the 9 neonate born in the lower realm which could not survive the 9 heavenly tribulations. The Sky Fox was facing a similar fate. Over tens of millions of years, it was already very old. Its life had been spent in the divine wilderness. The vast divine wilderness that was beyond a mortal's imagination was like a tiny pond to the Sky Fox. A koi that grew up in a pond would never transform into a divine dragon. The Sky Fox was a god spirit of all the desolate beasts in the divine wilderness. It only silently watched over them. Only when the black-armored demon god attacked the desolate race did it enter the battle. Even for members of the desolate race, it was the first time that they witnessed the Sky Fox fight. Its power was shocking. It could use heaven-earth yuan qi, and the moment it battled, it brought about tumultuous changes. With the Sky Fox's strength, not only did the desolate race send the black-armored demon god retreating, they had even injured him. This was the first time that the black-armored demon god was injured after its appearance. After the black-armored demon god retreated, this allowed the desolate race and the Lin family to be saved. A number of disciples were killed in the black-armored demon god's first wave of attack. As for the majority of their elites and experts in their clans, they had sufficient time to retreat to the remote mountains. The reason they had retreated was because the Sky Fox had received injuries. It was too old. In the lower realm, its powers and lifespan were restricted. Even in the past million years, it had been sleeping, and its life was slowly coming to an end. Even if it kept sleeping, it could not survive for long. And this appearance in the battle had greatly expended a lot of its vitality. The Sky Fox now was already extremely weak. And although the black-armored demon god had been repelled, the former desolate queen's intuition told her that he would slowly recover and return once again in a relatively short period of time. The death of my race's sacred spirit is approaching, so it probably will not be able to participate in any more battles. The former desolate queen shook her head. Her words also immediately made the hearts of the human warriors, who had pinned their hopes on the Sky Fox, sink. It can't participate in a battle just because it's dying? But at this point in time, a human legendary figure said his sentence midway. He was implying how that with the survival of the human and desolate race on the brink of destruction, with numerous people sacrificing their lives in battle, he wished that the desolate race would also sacrifice something if possible. Upon hearing this legendary figure's words, the former desolate queen frowned slightly. My race's guardian sacred spirit is not a desolate beast tamed by my race. It is our race's god. In the past tens of millions of years, it has watched over our race, and it has done enough. I have no right to let my race's god to sacrifice itself for my race. There is no need to mention this matter again. This legendary figure's words made the former desolate queen a little irritated. Sacrifice was easier said than done. When one had to really sacrifice himself for a noble cause, very few people present could really do it. If that is the case, then we can only retreat. A legendary figure said as he gave a wistful glance at Jiang Xiao. During the black-armored demon god's attack of the Desolate Race's headquarters, a small detail had surprised him greatly that he had secretly kept his mind on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 704, The Desolate Race's Decision. Chapter 704, The Desolate Race's Decision. Are we still left with no choice but to withdraw? Withdrawal was equally something that made many of the warriors present have a heavy feeling in their hearts. It was unknown how many people would survive in this act of withdrawal. Even so, there was always hope. If they were to fight to the death and without the Desolate Race's sacred spirit, there was probably a few who would survive. A few human race legendary figures exchanged looks and they came to a unanimous decision to flee. There was no other way. They would attempt to escape into the deep depths of the divine wilderness as far as they could go. An imperial king from the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium stood forward and said to the former Desolate Queen, "Your Highness, my race has decided on evacuating this premises. To ensure all of our survival, we plan on splitting up to move in multiple directions. We wish the Desolate Race would work with us by splitting up too. Every group would both have members of the Desolate Race and the human race. In this way, we can take care of each other on our fugitive paths." The Imperial King's mention of taking care of each other was actually just the Desolate Race taking care of the human race. This was because the chances of survival of the human race escaping through the divine wilderness was very low. The desolate beasts did not care if the human and Desolate Race were on the brink of destruction. They would attack humans the moment they saw them, treating these human warriors like food. They had to have powerful members of the Desolate Race following them. They could not be too weak either, for they needed to be able to communicate with the primordial desolate beasts that filled the divine wilderness, so as to ensure their safety. However, the former Desolate Queen rebuffed the human expert's suggestion. "Sorry, I am afraid that I cannot agree to your suggestion." The former Desolate Queen had an unquestionable tone, with no room for discussion. When the legendary human figures heard this, they were momentarily stunned. The Desolate Race did not plan on dividing their forces to go with them? Then how were they going to flee? Even those imperial kings, who could have a relatively easy time entering and exiting the divine wilderness, did not want to waste their strength fighting primordial true spirits. Furthermore, Yuan opening realm warriors lacked the ability of self-preservation. There was no need for the black-armored demon god to kill them, for a large number of them would likely end up in the bellies of the primordial desolate beasts in the divine wilderness. "Your Highness, what do you mean by this?" A legendary figure from the human race frowned. "Don't you agree that we should split up while escaping, and instead we are to go as one? Wouldn't it be a clean sweep if the black-armored demon god catches up to us?" "You misunderstood what I meant." The former Desolate Queen shook her head. "I do not plan on my people to escape with you." "Oh." The former Desolate Queen's words made many of the legendary figures of the human race have an ugly expression. "Your Highness, at this point in time, can't you let go of the differences of race? Are you bound on seeing us humans die? Is your Highness planning on abandoning the principles of righteousness so as to see all of us die in the divine wilderness?" One legendary figure after another turned anxious. Some of the more grumpy ones were already furious. The Desolate Race was abandoning them? Wasn't this adding insult to injury? The former Desolate Queen did not respond. At this moment, an elder from the Desolate Race stood forward and said calmly, "You have all misunderstood us. Our race is not abandoning the human race. We have already come to a unanimous decision to fight the black-armored demon god. If you want to leave, you are free to leave." "What?" The elder's words stunned many of the human warriors. Fight the black-armored demon god? The Desolate Race's sacred spirit was already injured, so what else did the Desolate Race have to fight the black-armored demon god? Wasn't this equivalent to suicide? Furthermore, the crux of the issue was that the death of the desolate race would implicate them. How were they to flee in that case? A young genius from the human race stood up anxiously and said, "It's all right if you are determined to fight to the death. However, by doing so, aren't you pulling us to join you in death? This is a form of abduction. You are forcefully binding us to your war chariots, forcing us to fight for you. Your desolate race may want to uphold the glory of your race, but we don't have the obligation to." As he was anxious, the genius spoke without mincing any of his words. He was still young and he did not want to die here. The moment he said those words, it immediately made many of the warriors from the desolate race find it jarring. Who did this person think he was? Shut up! At this moment, the Sanctuary Island's island lord spoke. This shout contained the will of an imperial king. The young junior, who spoke mindlessly, immediately turned pale from the shout. With a grunt, he took several steps back and immediately lacked the courage to speak. He did not dare to rebut the Sanctuary Island lord's reprimand. "This lad is young and foolish and he has been rude to your highness. Please forgive him," the Sanctuary Island lord said humbly and courteously. Even the desolate race felt deep respect for the Sanctuary Island couple. He was strong and modest. He was easily well liked. The desolate race's determination to fight is naturally your race's freedom. We are due not the right to interfere. Furthermore, your race has no obligation to protect my race. Escorting my race to escape is a kind act, and not escorting is simply to be expected. After all, our race's escape into the divine wilderness was our race's choice. It was not an invitation by your race. But when the Sanctuary Island lord said this, he switched gears and carried on. "This lowly one has something that he doesn't understand. What is the reason for the desolate race to want to fight the black-armored demon god to the death?" When the Sanctuary Island lord asked this, the former desolate queen turned silent. Beside the former desolate queen, Jiang Xiao had a complicated look. She looked at her mother, wanting to speak, but she decided against it. In fact, she never knew about her mother's decision prior to this meeting. Only when her mother said that they were to fight to the death did she know. Her heart had skipped a beat and guessed something bad. This guess made her feel repressed, nearly suffocating. At this moment, she felt that she had to say something so as to make things clear. However, just before Jiang Xiao opened her mouth, a legendary figure of the human race spoke up first. He was the one who had previously witnessed the black-armored demon god's invasion of the desolate race's headquarters. At the moment he was shocked by the desolate race's sacred spirit's power. He was puzzled about a particular detail in the battle. That was at the moment the black-armored demon god appeared, breaking through the desolate race palace's defensive array. He had reached out his hand, forming a gigantic black hand, grabbing at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao had no way to resist him and she was immediately lifted into the air. If he wished, a simple squeeze would have killed Jiang Xiao. However, the black-armored demon god, who had always been bloodthirsty, did not do so. Instead, he seemed to want to take Jiang Xiao away. And at this moment, the desolate race's sacred spirit appeared and engaged the black-armored demon god in combat. The sacred spirit's attack saved Jiang Xiao. During the battle between these two terrifying existences, the shockwaves from the battle were extremely terrifying. The legendary figure believed that this would spell certain death for Jiang Xiao, who was in the middle of these two existences' battle. However, he never expected Jiang Xiao to miraculously survive. For this to happen, it only meant that these two existences had deliberately avoided harming Jiang Xiao. The desolate race's sacred spirit was extremely powerful, and it was able to call on the worldly power of desolates, allowing it to send the black-armored demon god in retreat. The black-armored demon god was injured. Just as he was about to flee, he reached out his hand once again, hoping to abduct Jiang Xiao before he escaped. To be distracted during a battle and forcefully abduct Jiang Xiao was an extremely risky maneuver. It was even more so when facing the desolate race's sacred spirit. Hence, the black-armored demon god revealed a flaw in his movement, allowing the Skyfox sacred spirit to injure him once again. As such, he had no choice but to retreat in defeat. However, this scene was imprinted into this legendary figure's mind. The black-armored demon god was clearly seeking Zhang Xiao. Hence, during this meeting between the human and desolate race that debated on the topic of whether they should flee or fight, this legendary figure stepped forward and asked, "Your Highness, I have something that I want to know. The reason why the desolate race is planning to fight to the death, has it got to do with the new desolate queen?" If I didn't guess wrongly, the black-armored demon god seemingly wanted to capture the new desolate queen? And it is likely because of this reason that the desolate race cannot split up and escape, and have to fight the black-armored demon god to the death. If not, the moment you split up, your race's warriors would have no chance of withstanding the black-armored demon god. When the legendary human figure said this, it startled many of the people present. The black-armored demon god was planning on abducting Zhang Xiao? As such, the desolate race had to fight to the death? Was this true? Everyone's eyes suddenly landed on Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao's body slightly turned stiff. She gently lowered her bone staff, with her face turning slightly pale. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 705, The Curse of a Bloodline. Chapter 705, The Curse of a Bloodline. Although others did not know, as the person in question, Zhang Xiao knew it very clearly. Just before the black-armored demon god arrived at the desolate race headquarters, she had felt an invisible energy locking onto her. This energy suddenly grew more intense the moment the black-armored demon god appeared. It was an energy that was extremely difficult to describe. It was as if there was a superior but cold light staring at her from a different, invisible space-time dimension. And following that, the black-armored demon god made his move against Zhang Xiao. With his irresistible powers, he had captured Zhang Xiao. At the moment she was caught by his energy, Zhang Xiao felt like her life was no longer hers. If it wasn't for the sacred spirit's appearance, she would never have been able to come back alive. Hence, Zhang Xiao was sure that the black-armored demon god was targeting her. This was also most likely the reason for the black-armored demon god to appear in the divine wilderness. After all, the divine wilderness was sparse in population. Even if there were quite a few refugees gathered here, in terms of overall warrior density, it was inferior to the Tianyuan world. The black-armored demon god could achieve a higher efficiency in killing people in the Tianyuan world. However, why did the black-armored demon god want to catch her? Zhang Xiao could not figure it out. At this moment, Zhang Xiao was already the focus of the entire meeting hall. Zhang Xiao was not afraid of death, but she did not wish to implicate her race or her mother because of herself. Zhang Xiao exhaled before standing up. Her originally pale face had returned to normal. She said, "Regarding the black-armored demon god and myself, I will give everyone an answer." With Zhang Xiao saying that sentence, everyone else in the meeting hall looked at Zhang Xiao with odd expressions. Zhang Xiao did not deny it, which was enough to prove that the likelihood of this matter was true. They did not know why the black-armored demon god wanted Zhang Xiao, but without a doubt, it was due to Zhang Xiao's existence that they were unable to withdraw. Were all these people going to perish together just because of this one person? They could ignore it if the entire desolate race perished, but to let the human race perish along with them? Many people had such thoughts in mind, but they did not say it out aloud. "Your Highness, is this matter true?" A human race elder asked. The former desolate queen's gaze was cold. She did not answer the elder's question but instead retorted, "Why? If it's true, do you plan on letting me send my only child to the black-armored demon god?" The former desolate queen's words were aggressive, making the elder displeased, but he momentarily choked up. He gritted his teeth for a moment, before saying with an ugly expression, "It seems that your esteemed race has made the decision. For your daughter-mother duo, For your survival, you plan on ignoring all principles and send this world's elite forces to their death? We can forget our human race, as you have no obligations to care about us, but what about your desolate race? As desolate queen, are you planning on letting your race perish along with your daughter? The elder's words were extremely venomous. When he said those words, the atmosphere in the meeting hall turned tense. Many warriors of the desolate race were already standing up. As for the human warriors, they had subconsciously pressed down on their interspatial rings. Actually, what the human elder said was on many humans' minds. Wasn't it ridiculous to sacrifice an entire race just for a girl? Shepherd Boy stood silently in front of Jiang Xiao. His gaze was locked onto the human elder who had just spoken. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Uncle Ching. Jiang Xiao held onto Shepherd Boy. There were many human race experts present. Although it was impossible for them to fight, by causing a racial rift, it would be extremely disadvantageous to the future resistance against the black-armored demon god. This was something Jiang Xiao did not wish to see. Sorry, I spoke without thinking it through, but good advice is usually jarring to the ears. What I said was true. If your highness were to let your entire race perish because of a girl, I don't think that is justifiable. After all, this was the desolate race's territory, so the human elder did not dare insist too firmly. However, despite him apologizing, he did not mean to take back his words. The former desolate queen pressed her hand on the table. A slight chill was revealed from her beautiful face. She had yet to make the necessary arrangements on this matter, but the matter had already been pointed out by a legendary figure from the human race at the meeting. She was, without a doubt, placed in an extremely disadvantageous position. Jiang Xiao remained silent. At this moment, what else could she say? She could sense that every human present gave her a gaze that resembled a needle. When their lives were at stake, people found it difficult to accept perishing en masse in order to save a young girl's life. You said that I'm ignoring the principles of caring for my race? The former desolate queen sneered while standing up. I might as well tell all of you that the black-armored demon god is indeed eyeing Xiao, and I have already guessed the reason. When Jiang Xiao was locked onto by the black-armored demon god, Jiang Xiao's mother had already thought of the reason. The world was so large, filled with numerous geniuses. Why would the black-armored demon god eye Jiang Xiao? The only possibility was that it had to do with Jiang Xiao's father. Jiang Xiao's father, who came from the 12 empyrean heavens, was not an ordinary mortal. The child he left behind might have something that the black-armored demon god needed. However, the former desolate queen would not explain these things. If Jiang Xiao's father was mentioned, then there would be even more people who would plot against Jiang Xiao. Have you not thought that capturing Xiao would necessarily be helpful for the black-armored demon god? Not long after, the black-armored demon god will return once again, and when that happens, the black-armored demon god would be even more powerful than now. Handing my daughter over to him will lead to disastrous consequences. The former desolate queen may love Jiang Xiao, but she was the desolate queen after all. She could not simply sacrifice her desolate race just for Jiang Xiao. She had her own reasons. What your highness says makes sense, but, forgive me if I'm being straight. Even if what your highness suggests is true, we actually also have other means of avoiding this scenario. A legendary human figure said and looked with a strange gaze at Jiang Xiao. This gaze came with a hint of malice and pity. He did not finish his sentence, but the meaning from his words was very clear. His words implied destroying Jiang Xiao completely. If the black-armored demon god would become stronger after obtaining Jiang Xiao, then wouldn't destroying Jiang Xiao prevent that possibility? On the brink of life and death, to carry on surviving, killing a talented young girl to prevent an inferred possibility was not a difficult choice. After all, the entire Tian Yuan world already had so many ruined family clans, with numerous people dead. What was one more? Of course, the decision lay in the hands of the desolate race. Many of the human race experts looked at Jiang Xiaoro indifferently. They were waiting for the former desolate queen's decision. They knew that this was a difficult decision, but with the survival of their race in question, it would force the former desolate queen to make a decision. Pressure. Even though she had encountered all sorts of situations and she had been ruling over the desolate race for many years, the former desolate queen felt immense pressure at the moment. She could ignore the human race, but for the people of her desolate race. Your Highness, I, Xing Kuei, am willing to follow your Highness to die in battle. The shepherd boy was the first to speak with a resolute voice. No one doubted that he would die for the desolate race in Jiang Xiaoro without any hesitation. However, Xing Kuei was not everyone in the desolate race. Even if all of them did the same, the former desolate queen would not let the entirety of her people perish for Xiaoro. They had the right to live on. They were not born for the royal family, nor were they meant to die for the royal family. Your Highness, why don't we end it here today? At this moment, the Sanctuary Island couple stood up. We cannot interfere in your esteemed race's internal matters. However, since your esteemed race's sacred spirit is unable to fight, then even if those remaining were to fight to the death, the chances of victory are slim. Hence, I wish your esteemed race will weigh the consequences. Of course, I wish that your esteemed race will have a better choice. The sanctuary couple looked at Jiang Xiaoro with complicated expressions. They stopped speaking and finally only shook their heads. They felt very sorry for this beautiful, young girl. Her bloodline had given her powerful life and strength, but it was a curse that brought her many disasters. As for Jiang Xiaoro being left in the cloud wilderness, and how she was nearly refined into a pill in the Taiya Divine Kingdom, they had all heard of these matters. And now, she was eyed by the most terrifying black-armored demon god, who wanted to capture her. Her fate was one of death. No matter how the desolate race chose, the final outcome might be impossible to change. If Jiang Xiaoro was destroyed, then it naturally meant her death. However, even if they were to fight it to the death, Jiang Xiaoro's outcome would probably be her being abducted by the black-armored demon god. It was likely that shortly after, the Tian Yuan world would be faced with the destruction of their race, and the news of the young desolate queen dying. My race needs to think of what to do as well. We shall bid you farewell first. The Sanctuary Island couple said. They spoke tactfully, but from the human elder from before as well as the other human experts leaving with ashen expressions, it was clear that these people did not wish to fight alongside the desolate race. If the desolate race insisted on fighting to the death, they would rather leave at the risk of dying in the bellies of desolate beasts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 706, Warriors Gather. Chapter 706, Warriors Gather. At dawn, just as the first ray of sunshine shot out from the east, the remote mountains were still shrouded in endless morning fog. The mountain fog was thick and dense, and it covered the mountains, lakes, and trees, causing everything to appear as a blur. The fog lingered on without dispersing, causing the remote mountains' weather to become especially cold. Shrouded in the morning fog, inside a modest-sized room in the desolate race's palace, Jiang Xiaoro was sitting in front of a bronze mirror. She was dressed in a thick red long robe, and was slowly combing her hair. The mirror reflected her beautiful face, and the bit of cinnabar in the middle of her eyebrows was beautiful but brought with it a tinge of sadness. As Jiang Xiaoro looked at the mirror, her eyes were still the replaying scenes inside the meeting hall yesterday. The human race's geniuses looked at her with hatred, while the Sanctuary Island couple gave her a look of pity. Jiang Xiaoro did not mind too much about the human race. But for the desolate race, she couldn't not mind. To protect her, it required the entire desolate race to fight the black-armored demon god to the death. In the words of the human race, that was equivalent to severing heritage in the flames of life. The black-armored demon god seemed to be able to extract the powers of the strong by killing them, and as a result strengthen himself. If that was the case, the more experts killed by him, the more terrible the situation would become. Jiang Xiao sat in the empty room with a deep sense of loneliness. She was like a person cursed by the heavens. At this moment, the door was pushed open, as Jiang Xiao's mother walked in. She did not say a word, and neither did Jiang Xiao turn back. She quietly took over the comb in Jiang Xiao's hand, and while holding a tiny lock of Jiang Xiao's hair, she began combing her hair bit by bit. Her motions were very slow and the comb silently glided down her smooth, black hair. As the strands of hair split into tracks after tracks, they resembled stripes of black silk. "Mother, I want to go to the divine bone altar." Jiang Xiao, who had her back towards her mother, suddenly spoke. Her voice was soft, but it caused the former desolate queen's hands to tremble. She let go of the comb which glided down Jiang Xiao's smooth hair like flowing water till it dropped to the floor. Pa, the walnut-wood comb dropped to the floor with a very soft sound, but it sounded very clear in this quiet room. The desolate race's divine bone altar was a place used by the desolate race for worshipping and sacrifice. For worshipping, Jiang Xiao had done it once, and from that time, she was recognized by the sacred spirit. As for sacrifice, that was to let the sacrificed person give all their blood and life, as well as their soul for sacrifice. With that, the outcome could be imagined. Jiang Xiao's wish to go to the divine bone altar was naturally not for worship. She had been eyed by the black-armored demon god, and had nowhere to go. Even if she committed suicide, her corpse might still be found by the black-armored demon god. She did not know if this might lead to terrible consequences. Since she was dying, she might as well die more thoroughly. By sacrificing all her soul, blood and life, the black-armored demon god would receive nothing. Mother, shepherd boy, the citizens of the desolate race in Yunar, she did not want to implicate them, which could result in their deaths. If the desolate race chose to flee, they could still leave behind some flames of life. And if they chose to fight to the death and get wiped out, then she would be a sinner. Behind Jiang Xiao, the beautiful former desolate queen, who was dressed in a long robe, pressed down on Jiang Xiao's hair. After a moment of silence, she articulated each word clearly: "Mother will not let you die." She could not watch her daughter being made a blood sacrifice. She had already abandoned the original territory of the palace grounds. Did they have to once again abandon the remote mountains and escape deeper into the divine wilderness? Getting every member of the desolate race to hide throughout the deep mountains, leaving behind flames of life? However, could these flames of life truly be able to reignite it in the future? The sacred spirit can still battle another one more time. What the former desolate queen said was what the sacred spirit had said the previous night itself. However, the former desolate queen knew that this battle would probably be the battle that would consume all of the sacred spirit's life force. However, Jiang Xiao still wanted to say something, but the former desolate queen only pressed down on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. "Xiao, even if you die, the outcome will not change. Indeed, it will result in some of those people dragging out an ignoble existence, but what we want is not to just merely live on," the former desolate queen said as she held on to Jiang Xiao's hands and walked out the palace. Today, there was still a meeting in the meeting hall. The human race was waiting for the desolate race's decision. The decision was to fight or to take flight. However, when Jiang Xiao reached the meeting hall, she was stunned. At this moment, on the square, there were large numbers of desolate race warriors gathered. These desolate race warriors had experienced a great escape not long ago, and many of them were still injured. However, they still came here, wearing battle armor with weapons in hand. They surrounded the entire meeting hall. They were all battle-hardened warriors after years of training in the divine wilderness. Even if many of them did not possess a high cultivation level, their bodies embodied a killing aura. The glory of their race was already rooted deep in their bones, giving rise to a sure-win belief. The group of desolate race warriors numbered only in the thousands, but the stance from these people caused the surrounding morning fog that spanned tens of miles to disperse. With the morning fog dispersed, Jiang Xiao could see that far in the deep mountains, there were black shadows shrouded. They were primordial true spirits lurking in the deep mountains. They let out low growls which sounded like resounding thunder, causing one's blood to rush. These primordial true spirits seemed to have sensed that a war was coming. They were gathered here, waiting to face the upcoming final battle. All of you. Jiang Xiao could not calm her heart. She noticed that even the Skyfox team members were gathered on the square. And leading them was Shepherd Boy. Last night, Shepherd Boy had mobilized the Desolate Race's army. With his prestige amongst the Desolate Race, he was able to easily rally multitudes with one call. Your Highness, the human emissaries are waiting in the hall for you, Shepherd Boy said lightly. At this moment, he did not say words like fighting to the death, but instead used his actions to express everything. Jiang Xiao was momentarily dazed. She looked deeply at all the warriors on the square, and nodded her head forcefully. At this moment in the meeting hall, the legendary figures of the human race had ugly expressions. Although the gathering of the Desolate Race's army seemed like they were prepared to face the black-armored demon god, they had also surrounded the meeting hall. Other than that, there were many primordial true spirits far into the distance, staring fiercely over. Although they were not weak, with the Sanctuary Island couple being able to produce extremely terrifying combat power when they joined hands, this was after all the Desolate Race's territory. Their hearts were still beating like drums. It was unknown if the Desolate Race would suddenly turn rash and do something without considering the consequences. The Desolate Race is here, the Sanctuary Island's Island Lord said lightly. He was looking far into the distance through a window. It was unknown what he was thinking. What they had to face, eventually had to be faced. At the moment the former Desolate Queen and Jiang Xiao stepped into the meeting room, the former Desolate Queen felt Jiang Xiao's body freeze up, with her face also turning extremely pale. Oh? Xiao? The former Desolate Queen's heart tightened. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and subconsciously held her chest. At just that instant, she had felt a powerful spiritual force lock onto her. Is it the black-armored demon god? Jiang Xiao turned her head and looked far into distance, up at the sky and murmured, "He saw me." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 707, Meeting Old Acquaintances. Chapter 707, Meeting Old Acquaintances. The remote mountains was known to have millions of mountains. Not only were there many mountain peaks, they were all extremely tall. A mountain peak might span tens of miles in radius, and it would not be surprising for it to be more than 100,000 feet tall. This caused the remote mountains to be deep and vast. Even with a map, trying to find a hidden location masked by arrays was not easy. At this moment, on a snow-capped mountain, sunlight was illuminating an area of perpetual ice and snow, reflecting silvery beams of light. The temperature here was so chilly that saying water droplets would immediately freeze was not enough. However, to a couple, who were wearing thinly, they were unfazed and did not appear cold at all. The male looked like he was a youth at 16 or 17 years old. He was dressed in black and was handsome, while the girl was dressed in clothes whiter than snow. Her clothes fluttered in the cold wind, making her look like a snow lotus in full bloom. This man and woman duo were Yun and Lin Xintong, who had flown for 2 full days before arriving in the remote mountains. It's here? Lin Xintong stood on a tall mountain overlooking the remote mountains. All she saw was endless mountains stretching past the horizon. In the foggy mist, everything far in the distance looked as small as pebbles. It's here, but it's also not easy to find their exact location. Yun had obtained a rough map from Jiang Xiao of this area previously. After all, Jiang Xiao would not have expected Yun to have to search for them in the remote mountains on his return, so why would she have specially given Yun a detailed map of the remote mountains? Lin Xintong frowned slightly. The Desolate Race should also have set up a location hiding array. It wouldn't be easy for us to find them. It's all right. That location hiding array is useless against me. As Yun said, he flew up from the snow mountain. As he flew, he opened the purple crystal's energy vision. With the desolate race's ability to set up arrays, the location-hiding array they set up naturally could not hide from the purple crystal. And in the pure Yang Sword Palace, Yi Yun had received a breakthrough in his insights towards Heavenly Tao. His spiritual energy had also improved, so with the purple crystal's energy vision, Yi Yun could search through vast regions in just a few seconds. He had a general idea of where the desolate race's camp was, so it was just a matter of time before he found it. As such, Yi Yun searched for 2 hours, and suddenly he froze up and let out a surprised sound. Oh? Why? Lin Xintong had outstanding perception, but despite her trying her best to search, it was fruitless. Yi Yun paused for a moment before murmuring, "It's true that you can meet each other anywhere in the world. I never expected. Yi Yun's reaction made Lin Xintong baffled. She asked, "Who did you see?" Yi Yun remained silent for a while, but his facial expression turned from amazement to nostalgia. He then faintly said, "I saw a few old acquaintances. They were my beloved mentors more than a decade ago. That period of time sure was memorable." The time back in the Taya Divine City was considered an extremely blissful period for Yi Yun. In the city, he was improving by the day. He had competitive rivals as well as beloved mentors who were both master and friend. He also had friends and partners who fought alongside him. Yi Yun of the past had simple thoughts. It consisted only of constantly becoming stronger. Once he became powerful enough, he could be made king or take on high positions. Not only would he be able to let his sister lead a good life, it would also ensure that his sister and himself would have a sufficient status in life. Although Yi Yun had the ambition to rise to the peak of martial arts when he was 15 or 16, it was mostly just because he wanted to control his destiny and lead a better life. From the cloud wilderness, Yi Yun had endured being poor, difficulties and hunger. Seeing how his sister, Zhang Xiao, skimped on her own food and clothing for him, experiencing intense humiliation, he had a strong desire to change his fate. And the Taya Divine City gave Yi Yun everything he wanted. That was really a period in which he received happiness after experiencing suffering. All sufferings have their reward, it was the fortunes in life. With his own strength, Yi Yun obtained everything. He slowly became the shining star of the Taya Divine City, but those high-spirited days did not last long. The sudden catastrophe caused Yi Yun to be embroiled in the swirling arms of a world's disaster. From then on, Yi Yun separated from Zhang Xiao, and also bade farewell to his simple and peaceful days. He constantly battled and trained. The most primordial bliss that was originally conceived in his heart slowly disappeared. Replacing it was the wish to defy and conquer fate. Such a change might not seem beautiful, but to Yi Yun, this was also an important step in his life. It was only a tiny portion, for his life was still long. Beloved mentors? Lin Xintong was surprised. "Let's go. We should seek them, and it's very likely they know where the exact location of the desolate race is. In the remote mountains, in Ice River Valley." This valley was surrounded by mountains hundreds of thousands of feet tall. The mountains melted ice and snow gathered here, forming a large icy river, giving it its name. At this moment, beside the icy river, there was an azure-clothed scholar dressed in battle armor, walking upstream along the river. Beside him, there was an elder with a sword on his back and a comely maiden. These two people were Elder Jiango and Taya Divine Kingdom's royal princess, Yang Qingyun. Last night, they as people from the Taya Divine City were assigned to take on the task of being first-hand alerters. They were summoned to the army, so they naturally had a mission to fulfill. With the black-armored demon god coming at any moment, guard patrol was indispensable. They knew that once war broke out, they as precautionary warriors might die in the remote mountains. Although they would die in battle in a different race's army, the enemy they faced was an enemy of the entire world, so it was also their Taya Divine Kingdom's enemy. Hence, they did not resist the duties or the upcoming war. However, with their lives at risk, not everyone could be like the azure-clothed scholar, remaining calm and composed. For example, Yang Qingyun found it difficult to handle her emotions. I wonder how father and mother are. Yang Qingyun sighed slightly, worried over her own country. However, they were now hidden in the deepest depths of the divine wilderness and had long lost contact with the Tian Yuan world. Even the upper echelons of the desolate race did not know the situation with the Tian Yuan world, much less the Taya Divine Kingdom in the backwater east. Your Highness, you don't have to worry. Our Taya Divine Kingdom, when compared to the large family clans of the Tian Yuan world, does not have many experts. Unless we were really unlucky, the black-armored demon god would completely ignore the Taya Divine Kingdom. At this moment, a muffled voice sounded out. Yang Qingyun looked up and saw an old man dressed in black. He was chewing on some roasted fish from an unknown source, and walked over from upstream to meet up with them. The roasted fish in his hands was all black, but he still ate merrily. This elder in black was Elder Song Yen. He too was assigned to the task of being an alerter. However, to Yuan opening realm warriors, for a task of being vigilant, they did not need to put too much effort to patrol around their guard posts. Using Song Yan's words, if the black-armored demon god really came, even if they were fully vigilant while ready to battle, or if they were shitting in the toilet, it would not change the result of them being killed. Of course, the pretext was that the black-armored demon god would be interested in killing them. Hence, their so-called role of being alerts was actually just waiting to be killed. Once they were killed, the desolate race would receive news of it, allowing them to do precautionary measures. And since that was the case, they might as well be more relaxed. They should eat and drink as they wished. Sighing or lamenting would not change the fact that the black-armored demon god would arrive. The outcome would be the same, being happy and worry-free, so since their days were numbered, why not be more merry? Song Yen was waving his hand at the azure-clothed scholar and elder Jian Go, when he suddenly felt something. He looked sideways and saw a black-dressed lad and white-dressed girl far in the sky. They were flying over quickly. In the beginning, Song Yen only thought of them as two young elites from the Tian Yuan world, but when he was able to discern their looks, especially that young lad's looks, he was completely stunned. His mouth opened wider and wider. Even the fish he was chewing halfway fell out, staining his clothes black, without him realizing it. This kid, could there be a mistake? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 708, Unable to See Through. Chapter 708, Unable to See Through. Song Yen never expected to meet Yi Yun under such circumstances. In fact, Song Yan's memory of Yi Yun was only up to the moment that Yi Yun left the Taya Divine City. After that, Taya Divine City was overrun by Shepherd Boy in a day. Song Yen and the rest of the Taya Divine City elders were captured. From then on, they lost their source of news. As for the feud Yi Yun had with Shintu Nantian, Song Yen did not know a thing. In the Taya Divine City elders' impressions, those geniuses who left the Taya Divine City had a bleak future. The desolate race swept through the backwater east, and as geniuses of the human race, they had yet to mature fully. They were like tiny seedlings that had to face a terrifying storm. The chance of them being destroyed was very high. And now, deep in the divine wilderness, in the remote mountains, Yi Yun rode the winds as he approached them. He was dressed in tidy clothes and he had a beauty accompanying him. He appeared to be in pretty good shape. "Kid, you are here as well." To meet again in a foreign land, and to see his most outstanding former student, Song Yen was delighted. He strode forward to welcome him, and just as Yi Yun landed, Song Yen gave him a heavy pat on his shoulder. "Ha ha ha. I knew that this kid wouldn't die that easily. How are you? From your looks, you went to the Tian Yuan world? You came to the remote mountains together with a Tian Yuan world faction?" The remote mountains were too deep in the divine wilderness. In Song Yan's impression, it was impossible even for Taya Divine City's elders to traverse the divine wilderness into the remote mountains, much less the members of the younger generation. Then, the most likely reason was Yi Yun had followed a particular large faction from the Tian Yuan world, and he was led here by the Desolate Race. More than 10 years ago, at the moment the Desolate Race invaded the Taya Divine Kingdom, with Yi Yun's cultivation level, it was an extremely difficult task for him to go from the backwater east to the Tian Yuan world. Song Yan never expected that Yi Yun managed to do it, and from how he looked, he should have been thought highly of by a large faction in the Tian Yuan world. He most likely led a pretty good life, or he would not be brought to the divine wilderness for refuge. To be born in the Taya Divine Kingdom and to cause a stir in the Tian Yuan world was definitely not easy. After all, the Tian Yuan world's family clans had very high standards. Behind Song Yan, Yang Qingyun also looked at Yi Yun. She was also feeling quite surprised. As a princess of the Taya Divine Kingdom, she had naturally heard of this peerless genius, Yi Yun. So he is Yi Yun. Back then, he was the #1 person of the Taya Divine Kingdom. He was even stronger than third brother. Yang Qingyun's third brother was one of the cream of the crop amongst the Taya Divine Kingdom's royal family. However, compared to Yi Yun, he was much more inferior. Yang Qingyun was curious as to what Yi Yun's strength was now. In her imagination, Yi Yun was already so powerful back in the Taya Divine Kingdom. Now, having gone to the Tian Yuan world, and going through training in the Tian Yuan world, his strength must have improved greatly. He might even be quite a famous genius amongst the Tian Yuan world's younger generation. If that was the case, Yi Yun would have won a lot of face for their Taya Divine Kingdom. It's been more than 10 years. Yi Yun, your looks haven't changed a bit. Reuniting with Yi Yun, the azure-clothed scholar could only sigh. Their separation had been more than 10 years, but Yi Yun had only grown a little taller. He still looked like when he was still a teenager. The scenes of their separation was still vivid in their eyes, but now, the situation was completely different. The Taya Divine City already ceased to exist. Furthermore, with the sudden appearance of the black-armored demon god, the entire human race was facing a great disaster. Yi Yun greets City Lord, and greets Senior Jian Go. Yi Yun bowed to the azure-clothed scholar and Elder Jian Go. Beside Yi Yun, Lin Xintong also followed suit and bowed a junior's greeting. Actually, with Lin Xintong's status, she was completely on a different level to the people from the Taya Divine Kingdom. There was no need for her to bow. However, these people were Yi Yun's seniors, and as she was Yi Yun's Dao partner, and his husband and wife, she naturally needed to bow when Yi Yun bowed. The azure-clothed scholar and Elder Jian Ge noticed Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong's eyes were like autumn water, and her skin was ice like jade. She had a face that was as beautiful as the moon, and she did not seem to belong to this world. Much stranger was that such a peerless woman did not seem to be contaminated by the world, yet she gave off a calm aura, as if she was one with nature. Such a girl was truly amazing. Behind the azure-clothed scholar, Yang Qingyun could not help but take another glance at Lin Xintong. She roughly guessed that Lin Xintong was a proud daughter of heaven that came from a particular large faction in the Tian Yuan world. Such a peerless woman came from an honorable background, and he was worthy of admiration. This lady is. The azure-clothed scholar smiled and asked Yi Yun. He noticed the details of Lin Xintong's bow that accompanied Yi Yun's. Clearly, this white-dressed girl had a deep relationship with Yi Yun. This excited Song Yan. The little rascal back then that he thought highly of not only did well in the Tian Yuan world, he even got a large faction's daughter of heaven as a wife? The large factions of the Tian Yuan world had extremely large amount of resources and they had rich heritage. Marrying such a wife would allow him to fight on thousands of years in the future. This disciple of his really lived up to his expectations. Actually, Lin Xintong might have gone to the Taya Divine Kingdom, but she had only attended an old friends gathering with Su Jia. At the banquet, she met a few princes, and she was pursued by them. As for Song Yan and company, who were in the Taya Divine City, they naturally had never seen Lin Xintong. Eh? The azure-clothed scholar exclaimed suddenly. Previously, due to the joy and reflection over reuniting with Yi Yun once again, he did not specially pay attention to Lin Xintong's cultivation level. Now, he realized that he could not see through Lin Xintong's cultivation level. There was a nomological aura swirling around Lin Xintong's body. It gave people the feeling that there was a cloudy mist surrounding her, preventing others from seeing through it. This woman. The azure-clothed scholar was slightly taken aback. And at this moment, Sun Yan and Jian Gu also noticed that not only could they not see through Lin Xintong's cultivation level, even Yi Yun's cultivation level was specious. Yi Yun's body did not have a persistent lingering nomological aura. Compared to Lin Xintong, Yi Yun was even more simple and easily approachable. But even so, Sun Yan and Jian Gu still could not sense how strong Yi Yun's cultivation level was. Such a scene made Sun Yan find it extremely strange. Kid, which faction in the Tian Yuan world did you enter? Did you cultivate some cultivation technique that conceals your cultivation level? The first thing Sun Yan thought of was that Yi Yun was using some mystic technique to hide his cultivation level. With the Tian Yuan world's heritage, such mystic techniques were not rare. As for it being their difference in cultivation level, resulting in him unable to see through Yi Yun's cultivation level, Sun Yan never thought of it. Sun Yan himself was at the Yuan opening realm. Only if Yi Yun reached the Heaven Ascension realm would he not be able to sense it. As for the Heaven Ascension realm, that was already the peak in the entire Tian Yuan world. The Tian Yuan world's Heaven Ascension realm warriors were all old freaks that had lived for tens of thousands of years. So with Yi Yun's age, it was of course impossible. Yi Yun's cultivation level was indeed still at the Yuan opening realm, but the laws Yi Yun comprehended and the cultivation techniques he cultivated far exceeded Sun Yan's comprehension. The difference in laws made them appear to be warriors on completely different dimensions. He was beyond their comprehension. This made Sun Yan unable to see through Yi Yun's cultivation level. Yi Yun chuckled and said, "This junior can be considered to be a member of the Tian Yuan world's Lin family. The girl beside me is Lin Xintong, she too is from the Lin family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 709, A Long-Awaited Warmth. Chapter 709, A Long-Awaited Warmth. Tian Yuan world's Lin family? Lin Xintong? So you are Lin Xintong. I have heard of your name. Yang Qingyun suddenly spoke out. Although she had never seen Lin Xintong, she knew that more than 10 years ago, Lin Xintong had visited the Taya Divine Kingdom. Furthermore, she had caused quite a stir amongst the upper circles of the Taya Divine Kingdom. She was extremely talented and she had outstanding bearing. She was a disciple of a sage-ranked desolate heaven master, so of course, she attracted the attention of people. She had everything: talent, looks, bearing and standing. Such a perfect girl naturally caused many of the Taya Divine Kingdom princes to pursue her. They were infatuated with Lin Xintong. Even the Divine Kingdom's crown prince wanted to marry Lin Xintong, so she could be crown princess. However, at that time, the Taya Divine Kingdom's princes only knew Lin Xintong's identity as a sage's disciple. They did not know that Lin Xintong actually came from the Tian Yuan world's Lin family. Sun Yan and Jian Gu had lived for long enough, so they had a general idea of the Tian Yuan world's factions. They had heard of the Lin family before. It was one of the top factions in the Tian Yuan world. For Lin Xintong to come from the Lin family, and from her looks, she appeared to be one of the elites of the Lin family's younger generation. Then naturally, Lin Xintong was not someone that the Taya Divine Kingdom's princes was worthy of. So their pursuits from back then became a joke. But now, Lin Xintong was beside Yi Yun. And from the looks of their relationship, even if they had not become a Dao couple, it looked very promising. Just thinking of this, Sun Yan and Jian Gu looked forward to it greatly. They did not dare to ask about their relationship, and they only wished that Yi Yun would soon be together with Lin Xintong. In that way, Yi Yun would truly enter the Lin family. That would great fated luck. All the resources and heritage accumulated over the years by the Lin family would be extremely beneficial to Yi Yun's growth. So it's Miss Lin. Qin Yun has long heard of Miss Lin's fame. Seeing you today, the descriptions I heard of Miss Lin were far from a tenth of what Miss Lin is. To young Qin Yun, Lin Xintong was too amazing. Of course, this was because in the past 10 or so years, Lin Xintong was completely reborn. Compared when she was touring the Taiya Divine Kingdom, Lin Xintong was slowly joining back her naturally terminated meridians, and she had the charm of the ancient great empress. Back then, so many princes chased after Lin Xintong, but they would never have imagined that it was a grassroots youth like Yi Yun, who came from the cloud wilderness, who managed to win her heart. Lin Xintong was not good with words, so towards young Qin Yun's praise, she only smiled and she did not say anything. This Lin Xintong really is. Jian Gu and the Taiya Divine City Lord exchanged looks. Although they could not see through Lin Xintong's cultivation level, just from the fluctuations of her nomological aura, it was already extremely terrifying. Such a peerless woman had strength and talent that were unfathomable. She was no doubt from a large family clan from the Tian Yuan world. Now, they felt that the large factions of the Tian Yuan world were much more powerful than they originally imagined. Just a junior like Lin Xintong already caused them to feel apprehensive. At this moment, Ian said, "Senior Song Yan, City Lord, this junior wants to go to the Desolate Races camp. I wonder if you seniors can help guide this junior." After reminiscing old times with Song Yan and company, Yi Yun was already a lot more assured. From the looks of it, the second attack from the black-armored demon god had not come. If not, the mood would not be that relaxed. With Song Yan leading the way, Yi Yun did not need to search by himself, and he could meet Zhang Sharo much sooner. "Oh? You haven't been to the Desolate Races camp? Alright, I'll take you there." Song Yan thought that Yi Yun had followed the Lin family and lived in the outer perimeter of the remote mountains, which was not something odd. On the way, as he had reunited with Yi Yun, Song Yan was so happy that he appeared like he had drank alcohol. He kept chatting with Yi Yun using his Yuan Qi transmission. "Kid, you sure are capable to be able to enter the Lin family. This old man has heard of the Lin family when I was in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. That is a great martial art family. To be able to enter the Lin family is a rare opportunity. You must cultivate well and grab hope of this opportunity. In the future, you will soar and reach the Heaven Ascension realm. This is much better than when you were in the Taiya Divine City. And that beauty beside you, you must hold her right and marry her. Not only will you have a beauty in your arms, you can even lessen your struggles by a few thousand years." Song Yan's voice transmission did not stop at all. Yi Yun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry hearing him. However, as he heard old man Song's exhortations, he felt a warmth that he had not felt in a long time. The old man was still the same. Yi Yun felt like he had returned to a time more than 10 years ago. Old man Song would tell him many things to consider at the Sword and Saber tomb, as well as in the library when he was choosing his totem mystic technique. That feeling was really a cherishable memory now that he thought of it. Hence, no matter how old man Song rambled on, Yi Yun only quietly listened. He would at times nod and answer with a few words. "Senior, you can be rest assured. I will naturally work hard in my cultivation. Besides, my current strength has already improved very quickly. If you were to see it, you should be quite surprised." Hearing Yi Yun's words, Song Yan laughed out loud. "Kid, when have you not given me a huge surprise? I know your strength increases fast, so what if it's fast? This old man is already mentally prepared, so don't you be complacent." Ha ha ha. Be it Yi Yun entering the Sword and Saber tomb for cultivation, and how he came back after training outside in the Divine Wilderness, as well as the outcome of the battle with the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, it had shocked Song Yan at that moment. Hence, Song Yan was already accustomed to Yi Yun's strength increasing by leaps and bounds. This time, he too was hoping to see Yi Yun's maturing. It was unfortunate that the black-armored demon god was attacking. Yi Yun's environment for maturing was not too good, and even the Lin family's current situation was bad. If they could survive this calamity, the path for Yi Yun was limitless. He would definitely become a person who could cause waves in the Tian Yuan world. As the few of them chatted along the way, they finally arrived at the Desolate Race's camp. From far, Yi Yun could see the primordial true spirits and primordial species lurking in the deep mountains. The massive desolate beasts stood between the heavens and earth. They would from time to time emit a deep growl that sounded like thunder that shocked people. There were thousands of Desolate Race elite warriors gathered in the square surrounding the meeting hall. With war coming, these elite warriors exuded an aura that formed an invisible force field that blew the clouds in the sky away. Yi Yun's eyes lit up when he saw this. What a good bunch of soldiers! The battle against the black-armored demon god was not something that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong themselves could handle. He had to rely on the strength of others. Yi Yun looked at the meeting hall, and with the purple crystal's energy vision, he could tell who was inside at a glance. Sis Xiaro. Although he had guessed that everything was fine, only when he saw Jiang Xiaro sitting in the middle of the meeting hall, dressed in red, with her hand holding a bone staff and other than looking a bit pale, she seemed fine. Yi Yun was completely relieved. Sis Xiaro was safe. That was great. Yi Yun rejoiced and he began walking towards the meeting hall. Yi Yun's actions stunned the Taya Divine City Lord. Yi Yun, you want to go to the meeting hall? The upper echelons of the Desolate Race and the human race emissaries are having a meeting. You might not be able to enter. In the previous meeting, it was a discussion on the strategies to deal with the black-armored demon god, so other large family clans geniuses and Yuan opening realm warriors were invited. But for this second meeting, it was to decide whether to fight or take flight. The requirements were a lot more stringent. Even the Taya Divine City Lord was not qualified to enter. Yi Yun said, "It's fine." As he spoke, Yi Yun was already in front of the meeting hall square. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 710, Desolate Queen Token. Chapter 710, Desolate Queen Token. Seeing how Yi Yun was walking towards the Desolate Race warriors who were guarding the meeting hall, the azure-clothed scholar, Song Yan and company were stunned. Song Yan and company were members of the human race after all. In their impression, the Desolate Race and the human race did not have much courtesy between them. Once they were offended, they might be killed without any forgiveness. Yi Yun did not seem to walk fast, but he actually only took a few steps to arrive on the square. The thousands of elite Desolate Race warriors guarding this zone immediately stopped Yi Yun and Lin Xintong when they saw them. They sized up Yi Yun and said, "Who are you?" "The Desolate Queen is discussing matters with the human race now. Entry is forbidden." These Desolate Race warriors were not members of the Skyfox team, so they naturally did not recognize Yi Yun. "Kid, what are you doing? If you are so rash and careless, be careful of being captured. If anything happens, the Lin family can't protect you." Song Yan hurriedly came forward. He had been imprisoned by the Desolate Race in the remote mountains for more than a decade, and prison discipline had been inculcated in him. Who knew what would happen if they ran afoul with the Desolate Race? The current situation was that even though more than 10 large family clans from the Tian Yuan world were gathered together, they were considered relatively weaker than the Desolate Race. Even the strongest people in the Tian Yuan world, the Sanctuary Island couple, were equally vulnerable in front of the Desolate Race, what more the Lin family. None of them would dare cross the Desolate Race. Song Yan was just about to pull Yi Yun away when Yi Yun smiled and touched his interspatial ring. With a flip of his hand, Yi Yun took out an ancient bronze token, and waved it in front of the Desolate Race soldiers. Yi Yun did not need to explain anything to those Desolate Race warriors who blocked his path. He just needed to take the token given to him by Jiang Xiaro out. The simple token was engraved with 3 ancient Desolate Race characters, and the back had a lifelike 6-tailed skyfox engraved on it. Upon seeing this token, the few desolate race warriors were shocked. Desolate Queen Token. This was a token only the ruling Desolate Queen was qualified to give. Throughout the Desolate race, people who had the Desolate Queen token were people on the level of the shepherd boy. And this male youth in front of them did not look like he was a member of the Desolate race from his clothing, and he looked more like a member of the human race. He actually had a Desolate Queen token? The Desolate Queen token was something that these Desolate race warriors never had the chance to see in person before. They had only seen pictures in books. With their status, it was not easy to come into contact with a Desolate Queen token. However, they knew that the Desolate Queen token was not fake. Once the Desolate Queen token was taken out, it would resonate with the bloodline of the Desolate race members. It was a reverence and awe that came from the difference in life's natural order when facing the Desolate Queen. The few Desolate race warriors did not say another word and they bowed towards the Desolate Queen token. Seeing the Desolate Queen token was like meeting the Desolate Queen in person. Other than Desolate race imperial kings, all of them needed to bow. You are. After the bow, a person who looked like the team leader of the Desolate race warriors asked Iyun politely. He had a rough idea already. For a human to have the Desolate Queen token, he had to be the Desolate Queen's younger brother, Iyun. As the Desolate Queen's brother, with Iyun also being extremely powerful, and him saving Jiang Sharo and the Skyfox team in the Soul Tomb, Iyun enjoyed great prestige amongst the Desolate race. He was equivalent to royalty in the Desolate race, no less inferior to Shepherd Boy. Besides, Iyun was even younger. His future was limitless, hence Iyun had already become the idol of many Desolate race warriors, especially the younger warriors. Can I enter now? Iyun asked. Of course. Of course. The few Desolate race warriors hurriedly made way and guided Iyun. They were extremely polite and from the looks of it, they wished that they could get a sedan chair to carry Iyun over. This respect towards Iyun was from their heart, and not due to the deference derived from the Desolate Queen token. And behind Iyun, Sang Yen and Jian Ge were completely dumbfounded when they saw this situation. Even the azure-clothed scholar, who always looked calm, seemed to have his words stuck in his throat, unable to speak a word. What's going on? Yang Qingyun's mouth opened up like the size of a small quail egg. Her eyes were fixed on the token in Iyun's hand. That token was so magical? What sort of token was it, and how did Iyun have it? To be able to have and use such a token, what sort of status did Iyun have in the Desolate race? She naturally knew that this token was not stolen or picked up, or Iyun would not have used it. Yang Qingyun felt like her brain wasn't big enough to process all of this. She could not figure it out. The Desolate race was the strongest superpower in this world. Although the human race and the Desolate race seemed to be equals, that was only when they were considered in their entirety. In fact, the various large human race factions were independent from one another and they continuously fought each other. As for the Desolate race, they were almost monolithic. Under such circumstances, not a single human race's faction could compare to the Desolate race. Amongst the Taiya Divine Kingdom people, Sang Yen was the most impatient person. At this moment he was surprised, curious and excited. He could not help but rush over to Iyun's side and whisper, "Iyun, quickly tell me. Where did you get that token from?" Sang Yen was previously imprisoned for more than 10 years. The Desolate race, who appeared impersonal and fierce, had suddenly turned respectful towards them. Although they were only being respectful to Iyun, Sang Yen decided to be the fox that assumed the majesty of the tiger, as it did not prevent Sang Yen from having a psychological climax. For a lowly prisoner of more than 10 years, wasn't it exciting to be able to suddenly walk with his head held high? Besides, the way Iyun took out the token so calmly and casually waved it made the curiosity in Sang Yen's heart itch like a monkey's bottom. Sang Yen knew that although the Lin family enjoyed an extraordinary status in the Tian Yuan world, they were also nothing much under the Desolate race. They would definitely not be able to receive such an important token. Yun smiled and said casually, "This token is because I have some relations with the desolate race. I received it more than half a year ago, and I didn't know it was so good to use." When Jiang Xiao gave him the token, it was to make things convenient for Yun. After all, the number of desolate race members who knew Yun only added to about 100. This would prevent Yun from encountering any problems when traveling amongst the desolate race. Yun did not think too much about this token that made things more convenient. Only today did he know that such a token was extremely rare in the desolate race. If not, the guarding desolate race warriors would not have guessed his identity just based on the token. The casual explanation that Yun gave nearly made the few desolate race warriors in front of him stumble when they heard him. He was the present desolate queen's brother, and the person that the desolate queen cared about the most. You call that some relations with the desolate race? The desolate race warriors were quite speechless. However, they would not complain about what Yun said. Was there any reason for soldiers to shoot their mouth when an emperor was speaking? You have relatives in the desolate race? When Song Yin heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Jian Guo and Yang Qingyun were also stunned. How did Yun, a human, have a relative in the desolate race? Besides, what sort of relative of Yun was this? How could a typical relative have such an important token? And to have the right to give it to Yun? Yang Qingyun was also extremely curious. Just as she wanted to ask Yun, they suddenly heard an explosive boom from the meeting hall. A divine beam shot up into the sky, piercing through the meeting hall's dome. In the sky, it formed a gigantic ancient beast phantom image. It was an aspect totem. Oh! Yun was surprised. What just happened in the meeting room? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7:11, Laws went in hand with the speech. Chapter 7:11, Laws went in hand with the speech. The ancient beast aspect totem had 2 wings on its back, and it was in the form of a tiger. It ran amok high in the sky, and its eyes were like 2 divine beams of lightning that streaked through the void. The desolate race warriors present felt distraught when the tiger's gaze landed on them. The tiger totem had an extremely strong aura, and when it spread out its wings, it covered the entire sky above the meeting hall. An aspect totem of a Heaven Ascension realm human expert? Yun recognized it immediately. Human warriors, who reached the Heaven Ascension realm, could merge their aspect totems into their bodies and also summon them as well. An aspect totem, when fully displayed, would push a human imperial king's aura to its maximum. Such situations usually happened in battle. And in the meeting hall in front of him, the human and desolate race were just negotiating. Although they had serious differences about whether to fight or take flight, Yun did not believe the 2 races would fight regardless of the reason. They would suffer losses before the black-armored demon god came if that was the case. However, now with the aspect totem summoned, it clearly meant that the negotiations in the meeting hall were extremely intense. Roar! 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 At this moment, in the long stretches of mountains in the distance, there were earth-shaking roars. The primordial true spirits lurking there produced a stunning roar. 7 gigantic shadows the size of mountains appeared. They stood up formidably. There were a giant python, a divine turtle and a musical dragon amongst them. A terrifying aura dispersed the haze. Compared to the Heaven Ascension realm human's aspect totem, that aura was exceedingly powerful. A confrontation of this level was something that most warriors had never witnessed in their lives. Even the Taya Divine City's city lord was struck by this scene. Yun, are you sure you want to enter now? The azure-clothed scholar said in alarm as he looked at the tiger totem in the sky. The powers of a Tian Yuan World Heaven Ascension realm expert was truly terrifying. In the eyes of the azure-clothed scholar, the meeting room was probably on the cusp of a breakdown. The desolate race and the upper echelons of the human race were comparing their strengths and competing against each other. Under such a tense situation, it was inappropriate for the bunch of them to enter the meeting hall. However, Yi-Yun had already moved a foot and walked into the inner sanctums of the meeting hall without a word. With the Desolate Queen token in his hand, Yi-Yun was met without resistance. Behind Yi-Yun, Jian-Ge and Song Yan were both shuddering with fear. Such a situation exceeded their original imaginations. Compared to the two powerful forces of the human and desolate race, as Yuan opening realm warriors without any background, they were nothing. Yi-Yun carried on striding forward, without batting an eye. His body had an indescribable stance that made it seem like the scene in front of him did not matter. Such a Yi-Yun caused Song Yan to hesitate for a moment. Just a moment ago, the feeling that Yi-Yun gave him was still simple and amiable. It was not much different to more than 10 years ago. It was as if he was still his junior, that green youth who had first entered the Taya Divine City. But now, the Yi-Yun who was striding into the meeting hall, suddenly seemed to change. Such stance and confidence was a shocking impact that was beyond description. Behind Yi-Yun, Yang Qingyu looked at his back, without knowing what to feel. She felt that this young man was full of mysteries. What sort of person was he? The corridor of the meeting hall was not that long. The inner sanctum was approaching, while Song Yan and Jian-Ge felt a tremendous energy surging behind the door. If their cultivation levels were too weak, opening the door suddenly might cause the surging energy to pour out, injuring them. And at this moment, Yi-Yun had nonchalantly grabbed hold of the door's handle. Zhi. The door was loudly opened. Terrifying pressure surged out and Yi-Yun's clothes and hair blew around due to the aura, yet he stood firm on the spot, not moving one bit. Inside the hall, there were two distinct sides. There were the legendary figures of the human race and the sanctuary couple on one side, while the former Desolate Queen and Shepherd Boy formed the other side. These people looked at Yi-Yun together with gazes that contained the will and powerful spiritual energies of imperial kings. Such imperial king's spiritual energy was sufficient enough to send primordial species fleeing in fright. As for Yi-Yun, he faced such attention calmly. But behind Yi-Yun, Song Yan and company turned pale. As Yuan opening realm warriors, the pressure of being noticed by so many imperial kings was obvious. Before they could think too carefully, a few voices echoed out from the circular table in the middle of the hall. Yi-Yun! Yunar! The legendary figures of the human race were surprised about Yi-Yun's sudden appearance. As for the desolate race camp, Jiang Xiara was pleasantly surprised and worried after seeing Yi-Yun. Their expressions were vividly seen by Song Yan and company, and they were momentarily dumbfounded. Yi-Yun's appearance caused all these top members of the human and desolate race to have such great a reaction? Yi-Yun scanned every human race expert present. The person who had conjured the aspect totem was an elder in black. Yi-Yun had an impression of him. Back at Greatsword Mountain, when the Tian Yuan Elder Consortium invited Yi-Yun, this elder was present as well. At this moment, the black-dressed elder was hovering midair. Energy was emitting from his body as all his hair flaring. If it wasn't for the meeting hall's protective array, the walls and the dome of the meeting hall would have been blown apart by the elder's energy. Yi-Yun looked at the black-dressed elder, as he looked back at Yi-Yun. Against Yi-Yun, the black-dressed elder turned weak. Previously at Greatsword Mountain, he had witnessed Yi-Yun's terrifying combat strength. Even a figure as strong as Shintu Patriarch could not resist Yi-Yun. Even the sovereign of the Eventide, the Tian Yuan world's strongest expert, could not have a temper in front of Yi-Yun. Even if the sovereign of the Eventide was unhappy with Yi-Yun, he could only let him be. Not even the sovereign of the Eventide, even Shintu Patriarch, was someone that the black-dressed elder felt much stronger than him. He was absolutely no match for Yi-Yun. Besides, there was Lin Xintong beside Yi-Yun, and she was not necessarily weaker than Yi-Yun. Looking at Yi-Yun in the eyes, the black-dressed elder felt fear. For some reason, it felt like a suppression that came from a difference in life's natural order. Yi-Yun's gaze seemed to be a deep black hole, as if his soul was about to be sucked in. This made him have a vague feeling that just in this period of half a year, Ian had now reached a point beyond his understanding. Such a monster really grew in strength rapidly. No one could bolster the courage to face him. "What's the matter? Can't we sit down and discuss?" Ian said these sentences lightly. And these sentences were filled with mysterious laws. Laws went in hand with the speech. A simple sentence that sounded like a morning bell resonated in the black-dressed elder's ear. With a tremble, all his aura was dissolved just from a sentence from Ian. His energy drained out in all directions, and it quickly dissipated. And the ancient beast aspect totem that was bearing its fangs also began to rapidly shrink like a deflated ball. The aspect totem was spiritual. Against Ian, the ancient beast had also lost its formidable stance. It very quickly entered the black-dressed elder's body and disappeared. The black-dressed elder's expression was extremely ugly. The forceful stance he developed was destroyed by a simple sentence from Ian. As he looked at Ian, about to say something, he lacked the confidence to say it. This youth was too terrifying, so terrifying that he did not dare face him. In what sorts of laws did he gain insight? Why did he have such unfathomable strength? Ian did not look at the black-dressed elder anymore, but at the Sanctuary Island couple. He said with a smile, "What is the matter of discussion? Why is the scene so intense?" He nonchalantly walked towards the negotiation table. There was a seat that was emptied when the black-dressed elder moved to display a show of force by hovering in midway. And now, Ian had imposingly sat down near the table, taking up that seat. The black-dressed elder was quite dumbfounded. He was an imperial king. Ever since he broke through to the Heaven Ascension realm, no matter what the occasion was, or when it was, there was no reason for him to stand, but now, his seat had been taken by Ian, leaving him only to stand. This was a great loss of face for him, but he was out of options. No matter how bold he was, he would not dare to chase Ian away. Towards Ian's inquiry, the Sanctuary Island couple only smiled, while the island lord, surnamed Ing, said, "It's just a small dispute. It's nothing intense." With his reply, the entire mood in the venue changed. From Ian's appearance, a few simple words of his caused the tense situation, which was at the point of them coming to blows, to reverse suddenly. The imposing aura that came from an imperial king disappeared. The yuan qi flow that was surging violently to the point of breaking through the meeting hall had disappeared. The scene turned peaceful and natural. Be it the human race or the desolate race, they all exercised great restraint. And where Ian sat at the round table seemed to become the center of the meeting hall. Everyone, be they the human race's leaders, the Sanctuary Island couple, or the former desolate queen, they were all looking at Ian, waiting for him to speak. And at this moment, San Yan, Jian Gu, the azure-clothed scholar as well as Yang Qingyun were still standing at the entrance of the meeting hall. The four of them had expressions like they had seen a god in the middle of the day. They were in complete shock. What? What had just happened? The Ian in front of their very eyes was not even 30 years of age. No matter which faction he was placed in, he was considered a member of the younger generation. Coming out of the Taiya Divine Kingdom, if he was in a first-class power in the Tian Yuan world, and rose up amongst the younger generation, becoming the number one person amongst the younger generation, that in itself was a miracle. But now, he actually managed to disperse a human imperial king's aura with a sentence, and he was on equal footing with the Sanctuary Island couple? And there was even a hint of respect that the Sanctuary Island couple had for Ian. This far exceeded the comprehension of Song Yan and company. Song Yan had originally said that every time he did not see Ian, his return would show him strength that pleasantly surprised him. With them not seeing each other for more than 10 years, even if Ian's strength had improved tremendously, Song Yan would have been psychologically prepared, and he would not be too surprised. But now, Ian was on equal footing of the most exalted figures in the Tian Yuan world, the Sanctuary Island couple. A simple sentence reversed the tense mood in the meeting hall. Song Yan said he would not be surprised, but now, he was so surprised that he thought he was dreaming. Yun. What sort of person was he? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 712, Embarrassed. Chapter 712, Embarrassed. After Ian took his seat, the black-dressed elder stood on the side like a wooden stake. His expression was extremely ugly. Previously, Ian had said to him, "What's the matter? Can't we sit down and discuss?" However, after Ian said that, the black-dressed elder didn't even have a place to sit. With so many people in the room, other than the Imperial King sitting in the middle, they were surrounded by Pikuan opening realm warriors. Everyone was looking at the black-dressed elder, making him feel very embarrassed. At this moment, the former desolate queen waved her hand, indicating to the desolate race guards to bring a chair over and place it beside Iyun. Seeing the chair being brought over, the black-dressed elder's face relaxed. With a cold grunt, he was about to take the seat. But to his surprise, Ian gently pressed down on the chair's armrest and waved to Lin Shintone. "Shintone, come over here and take a seat." "Oh?" The black-dressed elder was startled. His foot that had just moved forward suddenly froze. He watched as Lin Shintone, in her white dress, slowly walk over. In the dark hall, she was like a fairy walking in the dark night. At this moment, the black-dressed elder was much closer to the chair. He just needed to take 2 steps to reach the chair before Lin Shintone, but he did not have the guts. It was not that the black-dressed elder was afraid that Yun would do anything to him. Under the current circumstances, he could ignore the aura that was released by Yun to suppress others, but there was no way that he could start a fight. The real reason why the black-dressed elder lacked the courage was because of Lin Shintone, who was slowly walking over. Every step of Lin Shintone formed nomological runic patterns under her feet. Her strength was long unfathomable. She was usually low-key, and she followed behind Yun most of the time. She seldom made moves, and she had never shown her prowess. The black-dressed elder knew deeply that he was absolutely no match for Lin Shintone. In a warrior's world, the strong were respected. Under such circumstances, the second chair was only right for Lin Shintone. How would he have the guts to compete with Lin Shintone? Without strength, if he were to bite the bullet and fight Lin Shintone over the seat, even members of the human race would think that he was not qualified. Hence, he could only watch helplessly as Lin Shintone calmly sat beside Yun. The black-dressed elder's face had turned completely black. At this moment, Song Yan and company, who had witnessed all of this not far away, finally understood one thing thoroughly. It was a matter that seemed completely unimaginable and unbelievable. That was that Yun and Lin Shintone had extraordinary status. Even their strength, for some particular reason, had reached the peak of the standards of the Tian Yuan world. Yun and Lin Shintone had not only been given imperial king titles already, and they were amongst the cream of the crop amongst imperial kings. In front of the two of them, the black-dressed elder could not even bring himself to make a fuss. Just as the black-dressed elder was feeling extremely embarrassed, the former desolate queen gestured to a desolate race soldier, who slowly brought a second chair over. This chair was only placed at a corner by the meeting table. "Mystic Tiger Immortal, you don't mind sitting over there, right?" the former desolate queen said nonchalantly. There was a lazy and derisive smile hanging on her face. Mystic Tiger was the black-dressed elder's title. It was obtained from the form of his aspect totem. The former desolate queen did not have a good impression of this black-dressed old man. The black-dressed elder grunted. He was about to flick his sleeves to leave, but he knew that if he were to leave in a fit at this moment, it was even more shameful. Besides, the negotiations between the human and desolate race were not over. He could only endure the grievance that he had and sit down. However, he no longer had the formidable stance to break out his aspect totem. Mystic Tiger. Don't mind it. We are now more vulnerable. So what if we let them be all high and mighty at this meeting? Besides, the black-armored demon god is about to arrive soon. Zhang Xiao has been locked onto by the black-armored demon god, and she basically has her name struck off from the Book of Life and Death. So how long can the desolate race remain haughty? Besides, would that Yi Yun ignore Zhang Xiao? If he doesn't, I want to see how he protects her. While the black-dressed elder was feeling aggrieved, a Yuan Qi transmission echoed in his ears. The person who transmitted the voice was another Tian Yuan Elder Consortium member. More than half a year ago, Yi Yun had been invited to Greatsword Mountain, and he had witnessed Yi Yun's strength. He naturally did not wish Yi Yun, who would easily be in control of his life, to mature. Mystic Tiger snorted and transmitted his voice, saying, "You are right. I want to see how much longer they can remain haughty. That desolate race which girl won't be able to live past the next few days. If only the desolate race and Yi Yun would perish together." As Mystic Tiger had such thoughts, he hatefully glanced at Yi Yun. If Yi Yun perished in an internecine struggle, Yi Yun, the desolate race and the black-armored demon god would all be destroyed in one go. It would be a joyous occasion. Of course, he was only thinking. He knew very well that the black-armored demon god's strength was tremendously strong. It would be nearly impossible for Yi Yun and the desolate race to perish together with him. Yi Yun could sense Mystic Tiger's animosity. After gaining Dao enlightenment in the Pure Yang Sword Palace, Yi Yun felt that everything around him was in his control. He did not even need to look over with his eyes. "Young Master Yi, ever since our separation at Greatsword Mountain, it has been less than 10 months. Yet to meet young Master Yi today again, your strength have improved once again. It's really unbelievable." The Sanctuary Island's island lord spoke to Yi Yun politely. As Yi Yun conversed happily with the Sanctuary Island couple, he engaged in a voice transmission with Zhang Xiao. He had to understand the background of the negotiations. In a few words, Zhang Xiao had told him everything that had happened. When he heard that Zhang Xiao was being locked onto by the black-armored demon god, Yi Yun's heart tightened. "Sis Xiao, why is the black-armored demon god locking onto you?" "I do not know either." Zhang Xiao sighed. She felt her own existence brought the desolate race and Yi Yun a great deal of trouble. For Yi Yun to arrive in the remote mountains now, Zhang Xiao inevitably felt happy, but she also felt even more worried. Back when the black-armored demon god invaded the desolate race's headquarters, they had only managed to escape with the sacred spirit's resistance. Back then, Zhang Xiao had left a message to Yi Yun before evacuating, telling Yi Yun their direction of escape. But following that, the situation had changed. The black-armored demon god followed closely behind and it had locked onto Zhang Xiao. This caused the desolate race to begin their second escape. At that moment, Zhang Xiao did not wish for Yi Yun to be in the remote mountains. Up to now, Zhang Xiao could faintly feel the black-armored demon god's vague spiritual lock onto her. Maybe in the next second, the black-armored demon god would suddenly arrive. The human race could also sense that the black-armored demon god's next attack would happen in the very near future. Hence, their negotiations with the desolate race had turned so intense. The human race had no way to request the desolate race to do anything for them, but it was not like the human race did not have anything. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713, Shepherd Boys Compromise. Chapter 713, Shepherd Boys Compromise. The human race gathered in the remote mountains were quite a force to be reckoned. If the human race could aid the desolate race, then there might be a slim chance for the desolate race to resist against the black-armored demon god, and turn the tables. For a group of weaklings to face a mighty force was analogous to a herd of sheep resisting a tiger. Under normal circumstances, no matter how many sheep went forward, they would all end up dead. The differences between the two was an insurmountable gap. It was not something that volume could make up for. The human and desolate races were in a similar situation against the black-armored demon god. In a direct clash between a herd of sheep with a tiger, they were bound to fail. The only thing that could narrow the gap between the two was to gather the weaklings' powers together, and that was with an array formation. With a top array formation technique, the sheep's energy could be gathered together, causing harm to the tiger. In the field of formation arrays, the human race had a greater attainment in it than the desolate race. The desolate race was adept at controlling desolate beasts, while the human race had greater attainment in alchemy and array formations. Besides, they had a cosmic infinite array, whose level in array formation refinement far exceeded the Tian Yuan world's human race's standards. The cosmic infinite array came from Blood Moon, and it was an array formation passed down since ancient times. In its most powerful form, it needed 8 imperial kings and 64 sages to control it. Once it was activated, it could stir the cosmos and cause disturbance in the yin and yang. In the divine wilderness, the human race had once used the cosmic infinite array against the black-armored demon god by activating it with 5 top human race powerhouses. Although it failed to injure the black-armored demon god, it had managed to trap the black-armored demon god for a period of time, saving the lives of the faction's elites. The desolate race craved this array formation greatly. Without the array formation, a group of unfocused desolate race experts entering a head-on clash with the black-armored demon god would just be charging to their deaths. However, how could the human race agree to the desolate race's request? This cosmic infinite array contained very profound and intricate nomological Dao runes. To produce a replica? Difficult. Especially with the black-armored demon god running amok, it became even more important. This array was the crutch that the human race was relying on to resist the black-armored demon god, so how would they be willing to hand it over to the desolate race? The desolate race suggested that they were willing to send a desolate race imperial king and a primordial true spirit to send the human race out of the remote mountains and ensure their safety. And this array formation was just to be borrowed. But even so, the human race scoffed at it. Borrow it? What if the array flags and array discs were destroyed by the black-armored demon god? By leaving behind the cosmic infinite array, that was equivalent to handing over the sharpest knife in their hands. Ignoring their future clashes with the black-armored demon god, this would cause the human race to lack the ability to resist the desolate race as well. Hence, there was a conflict surrounding the terms and conditions. Against the black-armored demon god's battle, regardless of the outcome, the desolate race would make the greatest sacrifice. As for the black-armored demon god, it was not only the enemy of the desolate race, but also the enemy of the human race. The former desolate queen could imagine how when they were fighting the black-armored demon god to the death, the human race would be hiding by the side watching the fight in a joyous manner. They would look forward to such a battle, hoping that the desolate race would destroy the black-armored demon god, while losing all the elites in their race. The former desolate queen knew about the human race's thoughts, so how could she just watch her own people die for the human race? They were desolate race. For their mission, honor or Jiang Sharo, they could fight to the death, but why should the desolate race sacrifice for the benefit of the human race? There was even the possibility of them taking the opportunity to wipe out the desolate race after a victorious battle. The Tian Yuan world's cosmic infinite array was the terms proposed by the former desolate queen. The human race could leave, and the desolate race would send imperial kings to escort them, so as to ensure the safety of the human race, but the cosmic infinite array had to be left behind. The intense disagreement resulted in the legendary human figures springing back. They were at an impasse, because the legendary human figures proposed even more conditions for exchange. And these conditions were things that the desolate race could not accept. What the human race needed now most was combat strength, so as to ensure that they would survive. They suggested that 3 desolate race imperial kings should control 3 primordial true spirits to fight for the human race. To bind these desolate race imperial kings, a soul contract was naturally needed. And this was not just any ordinary soul contract. It was the most overbearing kind that was as close to a slave contract, which could control one's thoughts. Only with such a contract would the human race feel assured, or the conditions would become empty clauses. With 3 desolate race imperial kings and 3 primordial true spirits, it was equivalent to the joining of 3 imperial king-level experts. It could barely make up their losses. Their array refinement masters were also studying the cosmic infinite array. In the future, they might be able to make a replica. Although it would not be as powerful as the original one, they might be able to set up a few and use them. And this condition had annoyed the desolate race. Be it the desolate race or the human race, an imperial king was a mighty figure that stood up high, being able to rule over a race's destiny. So to let an imperial king be a slave? That was an insult. Besides, by losing 3 imperial kings and 3 primordial true spirits, it would result in it being a much more difficult battle against the black-armored demon god. So how could the desolate race agree to it? What made the desolate race and the former desolate queen unable to accept and be infuriated was that amongst the 3 imperial kings that the human race requested to be enslaved, Shepherd Boy's name was top on the list. They actually had their sights on Shepherd Boy. Shepherd Boy was a supernatural existence amongst the desolate race, second to the desolate queen. He was extremely loyal and he had fought the Tian Yuan world for the desolate race and retrieved Zhang Sharo. He had great achievements in battle with all sorts of honors bestowed to him. Be it the members of the desolate race, the former desolate queen or Zhang Sharo, they did not treat Shepherd Boy as an ordinary member of the desolate race. Even externally, to the humans, Shepherd Boy's name was extremely famous. By listing Shepherd Boy, the human race clearly did not only covet Shepherd Boy's strength, they also had the intention to seek revenge. By letting the extremely proud Shepherd Boy become their slave was more tormentous than killing him. The former desolate queen flatly rejected this request. However, the human race's response was extremely adamant. By not agreeing to this request, there was no need for the discussion of the array disk. At the beginning of the dispute, Shepherd Boy had remained silent, listening to the debates from both sides. He had lived for a very long time. He had seen how numerous people had looked at him with gazes filled with hate or fear. There was once that he was the representation of the desolate race amongst the human race. He was terrifying, powerful and unsympathetic. Such a Shepherd Boy, be it himself, or others, would never believe that he would be willing to be a slave. But now, after the debate went on for an hour, to the point of a complete breakdown in negotiations, Shepherd Boy suddenly stood up. He minced his words clearly and said, "Only I alone will sign the contract, and I will fight for you for 1,000 years." He did not say much, but the words that Shepherd Boy said were not something that simple. Shepherd Boy had bowed down. With the existence of a foreign enemy, the desolate race could not destroy the human race who had the cosmic infinite array, so as to rob them of the array disks. Then, the only way was to compromise. For a desolate race imperial king like Shepherd Boy, who treated his honor like his life, he would rather die in a glorious battle than sign an enslaving contract, becoming a puppet of the human race. But now, for Zhang Sharo and for his race, this was the first time Shepherd Boy had lowered his proud head in more than tens of thousands of years. He had to endure such a great humiliation. Zhang Sharo and the former desolate queen had mixed emotions to Shepherd Boy's yielding. This pain was indescribable. However, the human race did not appreciate the Shepherd Boy's sacrifice. This was because just Shepherd Boy's combat power alone was not worthy enough for a cosmic infinite array that could gather the human race's imperial king's powers. At this moment, the former desolate queen had reached her limits and she was on the brink of flaring up. As for the human race, they did not wish to be outdone. Mystic Tiger Immortal suddenly released his aspect totem, pitting himself against the desolate race. This aspect totem was just a show of force. Mystic Tiger was hinting that if all decorum was broken, they would not rule out the use of extreme tactics, and they might even use the cosmic infinite array. Such internal strife was something neither the human race or the desolate race could endure. And at that moment, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong had appeared. The mood also changed suddenly with their appearance. Towards the human race, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong absolutely had the terrifying power to destroy the balance of power. The human race did not expect Yi Yun and Lin Xintong to remain neutral at this moment, or even lean towards them. That was even worse than dreaming in the day. If Yi Yun and Lin Xintong combined forces, it was difficult to tell how powerful they would be. Even if the human race used the cosmic infinite array, it would be useless against the two of them, as setting up the array required time. And if Yi Yun and Lin Xintong joined forces with the desolate race, they would definitely not be given the time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 714, Warning. Chapter 714, Warning. So that's the reason, no wonder the disagreement turns so intense. After hearing Jiang Xiao's narration of the dispute prior to his arrival, Yi Yun was not one bit surprised. When it came to the brink of a race's survival, it was very common for two large factions to fight so as to survive. And a formation array was indeed the best weapon a weaker party could use to withstand a stronger party. If not, Yi Yun would not have raised the question of borrowing the God-confining lock after choosing the Thousand Snow Domain and Death Soulwood. It was only because Yi Yun's nomological insights were too amazing that made the sword spirit in Qi Bai violate the rules set by the pure young sword palace owner, resulting in the God-confining lock being given to Yi Yun as some gift and loan combination. Now, Yi Yun had the God-confining lock in hand, so he had the confidence resisting the black-armored demon god. If not, the black-armored demon god basically could only be fought by Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. Others as strong as Shepherd Boy could hardly be effective. Yuner, the situation was roughly like that. After updating him with the most recent ongoings, she felt her heart heavy. Yuner, I have previously discussed with my mother. The desolate race is determined to fight to the death. We do not want to flee again, and even if we all die fighting, we need to at least slice off a piece of meat from the black-armored demon god. Although we are determined to fight to the death, that is just a decision of the desolate race's upper echelons. We cannot put our desolate race's bloodline all to waste here. The desolate race still needs to continue on. However, after the battle with the black-armored demon god, even with the best outcome, the desolate race would suffer heavy casualties. With the race's experts sacrificed, under such a situation, if the human race finally destroyed the black-armored demon god that had been heavily injured by us, they might very well turn on the desolate race. And if that happened, the desolate race would not be able to put up any resistance. The mutual hatred between the human and desolate race runs too deep. They would not give up this chance, and only you and Miss Xintong have the ability to ensure that the desolate race's lineage will carry on. Listen to Sis' advice, don't stay behind in the remote mountains. Now that you are back, if you get embroiled in this war and if there is any mishap, the consequences would be disastrous. My mother and I will give you all the heritage accumulated by the desolate race for tens of millions of years. You and Miss Xintong are the future hope of this world. You are also the future guardian of the desolate race. If our fight was to no avail, then only you and Miss Xintong have the chance of killing the black-armored demon god in the future. Sis really doesn't want you to lose the forest for the trees just because of your emotions, dying in this world and ruining the desolate race's future. If you were to die here, it is a loss we cannot afford. All of this was said earnestly by Jiang Xiao. She really did not wish for Yi Yun to stay behind. But the moment she thought of separating with Yi Yun, Jiang Xiao felt a throbbing pain in her heart that made it hard for her to breathe. Unfortunately, she was now like a tiny bird being locked on by a hawk. She was destined not to accompany Yi Yun, flying far away with him. This was her destiny. If possible, Jiang Xiao did not wish for so many desolate race warriors to die for her. However, be it her mother or the desolate race warriors, they were already determined to fight to the death. Under such circumstances, if she were to say anything more, it would only weaken the soldiers' morale. With the advent of a disaster, although it was not as bad as wiping out all life in this world, as this world's strongest group of people, there had to be some people who would pay the price so as to protect their race's heritage. Yuner, are you listening to me? Seeing how Yi Yun did not respond, Jiang Xiao turned anxious. Yun smiled and said, "Sis Sharo, my strength has vastly improved with my present return. Besides, over all these years, I have accumulated large amounts of treasures. These treasures are extraordinary, and just lack the opportunity to be used in the Tian Yuan world, as there are no opponents in the Tian Yuan world currently that are worthy for me to use these treasures." Yun spoke very confidently. There was no need to speak about the current him. Just a year ago, no one in the entire Tian Yuan world could threaten Yun. Now, against the black-armored demon god, I can test out my ultimate combat strength. Sis Sharo, don't worry. Even if can't beat him, I have the confidence of escaping. Yun's words did not seem to contain any tension that would come from the impending face-off with a monstrous enemy. Instead, it sounded very relaxed. Yun had already put in all his efforts preparing for nearly a year, all for this battle. Initially, Yun was in no rush to face the black-armored demon god in a head-on battle. He could slowly cultivate and slowly grow. But now, Jiang Sharo was targeted by the black-armored demon god, so Yun decided to take this opportunity and test out his ultimate combat power. Even if he was not the black-armored demon god's match, Yun believed he could safely escape. With the God Advent Tower, as long as he sucked Jiang Sharo into it and flew away with the God Advent Tower, then where could the black-armored demon god go in order to chase Jiang Sharo? It was even possible that his spiritual connection would be severed. "Yuner, I said so much to you, yet you aren't listening." Seeing how Yun completely did not put her words at heart, Jiang Sharo was at a loss as to what to say. She knew Yun very well. She also knew that it was impossible for Yun to just watch her fight to the death. Her proposed idea of Yun protecting the desolate race's lineage was reasonable and indeed necessary. But even so, she had failed to persuade Yun. And at this moment, the human race had already been waiting for quite a while. As Yun and Jiang Sharo were engaged in a transmitted conversation, the entire meeting hall's humans were waiting for his leanings. They knew Lin Xintong listened to Yun, so Yun was the ultimate arbiter. For the negotiation, he was extremely important and had the decisive say. His right to decide was a result of his strength. "Young Master Yi, you should roughly know of the situation. So, I wonder, what is your decision?" A legendary human figure could not bear it further and asked Yun. Yun only smiled and did not speak a word. His smile made it very hard for the humans to fathom his thoughts. They didn't appear overbearing, for against Yun, they had nothing to put up a fight with him. Upon seeing Yun's reaction, Mystic Tiger's face sunk. He could tell that Yun was deliberately acting mysterious. Mystic Tiger said in a cold tone, "Yun, I know you are very strong, but don't you think that you can use your strength to rule over everything? The Cosmic Infinite Array is not just a set of array flags and an array disk. It has a special operational method. It was previously recorded on a jade scroll, but now, it is stored in our heads. It is an array handed down from tens of millions of years, and the array logic is profound and abstruse. Without the operating methods, it would be useless even if you obtain the array disk. Besides, the array disk has a self-destructing component." Mystic Tiger had already offended Yun, so he was not afraid, hence he had to be the one who said those threatening words. He was warning Yun not to use his strength to forcefully rob them of the Cosmic Infinite Array, for Yun would receive nothing if he did so. Upon hearing Mystic Tiger's words, Yun laughed. "Having designs on your Cosmic Infinite Array? You sure think too highly of yourself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 715, Might. Chapter 715, Might. What are you laughing at? When he saw Yun laugh, Mystic Tiger felt discomfort all over. Yun was not even 30 years of age, and when compared to human imperial kings, who counted their ages in the tens of thousands of years, this young junior was not even enough to be described as a suckling child. For a suckling kid to produce such a smile in front of him, how could Mystic Tiger feel comfortable? Young Master Yi, now that you have arrived at the remote mountains to save the desolate race in Fairy Jiang, that courage is highly commendable. Furthermore, young Master Yi is accomplished at such a young age, and you have extraordinary strength. You are truly a hero of the human race. Then, I shall represent the human race in compromise. At this moment, another legendary human figure spoke up. He was afraid of Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's strength, and he had already come to a unanimous agreement with the other Tian Yuan Elder Consortium members through Yuan Qi voice transmissions. If young Master Yi wants the Cosmic Infinite Array, then we have two conditions. The first is Shepherd Boy. On this point, Shepherd Boy has already agreed to it, so I will not make it any harder. As for the second condition, I wish for young Master Yi and Fairy Lin to promise, using a soul contract, that after the black-armored demon god is vanquished, the both of you will never attack the factions that we belong to. As long as you assent to these two conditions, the Cosmic Infinite Array's array flag and its usage methods can be taken by young Master Yi. Towards Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, the humans still had their reservations. Now, they had raised this condition once again. In their opinions, although this condition limited Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, the limitations weren't that great. It was something easily agreeable. As for the first condition, Shepherd Boy had agreed to it himself, so it was not difficult. However, the humans never expected that the conditions that had little room for resistance made Yi Yun look at the speaking elder like he was looking at a fool. It's just a few crappy flags left behind by Blood Moon. In my eyes, it's just trash. You are using that stuff to strike a deal with me? Have you all fried your brains while escaping into the divine wilderness? Yi Yun's sudden words not only stunned the human warriors, even the desolate race warriors were momentarily dumbfounded. No one knew who created the ancient array tens of millions of years ago was. Blood Moon was only the preserver of the ancient array, yet such a profound ancient array had been described as a few crappy flags by Yi Yun? Zhang Xiara was momentarily at a loss as to what to say. As for the former desolate queen, she too looked in alarm at Yi Yun. As time passed, she was more aware of what had happened to Yi Yun. She knew that he may be young, but he was not an insolent or arrogant person. Be it in the God Advent Tower or the Soul Tomb, Yi Yun had managed to open a bloody path amidst his competitors and enemies, becoming the ultimate victor. All of these proved that point. Such a person caused the former desolate queen to be inclined to believe in his words. She did not speak and she allowed Yi Yun to represent the desolate race. She did not know what Yi Yun was planning. As for the legendary human figures, after being mocked by Yi Yun in such a manner, they did not dare to rise up. Yi Yun's strength made them lack the courage to retort with a taunt. In their hearts, they believed that Yi Yun said those words to forcibly act awesome. A human elder said coldly, "Young Master Yi, you are probably just trying to weaken our negotiating chips by deprecating the Cosmic Infinite Array so badly. This tiny trick of yours is completely meaningless. Since you can't accept our conditions, then don't covet the Cosmic Infinite Array. Alright then, we shall leave. I believe that there is already no need to carry on this negotiation." As the human elder spoke, he stood up, preparing to leave. As he got up, he observed Yi Yun's reaction. This feeling was like a mortal buying merchandise from a vendor. He might be unhappy with the vendor's offer price, but he was also reluctant to part with the merchandise. Hence, he would pretend to walk off, but he was in fact waiting for the vendor to change his mind to keep him there. This human elder was indeed hoping for Yi Yun to change his mind. To get him to really rebuff Yi Yun was not something he could stomach either. After all, the human race was afraid of Yi Yun. If through the use of the Cosmic Infinite Array, they could get Yi Yun to sign a soul contract and ensure the peaceful coexistence between Yi Yun and themselves in the future, it was worth it. However, the human elder was disappointed. Yi Yun's hands were still nonchalantly placed on the meeting table. He was only looking coldly at the elder who pretended to leave. It was a look of "Well go, I won't send you off. What about the rest of you? Are you planning on leaving together with him? Yi-Yun looked at the other legendary human figures, and he was completely unworried about them leaving. These legendary human figures were momentarily at a loss as to what to say. They could even make concessions towards their original conditions, such as not needing Shepherd Boy to sign a soul contract. They never expected that Yi-Yun did not even bother negotiating and let them all leave. All right. How true it is that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Mystic Tiger glared at Yi-Yun as his mustache quivered. I want to see how you can carry on acting tough in a few days' time. Having not seen the black-armored demon god, you will never imagine how terrifying he is. Those newborn calves, who aren't afraid of a tiger, only end up dying in the tiger's belly. Yi-Yun, when you face the black-armored demon god, you will know how arrogant and stupid you were today. As Mystic Tiger spoke, he flicked his sleeves and walked away. And behind him, Yi-Yun slurred, "You don't have to worry if I will die in the tiger's belly. But I have to admit that in a few days when I face the black-armored demon god, even if I'm no match for him, I have quite the confidence that I can escape. I have plenty of time. I can slowly drag it out. Once the danger of the black-armored demon god is over, I will personally go to your Senior Mystic Tiger's doorstep." Oh. I forgot to ask. Senior Mystic Tiger, what faction do you belong to? As Yi-Yun spoke, he scanned the desolate race present. He only knew from the former desolate queen's words that the black-dressed elder's name was Mystic Tiger. As for what his identity was, Yi-Yun did not know a thing. Yi-Yun's words caused Mystic Tiger Immortal's footsteps to falter. His expression turned extremely ugly. Just Yi-Yun's present strength was enough for them to fear him, let alone a few years later. As for visiting him personally? When Yi-Yun became the number one person in the Tian Yuan world, he might even be comparable to the ancient Great Empress. Who would dare to let him make a personal visit? This was an unmarred threat. Mystic Tiger's faction was also a top-level faction in the Tian Yuan world. He may run, but his territory and faction could not be hidden. Once Yi-Yun had the absolute strength, it would be extremely simple for him to destroy Mystic Tiger's faction. Yi-Yun, if you do anything to my faction, all the large factions in the Tian Yuan world will feel insecure. When that happens, it will be equivalent to you making a move on the entire Tian Yuan world's human race. Do you really want to go against the world? Mystic Tiger knew that he could not overthrow Yi-Yun based on strength, so he highlighted the entire Tian Yuan world, hinting to him that he would become the enemy of all. Are you threatening me? Yi-Yun laughed. Do you think I'll be afraid just because you mention the world? Why don't you threaten the black-armored demon god? Why don't you ask him why he dares to make a move against the entire Tian Yuan world, and why does he dare to become the enemy of all? What a joke! The black-armored demon god has been destroying heritage and slaughtering lives. All of you just flee on sight, and now, even before the black-armored demon god has arrived, you are already discussing on how to escape. As for me, I'm more merciful. As a result, you start staring at me, imposing all sorts of conditions on me. Why don't you raise conditions with the black-armored demon god? Why don't you gather the world's forces to destroy this enemy of the all, the black-armored demon god? To those merciful to you, you think that they are easily bullied. To those who are forceful, you feel scared. What sort of meaning do the lives of such people like you have? Yi-Yun's words was right to the point and they were extremely biting. When the humans present heard this, their faces turned flushed. They did not know how to refute him. Yi-Yun compared himself to the black-armored demon god. He was too insolent. Although the humans present all believed that Yi-Yun was still greatly lacking compared to the black-armored demon god, but as long as Yi-Yun survived this calamity, in the future, his strength could indeed reach that stage. Yi-Yun carried on. All of you have not understood the gravity of the situation. Today, I'm not here to negotiate with you, nor do I need to negotiate. I'm only informing all of you. For the next invasion of the black-armored demon god, if you were to join forces with the desolate race in battle, I will remember your contributions. If not, you are free to leave. The desolate race will not send a single soldier or peon to escort you safely out of the divine wilderness. How many of you can survive will be up to your own destinies. And once the crisis of the black-armored demon god is over, the Tian Yuan world will be in ruins. There will be a need to restore order. As for how this order will be decided. As Yun said this, he dragged out his tone. I don't dare to say that I'll rule over the new order of the Tian Yuan world, but I will at least be able to influence it at 80 or 90%. And that is something I admit I'm capable of. Rest assured, I will not kill the innocent. It's just that the gridlock in the Tian Yuan world has existed for too long. It is time to destroy it and rebuild it again. And when that happens, whether the top factions continue being prosperous or be dispersed and replaced, I didn't think it is right for me to decide on it. But now, all of you have brought me to make a decision. By saying these words, he sounded extremely domineering. It was a spirit of ruling the world. When the humans present heard this, their hearts twitched, unsure as to what to say. As for the desolate race, when they heard Ian's words, they felt their spirits raised. This negotiation was doomed and difficult to negotiate. But now with Ian here, he had dispersed Mystic Tiger's forceful stance with a simple sentence. He couldn't even be bothered to raise conditions, and he refused to accept any conditions of the human race. He had made the human race leave the cosmic infinite array behind unconditionally, and even wanted them to stay behind to fight alongside the desolate race to the death. What was might? This was might. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716, Demon God Killing Order. Chapter 716, Demon God Killing Order. The moment that Ian mentioned ruling and deciding on the distribution of powers in the Tian Yuan world, the atmosphere in the meeting hall reached a stalemate. When the human race negotiated with the desolate race, despite the desolate race being stronger, they held a weaker position as they were looking for the human race's help. However, Yun had completely flipped the tables. With strong and mighty means that no one expected, he caused every single human to turn speechless. As for the desolate race, they did not speak a word ever since Yun arrived. They only moved 2 chairs over. As for Song Yen, Zhen Gu, the azure-clothed scholar and company standing by the periphery of the meeting hall, they were at a loss as to what to say. They had already sensed that Yun held a high position and he was very powerful. However, they never expected that he was so powerful that he could threaten all the factions in the Tian Yuan world. This far exceeded their level of understanding. Why? Aren't all of you leaving? Is there anything left for you to say? Yun was aggressive. He knew that there was no way to move these old fools through persuasion. It was also meaningless to be submissive in the negotiations. Leave? All the legendary human figures were infuriated, but for them to turn and leave was something that they did not dare to do. They had already lived for tens of thousands of years. Although the natural end for them was not near, it was already impossible for them to break through to another realm and extend their lifespan. If they could have eternal life, they would only care for themselves. However, with no hopes for eternal life and before they entered their graves, they would put their efforts into the future generation as well as heritage. They wanted their bloodline and heritage to continue thriving far into the future. Every legendary human figure greatly minded the faction that was under their care. Yun. Mystic Tiger took a deep breath. He found it difficult to suppress the rage that he was feeling. You want to rule over everything? Fine. Very fine. You are powerful and mighty. But all of this is established on absolute strength. You have not fully matured, yet you are so insolent. Aren't you being too full of yourself? How old are you? What sort of cultivation level are you at? You don't even think anything of the black-armored demon god? Your tone is as if you are guaranteed to kill the black-armored demon god, and to infect the world, rewarding people based on their contributions. Who do you think you are? If you can kill the black-armored demon god, you are a peerless emperor. If you can't kill him, then you are just a joke. While Mystic Tiger spoke, he had a ferocious expression on his face. Yun's threats made him nearly go crazy. He had lived for very long, and he was accustomed to enjoying an elevated status. Usually, any junior would be respectful towards him, but now, he was threatened by a junior in such a way, yet, he had to endure the threat. How could he not be infuriated? Mystic Tiger's words were actually what was on many of the humans' minds. Yun was powerful, but could he truly escape from the black-armored demon god? He had disappeared for more than half a year ever since the black-armored demon god appeared. Yun had never had a direct clash with the black-armored demon god, so how could he know how terrifying the black-armored demon god was? Young man, don't be so insolent. Arrogant people tend to die due to their arrogance. Another legendary human figure spoke. Against Yun's threat, the humans began their retaliation. Yun could not even be bothered with them. Are you done? You can't beat me, so you root for the black-armored demon god, who slaughtered your immediate bloodline, your grandchildren, and chased you out of your territories, to kill me? So this is your martial path? Pathetic! Yun's every word was biting and harsh to the ear, so much so that the legendary human figures present had no way to rebut. Counting on their enemy to kill an enemy was indeed pathetic. Many of the legendary human figures could no longer stand the humiliation, and they were about to leave the meeting hall, but at this moment... Phew! A dark and cold aura enshrouded them without warning. Before the human race and desolate race warriors could react, they felt like they had crashed into an icy chasm. The cold aura was biting to the bone, as if it was about to freeze the flowing yuan qi and blood in their meridians. This is... Everyone was alarmed. This meeting hall had a protective array. What sort of sudden aura was this? Many looked at Yun and Lin Xintong. Some of them suspected that such terrifying aura came from Yun and Lin Xintong. However, seeing how Yun was frowning slightly, this had likely nothing to do with him. Could it be? Upon sensing the intense aura, many people shuddered. Was it the black-armored demon god? The aura was extremely suppressing. It was so powerful that people felt like they were turning limp. Yang Qingyun, who had a weaker cultivation level, as well as the desolate race maids in charge of services in the meeting, could not withstand it at all. Their faces turned pale as they shivered all over. Upon seeing this, Yun split out a bit of his aura and injected it into Yang Qingyun and the desolate race maids, allowing them to withstand the terrifying aura. If not, the yuan qi in their bodies could even freeze up, so much to the point of their dantian shattering from frost. Thank you, Yang Qingyun said with a trembling voice. With her trembling lips, she felt as helpless as drifting in a storm. The black-armored demon god is coming. In the meeting hall, be it the human race warriors or the desolate race warriors, they were all nervous and distraught. The moment the black-armored demon god arrived, it would be a bloody storm. Yet, they had not made preparations to go to war. The black-armored demon god. Yun interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal and he spread his perception in all directions. Everything around him turned transparent. Immediately, far into the distance, Yun saw a pair of red eyes. It appeared mounted in the dark space, staring right at him. Upon feeling these eyes stare at him, Yun felt his heart tighten. He felt like every inch of his skin was being pricked by a needle. Yun was already certain that the other party was no doubt the black-armored demon god. Through this gaze, Yun could sense the black-armored demon god's soul. Cold, powerful, brutal, and a hint of chaos. His spiritual energy was extremely unstable. It was like there were dozens of spiritual energy turbulences rampaging. And every strand of spiritual turbulence was sufficient enough to destroy a human race Imperial King's soul sea. In this way, Yi-Yun exchanged stares with the black-armored demon god through this unknown spacetime. And at this moment, the people in the meeting hall sensed that Yi-Yun was facing the black-armored demon god directly. He was enduring most of the aura that the black-armored demon god enshrouded the meeting hall with. Yi-Yun! Yunar! Lin Xintong and Jiang Sharo immediately turned tense. No one expected that the black-armored demon god would suddenly traverse across spacetime at this moment, projecting his spiritual energy over. Yunar, the black-armored demon god has locked onto you. Jiang Sharo said anxiously. She had once been locked onto by the black-armored demon god's spiritual energy. She knew very well what it felt like. And in fact, back in the desolate race headquarters, the aura that the black-armored demon god produced when locking onto Jiang Sharo was not as powerful. Jiang Sharo never expected that this meeting would have such an outcome. Yi-Yun had been locked onto by the black-armored demon god. That was the worst news possible. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717, Going Against the Flow. Chapter 717, Going Against the Flow. I'm being locked onto by the black-armored demon god? To be able to lock his spiritual energy onto me through such a distance, what sort of magical power is that? Jiang Sharo's words made Yi-Yun's heart wince. He could indeed feel the cold spiritual energy from the black-armored demon god forming a mysterious connection with his body at this very moment. It was most likely an extremely powerful spiritual energy law. Could it be that the black-armored demon god had been using the spiritual connection with Jiang Sharo to watch the situation in the meeting hall? Just thinking of this tightened Yi-Yun's heart. This black-armored demon god was indeed not trivial. After the black-armored demon god's spiritual energy firmly locked onto Yi-Yun, the pressure that enveloped the meeting hall slowly weakened, and shortly after, it disappeared like the receding tide. Everyone felt their bodies lighten. Their bodies' yuan qi and blood flow were no longer repressed. The demon god had left. After the pressure completely disappeared, people were sweating profusely. The pressure was too great, making them feel like the black-armored demon god would arrive at the very next moment and begin another massacre. What a close call! I thought that the black-armored demon god was coming. Fortunately, he left. He must not have recovered from his injuries. He extended his presence mainly because of Yi-Yun. A human elder said as his eyes landed on Yi-Yun. Actually, even if Jiang Sharo did not mention it, the people in the hall had already realized that the spiritual energy pressure from the black-armored demon god was mainly concentrated on Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun was the focus of the black-armored demon god's enveloping spiritual energy. Yi-Yun has been spiritually locked onto by the black-armored demon god. The legendary human figures quickly realized this fact. This was similar to Jiang Sharo, and it was equivalent to appearing on the kill list of the black-armored demon god. It is most likely that the black-armored demon god has been monitoring the meeting through means beyond our comprehension. Yi-Yun's arrogant remarks must have incurred the black-armored demon god's wrath. Indeed, if I were the black-armored demon god, I would not let such an insolent genius, who might one day threaten myself, exist. Yi-Yun had been aggressive and insolent with his words. Other than threatening many factions amongst the Tian Yuan world, he did not even seem to show any fear towards the black-armored demon god. Ha ha! Mystic Tiger laughed. There was an obvious sense of schadenfreude in his laughter. What did that kid just say? Something like when facing the black-armored demon god, even if he was no match for him, he would have quite the confidence at escaping. And something like him having plenty of time and he can slowly drag it out. Unfortunately, he has been targeted by the black-armored demon god. What time does he have left? With the present situation, does he still have thoughts of ruling over the Tian Yuan world's new order? He even said that he could influence the new order by about 80 or 90% and that it was something that he admitted he was capable of. Now, with death at his doorstep, what arrogance is there left for him? Ha ha ha. Mystic Tiger was soothed in his heart. Many of the legendary human figures had been completely repressed by Yi Yun's aura and arrogance a moment ago. They were infuriated with nowhere to vent their anger. They could not do anything to Yi Yun, but the black-armored demon god could. Anyone knew how to brag. Behind the black-armored demon god, you could say anything that disparaged the black-armored demon god. But now, with the black-armored demon god marking you with a kill order, how are you to carry on with your charades? Being overly arrogant indeed doesn't let you live long. This Yi Yun basically caused his own death. Just a momentary slip of the tongue gave him a spiritual lock-on by the black-armored demon god. He will definitely be pursued by the black-armored demon god till the ends of the world in the future. He's doomed. The legendary human figures privately discussed this matter through voice transmissions. They naturally did not dare say such things openly in front of Yi Yun. Actually, they too were afraid that after Yi Yun was killed by the black-armored demon god, the black-armored demon god would slaughter the world. The best outcome was that Yi Yun would heavily injure the black-armored demon god before being killed, then that would be perfect. However, what made Mystic Tiger and company surprised was that they did not see any flustered or panicked expressions on Yi Yun's face. Yi Yun was only silent and he had not spoken a single word. He did not look at the humans, but instead, he quietly sat at his seat. He looked at his palm, like he was considering something. What is this kid up to? Ignore him. We can just leave. Yi Yun and Zhang Xiaro have been targeted. This battle is already inevitable for the desolate race and Yi Yun. As the legendary human figures left, it was surprising that the Sanctuary Island couple remained. The two of them looked at Yi Yun and they did not disturb his thoughts. In fact, ever since Yi Yun appeared in the meeting hall, other than the couple exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Yun, they barely spoke. Towards the human race's departure or their conditions, the two of them did not express any of their views. Yi Yun looked up and glanced at the Sanctuary Island couple. For the two of them to stay behind, it was apparent that they had something to tell him. However, he did not engage in conversation with them. He had something important to do. The black-armored demon god was locking onto him using a spiritual mark. It was a connection that reached across space-time. After the planting of the lock, the black-armored demon god could precisely locate him at any time. This spiritual mark was after all just a form of spiritual soul energy. As long as it was energy, Yi Yun was not afraid. He had the purple crystal origins that controlled energy. A divine item like the purple crystal could absorb and manipulate energy, even if it came from the Azure Yang Lord, much less the energy condensed by the black-armored demon god. As such, as long as Yi Yun carefully examined it, he would have the ability to dispel the energy. However, what Yi Yun was thinking wasn't about dissolving this energy. He had the God Advent Tower and several hidden cards up his sleeve. He was already planning on fighting the black-armored demon god. Even if the black-armored demon god did not lock onto him, he would also not escape. There were no effects from being locked onto, so Yi Yun wasn't afraid at all. What was on Yi Yun's mind at the moment was how the spiritual soul energy lurking in his body was constantly connected to the black-armored demon god. This allowed the black-armored demon god to lock onto him, but then, could he use this faint link to travel upstream and lock onto the black-armored demon god's location instead? With the purple crystal, Yi Yun felt that it was not something difficult. If the legendary human figures knew about his thoughts, they would be absolutely stunned, rendering them speechless. Typically, if someone was locked onto by the black-armored demon god, it was equivalent to a death sentence. It would be not bad if one could welcome death. Others, who were more resolute, would think of means to wipe away the mark planted by this god of death. But just think of the black-armored demon god's power, could his killing mark be so easily wiped off? However, Yi Yun, who could use the purple crystal to wipe out this killing mark, not only did not do so, he even wanted to follow the vines to the melon and find the black-armored demon god, taking action against the black-armored demon god. Such a crazy idea was probably something that the desolate race would not accept if they knew about it, much less the human race. Was he afraid of not dying earlier? This thought of Iyun's was not made at the spur of a moment. Finding his enemy's location definitely had its benefits. As for what to do after the black-armored demon god was found, it will depend on the situation of how injured the black-armored demon god was at the moment. Be it the human race or desolate race warriors, they were all thinking of how the black-armored demon god would come with a forceful stance after he recovered from his wounds. But Iyun's take on the matter was why not take the initiative to attack as compared to waiting for a prepared black-armored demon god, which would mean fighting him at his peak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 718, Alliance. Chapter 718, Alliance. The thought of finding the black-armored demon god lingered in Iyun's mind. He meditated for a full 15 minutes before he figured out where the energy mark was in his body. He was in no rush to go against the flow to locate the black-armored demon god. He looked up at the Sanctuary Island couple. "Is there something that the two of you want to discuss with me?" The couple looked each other in the eye as the man smiled and said, "It's actually nothing important. The both of us were actually leaning towards retreating from the remote mountains with the human race. It is not because we were afraid to die, but we felt that it was meaningless to make pointless sacrifices. However, with young Master Yi and Fairy Lin returning this time, it seems that there will be an intense battle. Since young Master Yi is so confident, I'm actually quite curious. After discussing it with my wife, the two of us have decided to stay behind as witnesses to young Master Yi's grand battle with the black-armored demon god. This is probably the battle that has the highest chance of seriously injuring the black-armored demon god. The two of us do not wish to miss such a battle. And by staying behind, we might give some insignificant help." The island lord, surnamed Ing, touched on the matter lightly, and he slightly surprised Iyun. The Sanctuary Island couple was actually planning on staying to fight to the death. He was confident that he could escape from the black-armored demon god, but the Sanctuary Island couple might not have the means. There was the danger of dying if they stayed behind. As members of the human race, to fight alongside the desolate race at the risk of death, this had won a lot of goodwill with Iyun. If one talked about fearing Iyun, the Sanctuary Island couple were the least afraid of Iyun. The couple were without kin and they were completely isolated. They lived in seclusion at Sanctuary Island and it was not a large faction. They were like as unworldly as the wild stock or floating clouds. Even if the factions of the Tian Yuan world were ruled and distributed by him, it would not affect them. Thank you for being so understanding of the correct principles. Iyun clasped his fists. He was a person who would settle scores with his enemies, but he too was a grateful person. He had noted the Sanctuary Island couple's goodwill. Since we have now forged an alliance, I wonder if young Master Yi plans on informing us of your ideas? From young Master Yi's expression, I feel like young Master Yi already has an idea of how to handle the situation. The Sanctuary Island Lord asked. He noticed how Iyun looked calm from the beginning. He did not have the panic that should have resulted from having a mark planted on him. Although he did not think that Iyun could do anything to the black-armored demon god's mark, since Iyun wasn't afraid, then it meant that he had plans in preparation towards facing the black-armored demon god in a life-and-death battle. If it wasn't for this, Iyun would also not have categorically rejected the human's conditions, and shrugged off the cosmic infinite array. The Sanctuary Island couple had decided on staying behind to fight to the death, so it was reasonable to make such a request. However, the matter of how the purple crystal could control the black-armored demon god's spiritual energy was not something that Iyun wanted to explain. He pondered for a moment before saying, I originally had a plan, but after tonight, the situation might change. So, I plan on waiting for an outcome before making it clear to the two of you. The Sanctuary Island couple was surprised. With regards to the black-armored demon god, even if it were a few nights, there shouldn't be any changes. What was one more night? However, since it was said by Yi-Yun, the Sanctuary Island couple looked each other in the eye before nodding. One of them said, "If that is the case, the both of us shall await the news." All right then. The debate had gone on for a long while today. The both of you must be tired, so have an early rest and recharge yourselves. Yi-Yun said politely. The Sanctuary Island couple could tell that Yi-Yun had something to say to Jiang Xiaoro and company. So with a smile, they stood up and said, "Then we shall take our leave first." The former desolate queen summoned two maids, who respectfully led the Sanctuary Island couple out of the hall. As long as they fought alongside them, members of the human race would receive the respect of the desolate race. After the Sanctuary Island couple left, Jiang Xiaoro came in front of Yi-Yun. She was worried and feeling terrible. She planned on persuading Yi-Yun to go far away. But now, Yi-Yun had been locked onto by the black-armored demon god. She believed in what Yi-Yun said about being able to escape from the black-armored demon god, but now with the black-armored demon god locking onto him, it would be useless even if he could escape. After escaping, no matter which ends of the planet he was on, he would be quickly found by the black-armored demon god. It was like a maggot in a tarsal bone that could not be removed. Yi-Yun was strong, but was he strong enough to escape from the black-armored demon god time and time again? Sis Xiaoro, there's no need to worry. Actually, I already have a plan. The black-armored demon god's lock onto me actually has little impact. Instead, it has given me a chance. Yi-Yun said. What chance? The former desolate queen and Jiang Xiaoro were surprised. This matter was something that anyone would try to avoid as hard as possible, yet Yi-Yun had said that it had given him a chance. Even Lin Xintong's eyes flickered. She too did not know what Yi-Yun was up to. Senior Qing Kuei. Yi-Yun suddenly looked at Shepherd Boy. Although his present status and strength was above Shepherd Boy, Yi-Yun still owed him his life from before. So up to now, he was still extremely respectful to Shepherd Boy. Shepherd Boy nodded and said, "Young Master Yi, please speak." I wonder if Senior Shepherd Boy is willing to accept the transference of the mark planted by the black-armored demon god on me to you? From Yi-Yun's previous rumination, he had made a decision. He wanted to use the spiritual mark planted by the black-armored demon god and find him by following the vine to the melon. However, he could not bring the spiritual mark with him when approaching the black-armored demon god, or it would alert the enemy. Hence, this spiritual mark needed to be borne by someone. And this person had to stay behind when he went into action. A typical warrior could not bear the spiritual pressure of the black-armored demon god. The person most suitable here was Shepherd Boy. He was resolute and trustworthy. Shepherd Boy was momentarily surprised before saying immediately, "You can transfer the black-armored demon god's spiritual mark?" Be it the former desolate queen or Jiang Xiaoro, they were completely dumbfounded when they heard this. The black-armored demon god's spiritual mark was extremely powerful. Just removing it was almost impossible, and he wanted to transfer it to another person? Was it possible? I'll give it a try. I also do not know if it is possible. As long as Senior Qing Kuei agrees, then I can begin now. After the battle with the black-armored demon god, I will naturally remove the spiritual mark from Senior's body. Yi-Yun did not say it with certainty. If it was removing a tracking mark, it was much easier compared to transferring the mark. I naturally am willing. Then, can you also transfer the mark on Her Majesty's body? Shepherd Boy hurriedly asked. He was loyal to the desolate race and he would not hesitate to die for Jiang Xiaoro. Yi-Yun said, "Senior, rest assured. This tracking mark is not a problem at all. Not only can I transfer it, I can also wipe it away. However, if I were to do that now, it might alert the black-armored demon god." Yi-Yun never put the tracking mark at heart. As for Jiang Xiaoro's safety, he was also not worried. He had the God Advent Tower. With a few words, Yi Yun lessened the tension of the situation. His confidence and calmness infected many of the people present. It caused the solemn atmosphere of every man fighting to the death to become not as daunting. "Oh yes, Senior Cheng Kue, Your Majesty. These are my mentors and friends from the Taya Divine Kingdom. Back when Taya Divine City was invaded, they were captured and they have been held in the remote mountains for more than 10 years. Now, they have been conscripted into the Desolate Race Army." As Yi Yun spoke, he walked towards Song Yan and company. Song Yan, Jian Ge and Yang Qingyun were already at a loss as to what to say. Whatever happened today went beyond their understanding. Yi Yun not only possessed the status of being the leader of the Tian Yuan world, he had also become the backbone of the resistance against the black-armored demon god. What seemed like a hopeless situation seemed to be alleviated with his appearance. There was a feeling of hope. To be able to reverse the situation of the world while engaging in gaily chatter, Yi Yun had become such a figure in less than 20 years' time. It was truly remarkable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719, Late Night Sneak Attack. Chapter 719, Late Night Sneak Attack. Ever since Song Yan, Jian Ge and company were locked up in the remote mountains, they had led secluded lives. They did not know what had happened all these years. As for the desolate race, they had also forgotten about them. Later on, when they were conscripted into the desolate race army, their freedom was limited, and they were fated to die under the hands of the black-armored demon god. And because of Yi Yun, a cloud wilderness youth who had entered the Taya Divine City more than 10 years ago, they had regained their freedom, and they had also received unprecedented treatment from the desolate race. This made Song Yan, Jian Ge and company feel as if they were in a dream. They were sent to the Lin family's domain. These days, the Lin family enjoyed an outstanding status in the remote mountains. They did not join the human race's alliance, but the various factions of the human race would visit the Lin family on a daily basis in continuous streams. The Lin family had produced Lin Xintong, a proud daughter of heaven that would one day become a peerless great empress, as well as Yi Yun, a prospective son-in-law who was in no way weaker than Lin Xintong. Without any surprises, the Lin family would one day become the #1 faction in the Tian Yuan world. No faction would dare to offend such a family clan. "Your Majesty." After settling in Song Yan and company, Yi Yun looked at the former desolate queen. "Yi Yun, I really have to thank you this time." The former desolate queen looked lovingly at Yi Yun. Zhang Xiaoro's brother was indeed remarkable. At today's meeting, if it wasn't for Yi Yun, no one knew how it would have developed. "Your Majesty, I have an array formation here that I'll be passing on to you." As Yi Yun spoke, he took out the God-confining lock arrays, array disc and array flags. Array formation? When the former desolate queen heard this, she was delighted. So Yi Yun also had an array formation. No wonder he could reject the human race in such a manner. There were 81 array flags in the God-confining lock array. They were all sealed in the central array disc. This array disc was about a square foot in size. When the former desolate queen received it, she did not find anything special about it. However, she understood that for Yi Yun to produce this array formation, it had to be extraordinary. It might even greatly exceed the cosmic infinite array. "Xintong, you stay with the desolate race to study this array. Senior shepherd boy, please follow me." Yi Yun took a deep breath. As he spoke, for precautionary measures, he had used the purple crystal to isolate the surrounding energies. He did not know when the black-armored demon god would recover from his injuries, so he had to make haste. "All right." Shepherd boy looked calm, while on the other side, Zhang Xiaoro and Lin Xintong were worried. From Yi Yun's words, they could tell that Yi Yun was planning something, and he was about to go into action. "Yuner, are you going to make a move on the black-armored demon god now?" Zhang Xiaoro asked. "Yes, if there's no surprises, I'll be going tonight." "In such a rush?" Are you going in alone? Lin Shinton's eyebrows pricked up slightly. She believed that she would accompany Yi Yun. If the two of them joined forces, their combat strength would be even stronger. Yi Yun said, Shinton, the responsibility of the God-confining lock array is yours. Me going alone is enough. I'll be even more flexible this way. It's better to do it sooner than later. If the black-armored demon god has recovered from his wounds, then there will be no meaning for me to go. Shinton, you organized the desolate race's experts and practiced the god-confining lock array overnight. Be prepared for the black-armored demon god to attack at any time. The battle might happen not too far away. In a few words, Yi Yun had readied the battle instructions. No one questioned Yi Yun's ideas. They could only follow them at this point in time. With that, Yi Yun went into a cultivation chamber with Shepherd Boy. Be it the conversation from before or the transference of the energy mark, Yi Yun isolated all possible forms of probing with the purple crystal. After 6 hours, Shepherd Boy came out of the cultivation chamber with a weary expression. The spiritual energy of the black-armored demon god had been transferred into his body. And when the spiritual energy was transferred by Yi Yun also used the faint spiritual connection to roughly locate the black-armored demon god. Yi Yun had guessed that the black-armored demon god was sleeping. With the purple crystal's perception, the black-armored demon god's spiritual energy was maintaining a weak state most of the time. Yi Yun did not know what would happen during his sneak attack on the black-armored demon god. But even if it did not achieve the desired effect, it was definitely better than facing the black-armored demon god at his peak condition. Late into the night, Yi Yun shot up into the sky and flew far away from the remote mountains. After that, a miniature pagoda flew out of his body. The miniature pagoda was spinning in front of Yi Yun, and following that, Yi Yun's body constantly shrunk till he was sucked into the miniature pagoda. Yi Yun hid himself in the God Advent Tower, and then directed the God Advent Tower in the direction of the black-armored demon god's hiding location. By doing this, it was a matter of precaution. Yi Yun did not know if the black-armored demon god was able to be aware of his presence while treating his wounds. With the God Advent Tower's array protecting him and the purple crystal's energy isolation, this double level of insurance made Yi Yun believe that there would be no problems. With that, a miniature pagoda shuttled through the night sky. After Yi Yun flew out of the remote mountains, he flew tens of thousands of miles until he came to a spot above a pine tree forest. High in the sky, the light rays around the God Advent Tower distorted slightly as it was hidden with array techniques. It disappeared under the moonlight, with no one being able to detect the God Advent Tower's presence. Yi Yun used his perception to bypass the God Advent Tower and he looked at the pine forest beneath him. He could vaguely sense that the black-armored demon god was hidden here, but as for the actual location, Yi Yun had no way of confirming it. Since the black-armored demon god was recuperating, he had to conceal himself. If not, in the divine wilderness where there were numerous primordial true spirits, if one primordial true spirit was attracted to him, it might affect his recuperation process even if it could not harm him. The black-armored demon god's powers were unfathomable. With him having the intention to hide, no ordinary person would be able to find him. However, Yi Yun was different. He had the purple crystal's energy vision. Under the energy vision, nothing could hide. With Yi Yun's cultivation level and nomological insights improving, his energy vision could already encompass 50 kilometers. If he was patient enough, he would not take more than 4 hours to scan through the vast pine forest. The moonlight flowed down like water as the pine forest remained silent. In the pine forest, there was a clear mountain stream flowing. It meandered around with all forms of bends, with a source high in the sky. It looked like a haven of peace. Without any murderous intent or gathering of yin energy, there was only the occasional breeze that rustled the forest. A thin layer of moonlight seemed to transform into a silver mist that slowly flowed through the forest. Just from this scene, it was hard to believe that this was the hiding spot of the black-armored demon god. However, Yi Yun did not have any doubts as he searched area by area. Soon, he discovered a strange spot in the pine forest. There were almost no desolate beasts in this pine forest. Other than the sound of the clear spring water flowing, it was as silent as a cemetery, giving people a shuddering feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720, In Spring. Chapter 720, In Spring. Ian looked down from high in the sky and he discovered that there were 9 rivers in the pine forest. These 9 rivers winded around and they eventually converged in the center of the pine forest. Here, there was a lake that wasn't very large. It looked like a beast's eye from high in the sky. The 9 rivers constantly provided it with spring water, but this lake was less than a mile in radius. There was no outlet, so it was unknown where the water flowed to. After watching it for a while, Ian suddenly had a feeling that the 9 rivers were like 9 flood dragons that revolved around a dragon pearl. This is... With a sudden thought, Ian probed his perception underground. Previously, Ian's energy vision was radiated in all directions so as to search the pine forest quickly. But now, Ian reduced the scope of his energy vision. Most of his spiritual energy was used to probe underground. With his energy vision constantly going deeper, Ian's heart jumped when he saw the scene underground. What looked like a tranquil pine forest actually had underground network of Ian roots. Every Ian root corresponded to a river. The rivers meandered and they eventually came together. And that lake was where all the underground Ian roots eventually converged. The lake was extremely deep. Instead of calling it a lake, it was better of describing it as a well. This well-like lake extended deep underground, becoming the gathering point of the Ian energy. This made Ian shudder because he felt like this lake was a passage to the underworld. So that is the reason. This strange land gathers all the Ian killing energy of the ground together. The divine wilderness is so vast, so it's no surprise that such a place exists. And for the black-armored demon god to actually find such a place, he used it as a place for his recuperation. The black-armored demon god's energy leaned towards Ian killing energy. It was not limited to the black-armored demon god, even Blood Moon was the same. Back then, the reason they chose the Soul Tomb as the Blood Moon's core was all for this reason. By recuperating under the Ian spring, the black-armored demon god could achieve double the results with half the effort. Ian closed his eyes, and he carefully extended his energy vision into the deepest depths of the lake. And indeed, he sensed distorted spatial dimensional laws. The black-armored demon god was hiding in a warped space in the deep lake. But even such a warped space could not block Ian's probe. He finally saw the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god had a majestic build. He was completely naked and his black hair sprawled down, covering his back. He was dark-skinned and it was like divine metal that had been tempered thousands of times. Muscles with trenchant-looking lines entwined around him like a dragon. The black-armored demon god's muscles looked like they would burst at any time, but surprisingly, they did not look jarring. In fact, his body's proportions were perfect. From top to bottom, his body was filled with the beauty of strength. In front of the black-armored demon god, he had taken off his black armor and he had arranged it in a human form. The empty helmet was facing the black-armored demon god, like the armor had a life of its own. The demon god had taken off his armor. When generals were leading battle campaigns, they would never take off their armor while leading the troops, resting or sleeping. They would remove their armor only when they were injured. As Ian looked at the black-armored demon god, he seemed to see the scenes of the black-armored demon god wearing his armor, ruling the world in battle. However, the black-armored demon god was not a general in charge of the world, he was a demon that slaughtered all sentient beings. He was filled with the stench of blood and death. As Ian observed the black-armored demon god, he had converged all his aura. But even so, Ian noticed that the black-armored demon god had suddenly opened his eyes at one point in time. They were a pair of black eyes with a touch of crimson, seemed like a ghostly fire in the darkness, emanating coldness in all directions. The black-armored demon god definitely could not sense the purple crystal's presence, but the battle instincts of the black-armored demon god woke him up. However, when he probed his surroundings with his spiritual energy, he did not discover a thing. With the purple crystal and the God Advent Tower's double protection, there was no way that he could discover Yi-Yun. Under these circumstances, even with the black-armored demon god's battle instincts, he eventually quietened down. There was no way for him to stop his recuperating process just because of a feeling that suddenly appeared and that disappeared just as quickly. He still had many things left to do. And at this moment, Yi-Yun was like a patient hunter, waiting high above the lake. Through his energy vision, Yi-Yun could see the black-armored demon god's energy flow clearly. The black-armored demon god was indeed injured. The wounds left behind by the sacred spirit had not only injured his physical body, but it had also wounded his soul sea. In the black-armored demon god's soul sea, Yi-Yun could sense extremely chaotic spiritual energy, like his condition was extremely unstable. Yi-Yun was waiting for the critical moment in the black-armored demon god's recuperation. Be it seclusion for breakthroughs or circulating their cultivation techniques for healing, warriors needed an absolutely safe place. At times, they would even need people to protect them. This was because they could not be disturbed at a critical moment. If not, they would suffer the backlash of their energies. If it was any more serious, they might even suffer a chi deviation. Yi-Yun was waiting precisely for that opportunity, allowing him to severely injure the black-armored demon god. Time slowly passed as the bright moon set in the west. The eastern horizon suffused a glowing layer as the stars in the night sky dimmed. It was nearly dawn. The black-armored demon god had already completely ignored that unknown sense of foreboding. He was completely immersed in his recuperation, and now, he was undergoing a critical step in his healing process. He was fixing the wounds in his soul sea, wiping out the chaotic energy flows from his soul sea bit by bit. A human's soul sea was the weakest. Even the black-armored demon god was no different. In the energy vision, Yi-Yun spotted his chance as his eyes lit up. Now was the time. After waiting for hours, Yi-Yun had constantly kept himself in peak condition. All his energy was poised to strike, all for this very moment. His great Empress Heart Sutra circulated as his Yuan Qi exploded. His two powerful aspect totems, the Golden Crow and the 9 Neonate, appeared in the sky. For the strike after converging his strength for so long, Yi-Yun did not use his sword, but instead, he used the God Advent Tower. Even if his strength improved greatly, Yi-Yun was still unable to fully control the God Advent Tower. In a true face-off, Yi-Yun could not use the God Advent Tower at all. He would be like a 3-year-old child waving a sledgehammer. It would be slow and it would be unable to strike anyone. It would also be extremely draining. But now, to strike a fixed target, the God Advent Tower was most appropriate. The force of the entire God Advent Tower slamming down was much more powerful than the pure Yang broken sword. Boom! The God Advent Tower mercilessly came slamming down, collapsing the void. There was a tumultuous explosion on the surface of the Yin Lake, as endless amount of lake water flew up into the sky. The God Advent Tower kept falling straight down, slamming the black-armored demon god right at the bottom. Yi-Yun had used all his strength for this strike without holding back. He knew that he only had one chance to strike with the God Advent Tower. And if he fought with the pure Yang broken sword, it would be difficult for him to produce power of this scale again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721, Injuring the Demon God. Chapter 721, Injuring the Demon God. Boom! 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 The pressure that came crashing down with the God Advent Tower fracturing the Yin Lake. The lake's water brought with it unquantifiable amounts of mud and stone, surging in all directions. It formed a gigantic mud wave that had the power of the torrential tide. It was a mystical land formation created naturally by the laws of creation. The land itself was protected by Yin energy, but even so, soil was still soil. How could it withstand the God Advent Tower's strike? Before the God Advent Tower reached the black-armored demon god, he felt a terrifying pressure surging at him. The black-armored demon god was at a critical stage of his reclusive recuperation. With his existence greatly threatened, the black-armored demon god had to forcefully wake up despite being immersed in an ethereal state. Oh! To be interrupted from his ethereal state, black-armored demon god was enraged but alarmed. He abruptly opened his eyes, with his face having an unnatural paleness to it. Instantly, he felt his energy backlash against him. But at this point in time, the tremendous danger he sensed forced him to ignore the chaotic spiritual energy in his soul sea. He looked up and he saw the black bottom of the God Advent Tower crashing downwards. The wanton aura seemed to be a strike straight at his soul. He was alarmed. This feeling. It was a familiar feeling. An impact that he had once felt and feared deeply was embedded deep in his memories. Having been sealed for tens of millions of years had caused his mind to be a blur. Many things were nearly forgotten. But now, that sudden sensation made him remember something. That man and that woman. And that pagoda. That sword. Tens of millions of years ago, he had been suppressed by the divine pagoda, and pierced through by a sword. Now, that scene was repeating itself. Although this feeling was much weaker compared to tens of millions of years ago, it still made the heavily injured black-armored demon god suffer from his chaotic soul sea. The God Advent Tower strike had a hidden pain in his heart. Roar! 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 The black-armored demon god let out a blood-curdling scream, as he used all his energy to forcefully repress the injuries that his soul and body were suffering. As the entire lake exploded, he grabbed the black lance beside him. Boom! The lance pierced through the void. There was no energy fluctuation, but a surging force came with this simple stab. It was like the heaven-earth Yin energy gathered by the 9 Yin flood dragons was condensed together by the black-armored demon god's lance. The lance and the divine pagoda clashed together without any gaudy display. The entire lake collapsed. The God Advent Tower was forcefully stopped, and it was even sent backwards. Yun's soul was directly connected to the God Advent Tower. The divine strength that the black-armored demon god had exerted was enough to cause his body to shudder. Yun's organs writhed, making him suffer internal injuries. Terrifying. Yun turned stern. The black-armored demon god was too powerful. Despite striking him while he was recuperating, he was still able to withstand his God Advent Tower's attack. Who? A horrifying voice erupted from the bottom of the lake. The already turbulent flow of water burst upwards once again with this roar. Ever since the black-armored demon god appeared, he had only engaged in massacre after massacre. He did not speak a word, like he was a demonic lord who did not have any intelligence or emotions. But today, he spoke. The ancient tones he used was very different to the language the present Tian Yuan world used. It was a result of Yun and the God Advent Tower's appearance that had awoken the memories buried deep in the recesses of his mind. It made him extremely agitated. This ear-splitting voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth. At this moment, Yun could not care about his injuries. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved the God Advent Tower. And almost at the same time, boom! An explosion occurred at the Yin Lake's opening, completely destroying it, as the barebacked black-armored demon god charged up. With a black lance in hand, his eyes were like an ancient desolate beast. Just looking into his eyes made one feel like one's soul would be injured. It's you! The black-armored demon god spoke with a loud but succinct voice, which Yun found difficult to comprehend. He could sense that the black-armored demon god's voice was filled with alarm and disbelief. The black-armored demon god knew Yun, and that he was on his kill list. He had locked onto Yun's position, but he had never expected Yun to suddenly appear above the Yin Lake, precisely locating the spot where he was recuperating. And what was even more unexpected to him was that Yun actually had the God Advent Tower. That divine pagoda that was once held in the hands of that man in ancient times was now in Yun's hands. He was that man's successor. The black-armored demon god's eyes flashed with killing intent. Die! As he brandished his lance, he stabbed it straight at Yun. This attack didn't have any fanciful moves, but it caused space to lock up, preventing anyone from dodging. However, Yun was already prepared. He did not move, nor did he try to escape the sealed space. The God Advent Tower spinned above his head before landing over him, enclosing Yun within it. Boom! The God Advent Tower suddenly quaked as the black-armored demon god's lance stabbed it. The thunderous impact could crush mountains, but it did not leave a single mark on the God Advent Tower, leaving it flawless. Although the God Advent Tower was unharmed, Yun, whose consciousness was connected to it, still experienced a tremendous amount of force. Even with the God Advent Tower protecting him, Yun still felt his soul being injured. The intense force sent the God Advent Tower flying backwards. This suited Yun's intentions, as he used the momentum in his favor as he controlled the God Advent Tower to fly far into the distance. After his sneak attack, he immediately retreated. Naturally, he did not plan to have a head-on clash with the black-armored demon god. Every attack of the black-armored demon god was extremely terrifying. If they were to land on him, it would immediately tear him apart. Trying to escape? Seeing Yun about to retreat, the black-armored demon god was enraged. With the lance in hand, he chased after Yun. However, at this moment, his body convulsed as his expression turned ugly. As his body trembled, bloody cracks appeared on the muscles of his upper body. His body was about to crack. However, as his body was cracking, his muscles were also recovering as fast as the eyes could see. He was injured. He was originally in recuperation, and he had been sneak attacked by Yun. He forcefully struck back, but his two attacks were fruitless. This greatly exacerbated his condition. If he were to carry on chasing Yun, his injuries would worsen. And the crux of the matter was that Yun had the God Advent Tower. By hiding in the God Advent Tower, it was the best protection for Yun. However, the God Advent Tower was not invincible. Once the God Advent Tower's energy was drained of its energy, its protective arrays would turn ineffective. This would allow the black-armored demon god to enter the God Advent Tower and kill the hiding Yun. However, how could the current him drain the God Advent Tower's protective array of its energy? The black-armored demon god's face turned ashen as he watched the God Advent Tower fly far away. He split out a piece of his spiritual energy so he could tag the God Advent Tower. The God Advent Tower was a treasure that the Azure Yang Lord brought from the 12 Empyrean heavens. The moment it used its concealment array, the black-armored demon god would not be able to detect the God Advent Tower's presence. He needed to confirm the location of the God Advent Tower. However, just as his spiritual energy landed on the God Advent Tower, he felt a tiny prick in his soul see. Oh! He was astonished to realize that the connection between his spiritual energy and his main body had been severed. That human had a way to deal with his spiritual energy? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722, Seamless Body. Chapter 722, Seamless Body. After the spiritual energy was devoured by Yun's use of the purple crystal, the God Advent Tower quickly disappeared from the demon god's vision. And immediately after that, the God Advent Tower's concealment array was activated, and with that, Yun and the God Advent Tower disappeared in thin air. The black-armored demon god watched as the God Advent Tower disappeared. He could not detect the God Advent Tower despite extending his perception, making his face turn ashen. His lips twitched gently. His muscles were still cracking and healing. As blood flowed out of the cracks on his flesh, and on the surface of his naked muscles, it did not coagulate. Instead, it was absorbed by his skin. It was like his flesh was like a sponge, never wasting a single ounce of blood or energy. This sort of body was termed a seamless body. The 360 acupuncture points were cultivated perfectly, allowing him to freely absorb heaven-earth yuan qi. Yet, not a single acupuncture point would let energy leak out. His body itself had no weakness, be it in terms of recovery and endurance. They were absolutely phenomenal. In the Tian Yuan world, a seamless body of such quality had never been recorded in the historical books, as it was something that could not be trained. Even in the 12 Empyrean heavens, such a body was the envy of numerous warriors. The God Advent Tower has appeared. It's that man's successor. The black-armored demon god said with a deep, low whisper while the muscles on his face were twitching violently. Yi Yun's appearance made him feel that there was a crisis on his hands. Such a crisis awakened some of his consciousness. It made a portion of his memories resurface from the depths of his mind once again. Ah! The black-armored demon god suddenly held his head. The excruciating headache and the turmoil of his soul made the black-armored demon god experience even more pain than what his originally damaged soul was experiencing. The black-armored demon god suddenly lifted his eyelids and he looked into the void with eyes turning crimson from the blood vessels exploding behind his retinas. It was like he was looking at the God Advent Tower despite being separated by spacetime. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was that person from just now that brought him this pain. Kill. The black-armored demon god repeated those words with his ancient tone. Despite Yi Yun's disappearance, the black-armored demon god was unsure if Yi Yun would return or not. And at this moment, he was seriously wounded. His soul was in chaos, and he needed immediate healing. If not, his condition would only become worse. Although his seamless body did not allow him to lose blood or energy, for his seamless body to constantly repair his flesh and meridians, it required energy. So, the black-armored demon god's body sank downward suddenly as he rushed back into the Yin Lake. Splash! Water from the Yin Lake flew upwards. What was previously less than a mile in radius had now been expanded to over 5 miles in radius due to the battle from before. And the water level of the lake had been greatly reduced. Even so, the Yin Lake was still connected to the land's Yin roots. Yin killing energy was gathered here, and this was still considered to be a healing shrine for the black-armored demon god. He is injured too. The black-armored demon god postulated that Yi Yun could no longer power the God Advent Tower again, and he would not appear again. Besides, Yi Yun did not have a seamless body, and he would need at least a day or two to recover. And in this amount of time, although insufficient for him to heal completely, it was enough for him to recover to 60 to 70%. That was enough. With 60 to 70% of his strength, the black-armored demon god was confident that he could prevent Yi Yun from escaping. Even if Yi Yun entered the God Advent Tower, he could also lock the God Advent Tower down. Although the defenses of the God Advent Tower were a force to be reckoned with, once it was locked down, he could slowly drain the God Advent Tower's protective array, and when that happened, it was impossible for Yi Yun to escape. The black-armored demon god was not fully awoken. His brain was filled with chaotic memories and thoughts, but the killing intent for Yi Yun was extremely clear. The black-armored demon god released his 360 acupuncture points, connecting them to the land's 9 Yin roots, and he began his recuperation. And at this moment, thousands of miles away. Boom! The God Advent Tower smashed deep into a mountain's belly. The God Advent Tower's concealment array automatically activated and completely concealed the hole that had been smashed open. After that, Yi Yun sat in the cultivation chamber on the 5th level of the God Advent Tower. With his spiritual energy interfaced with the purple crystal, he made a perfect connection with heaven-earth energy. Phew, phew. Heaven-earth yuan qi flooded from all directions, and it swirled right into the purple crystal, forming a gigantic yuan qi vortex. The God Advent Tower itself had an array that gathered heaven-earth yuan qi, but no matter how powerful that array was, it was far inferior to the purple crystal origins. and a warrior in it was also limited in his ability to absorbing the energy gathered by the God Advent Tower. However, with the purple crystal inside Yi Yun's heart, it could be said to be one with him. With the purple crystal, Yi Yun's body was even more perfect than a seamless body. He could control every ounce of energy in his body. With sufficient energy provided to him, the injuries to his meridians healed rapidly. Yi Yun entered an ethereal state as he felt every inch of his vessels and meridians. Every flow of energy harmoniously followed the purple crystal's laws. It was the truth of the heavenly Tao. Under such circumstances, in about 6 hours, Yi Yun had recovered about 80 to 90% of his strength. It was enough. The meditating Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes. He did not need to fully recover. The combat power he currently possessed was sufficient enough to power the God Advent Tower. Again! Boom! The God Advent Tower broke through the mountain and formed a stream of light as it flew into the horizon. Yi Yun used the same strategy and activated the God Advent Tower's concealment arrays and the purple crystal. With the double layer of protection, not a single shred of his energy or aura leaked out. With that, he successfully arrived above the Yin Lake. 6 hours was enough for the Yin Lake to return to normal. To prevent himself from alerting the enemy, Yi Yun did not even use his energy vision to look at the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god was extremely sensitive. The moment he was being peeped at, even if through the energy vision, it was something he could sense. He might have thought that it was an illusion the first time, but he would definitely not shrug it off this time. Hence, Yi Yun only shut his eyes to concentrate. He slowly sensed the flowing killing yin energy in the lands. He instantly determined that the 9 killing yin energies were gathered in the central point beneath the Yin Lake. Without needing to probe, Yi Yun knew that the black-armored demon god was located at the core. For a powerful being like the black-armored demon god, he could only treat his wounds here. Yi Yun flew out of the God Advent Tower, and like the last strike, he could use the God Advent Tower for his first attack, and it was his only chance. Buzz. The God Advent Tower began spinning as Yi Yun's Great Empress Heart Sutra circulated to its limits. Shout! Roar! The roar of 2 distant ancient beasts echoed as the golden crow and the 9 neonate charged out of Yi Yun's body, conjuring pure yang heavenly fire and pure yang heavenly thunder to fall from the sky. One of the 2 divine beast totem was engulfed in heavenly fire, while the other was baptized in heavenly thunder. Boom! The God Advent Tower crashed down like the stars, creating a suppressive force. With a powerful energy wave surging downwards, deep in the Yin Lake, the black-armored demon god, who had recovered only about 30 to 40%, abruptly opened his eyes. What? That familiar killing aura, that familiar heaven-earth energy. It's him again. The black-armored demon god was shocked. It had only been 6 hours. Yi Yun had also suffered from an energy backlash. But now, he could recover in such a short period of time and attack once again. Yi Yun's recovery speed exceeded his seamless body. Translator's note: seamless bodies had previously been introduced in chapter 33 to 34. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723, The Demon God's Wrath. Chapter 723, The Demon God's Wrath. Boom! Before the black-armored demon god could give it any thought, the God Advent Tower had broken through the lake's surface, stirring a tremendous explosion. As immense hydraulic pressure repressed downwards, the bottom of the black pagoda was already 30 feet above the black-armored demon god's head. Roar! The black-armored demon god let out a deafening roar as the meditating him grabbed the black long lance beside him, and his joints issuing cracking sounds. He stabbed upwards with his lance. Dang! The sound of a horrifying collision echoed as the God Advent Tower was sent flying upwards by the black-armored demon god's single blow. But at the same time, the black-armored demon god, who was in the midst of recuperation, was now suffering from his muscles being on the brink of collapse. Blood was spurting out as the huge impact caused him to sink deep to the bottom of the lake. It appeared as if this lake was bombarded by meteorites. Large amounts of mud, rocks and water evaporated due to the wanton energy. The black-armored demon god was pushed tens of meters deeper into the ground. Pang! The bottom of the lake exploded as the black-armored demon god charged out with disheveled hair and his lance in hand. Having his recovery interrupted meant that the past few hours of meditation had been for naught. The black-armored demon god appeared above the lake, his eyes as red as blood while he was in a frenzied state. He was extremely infuriated, but when he searched for traces of Yun, all he saw was a tiny pagoda along the horizon. And in a split second, the tiny pagoda disappeared from his vision. This time, Yun had fled even faster. Yun knew that he was no match even for a severely injured black-armored demon god. Hence, after his strike, Yun immediately escaped. He would not even stay behind to see the results of his attack. Human! The black-armored demon god's long hair stood up like an enraged beast. He was obviously much stronger than Yun, yet Yun had chosen to strike him with his most powerful blow at the moment that he was healing his wounds. And he would immediately flee, ignoring the outcome of his efforts. All Yun wished was to interrupt his recovery, letting him experience the backlash of energy. However, he could do nothing to Yun despite him employing such a battle strategy. This made him incensed. However, Yun was already long gone. Although the black-armored demon god was furious, he was in a dilemma as to whether to chase Yun. To him, Yun was just a lowly being, even if he had inherited the Azure Yang Lord's heritage. In comparison, the Azure Yang Lord, he was a great Empyrean Heaven's divine lord. In the entire Yang God Empyrean Heaven, there were 72 divine lords, and the Azure Yang Lord was one of them. Tens of millions of years ago, the black-armored demon god had been sealed by the Azure Yang Lord. For that, he had nothing to say. As the difference in strength was too great, being sealed was just an expected outcome. However, Yun was a human of a lower realm. He had, through some form of dumb luck, obtained the Azure Yang Lord's inheritance. And despite obtaining a Yang God Empyrean Heaven Divine Lord's inheritance, this Yun only used the God Advent Tower to launch sneak attacks. He did it time and time again, escaping after each strike, never to face him directly in battle. Such a combat strategy was disgusting and shameless. If he were to chase Yun, the black-armored demon god would have to pay a great price. He had not recovered from his wounds and he would expend his life force's essence. He had been sealed for tens of millions of years, and his life force essence had been greatly consumed. Although he had been engaging in mass slaughter in the Tian Yuan world, plundering the life force of those he killed, it was still insufficient. Those lowly lives had equally weak life force and they were even impure. After refining away the impurities, there was not much left to replenish his draining life force essence. Boom! The black-armored demon god retreated back into the Yin Lake. And at this moment, Yun had returned to the mountain belly thousands of miles away. He had suffered some injuries in this round of sneak attacks, but they were lighter than the last. Controlling the God Advent Tower was still quite a considerable and difficult task for Yun. It was like a child swinging a sledgehammer. The recoil from just slamming the hammer on an anvil would cause the child to feel numb in the arms and his blood surging. Yun grasped all the time he had and he used the purple crystal to recover his Yuan Qi. The black-armored demon god remained vigilant. As he recuperated, he split a bit of his consciousness, causing his healing to slow down. He was constantly probing the Yin Lake's surroundings, and he did not fully focus on healing. But when he was distracted probing, Yun would not come. And just as the black-armored demon god reduced his probing, and began the critical stage of healing his soul-seize injuries, Yun appeared once again. He seemed to have a special ability at perceiving things, by striking decisively at the instant that the black-armored demon god could not be disturbed. It was the God Advent Tower again. It was another sneak attack. Boom! The Yin Lake exploded, rocking the mountains. This time, Yun fled even faster. He did not even take a look and he fled far away. 3 consecutive sneak attacks allowed Yun's control of the God Advent Tower and his familiarity with the black-armored demon god to increase. This was also what allowed him to successfully finish his sneak attacks. And such changes were apparently noticed by the black-armored demon god. He felt that although this human was weak, he was like a little worm that was constantly harassing him, and from that, find a method to give him the most painful bite. And it turned out, he was staying still at the same spot to cooperate with him. These Yin roots collected the divine wilderness's Yin energy, and the black-armored demon god had not found a second place better than this land of recuperation. If he were to leave, the black-armored demon god would find it harder to restore his life force essence. His sea soul was already in chaos, and he had been injured by the desolate race's sacred spirit. Now, his essence was unstable, and it was on the brink of collapse. He had killed so many warriors in the Tian Yuan world, but the energy he had plundered was impure. All of that had little real effect. If he could not stabilize his life force essence in one sitting, in the coming days, he will slowly be drained of his essential force. There will come a day when his life force essence was too weak, so weak that it could not support his powerful body, which will eventually result in his body cracking and falling apart. A seamless body was powerful, but it needed a powerful life force essence to support it. The black-armored demon god did not wish to leave, and he could not leave this spot because of a puny human. That would be an insult to his proud life. Kill! 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 The black-armored demon god roared with his ancient tone. The next time, he would make sure that the human was to come, but never leave. He did not split his consciousness this time. But instead, he locked onto his surroundings with a 1,000-mile radius. He may not be able to detect the concealed God Advent Tower, but before it struck, it had to pull the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi, and at the same time, its concealment array would turn ineffective. He had been at the critical moment of his healing the past few times, so not only was he slow to react, he had to risk the danger of an energy backlash. So it was very difficult to kill Yun at the instant that Yun conjured the God Advent Tower. But now, the black-armored demon god decided to forego his healing temporarily and concentrate on killing Yun. This time it was different. With his strength and his comprehension of the laws, he could tunnel through the void to arrive in front of Yun at the moment he made his move. He could then deal Yun a killing blow. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724, Withering. Chapter 724, Withering. The struggle between the black-armored demon god and Yun had ensued as time passed. The Yin Lake was the stage for the gamble, and the vast divine wilderness didn't have a single soul in thousands of miles. The battle between an ancient demon god and a New Age son of heaven was staged in such a lonesome manner. The black-armored demon god was originally Yun's target for a sneak attack. But now, he had become the hunter. He was patiently waiting for his prey to appear. However, his wait was far longer than what the black-armored demon god expected. Dusk, going late into the night with stars filling the sky, till the moon set in the west and the sun rose. A day and a night had passed. Yet, Yun had never appeared. The black-armored demon god was still waiting. At times, he would feel pain from his chaotic soul sea. He had not recovered from his injuries, and his life force essence was gradually weakening. However, Yun, who used to appear every few hours, seemed to have disappeared. Even so, the black-armored demon god was very patient. He had managed to wait for tens of millions of years, so what was this tiny wait? He was like a black rock at the bottom of the lake, completely still and silent. In the dark bottom of the lake, only his eyes remained could be seen, emitting with a ghostly red glow. And at this moment, above and away from the Yin Lake, Yun had already silently arrived at a spot less than 5 miles away from the Yin Lake. He was in the God Advent Tower, and the God Advent Tower was hidden in the void, not even leaving the slightest trace. Yi Yun was similarly waiting. He knew about the horrors of the black-armored demon god. In front of the ancient demon god, he had nearly no capability to face him directly. The black-armored demon god could suffer from his attacks time and time again, but for Yi Yun himself, the consequences would be disastrous if he were to be struck once by the black-armored demon god. He could do things right 100 times, but he could not make a single mistake. He had to be extremely cautious. The 3 sneak attacks from before had always been chosen at the critical moment of the black-armored demon god's healing process. And to determine that instant, Yi Yun had used his energy vision. He had used the purple crystal's ability to sense Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. Whenever Yi Yun noticed how the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi would surge towards the black-armored demon god's body, that was the best opportunity for him to attack. And now, the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi flow had already slowed down. The black-armored demon god was not recuperating. As such, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the black-armored demon god had stopped his recuperation and had laid an ambush for him, or the black-armored demon god was gone. Would the proud ancient demon god leave his healing shrine just because of an ant harassing him? Yi Yun found it unlikely. Then, the most likely possibility was that the black-armored demon god was lurking at the bottom of the lake. With the black-armored demon god prepared, the odds were against Yi Yun. Yi Yun silently retreated from the Yin lake. He chose one of the 9 Yin roots and tunneled straight into it. Boom! The ground shattered as Yi Yun tunneled a few miles downwards. There was a gigantic underground Yin river that had biting cold water. With these Yin roots gathered together, it formed an extreme Yin wonderland like the Yin lake. The God Advent Tower soaked in the Yin river, and the arrays in the pagoda radiated a force field. As such, if the black-armored demon god came to attack Yi Yun would sense it and have enough time to react. Yi Yun flew out of the God Advent Tower. As he strolled in thin air, he looked at the rolling Yin river with a smile suffused on his lip. A wonderland deep in the divine wilderness was truly extraordinary. The black-armored demon god was already prepared for a slaughter and he was waiting for Yi Yun to walk into his trap. And since Yi Yun that knew he was no match for the black-armored demon god, he began to machinate against the 9 Yin roots. Since ancient times, there were peerless mighty figures who could refine divine rivers into enchanted treasures. Yi Yun had seen similar records in the Azure Yan Lord's Codex. Path to the Netherworld. Ghost maps. By refining the path to the Netherworld, and refining the ghostly rivers, they could become one's ultimate treasures. Yi Yun did not possess the ability to deprive the world of its power. But to refine these 9 Yin roots, it was something that he believed he could do. The 9 Yin roots were part of the pure Yin laws. Although Yi Yun focused on pure Yang laws, the Great Empress Heart Sutra was itself a mystic codex that combined Yin and Yang as one. Yi Yun cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra together with Lin Shintong, so he already had sufficient understanding of pure Yin laws. Black-armored demon god, since you are recuperating in this divine wilderness wonderland, I'll refine these 9 Yin roots of yours. I'll adopt full measures against you and see how you are going to recuperate then. With Yi Yun stretching out his hand, a stream of frosting energy gathered in his hand, eventually condensing into a strange piece of deadwood. This block of deadwood did not have any luster, and it looked like it would fall apart from decay at any moment. This was the Death Soulwood that Yi Yun obtained from the Pure Yang Sword Palace. This block of Death Soulwood was originally an ancient enchanted tree that had lived for so long that no one knew how old it was. Due to a demon god dying on the tree, the demonic blood that flowed out of the demon god splattered on the enchanted tree, corroding it, finally reducing it to this piece of deadwood. Back when the Pure Yang Sword Palace obtained this piece of deadwood, he had given it to an artisan god, hoping to create an enchanted treasure out of it. But he was met with a rejection, with the reason being decayed wood cannot be carved. Although it was said that decayed wood cannot be carved, it did not mean that it was useless, and because the special laws and concepts contained in the enchanted piece of wood were too valuable. Any carving or refinement would destroy the concepts within. The Death Soulwood's value far exceeded the 1,000 snow domain that Yi Yun obtained, and it was simply invaluable. It would be difficult for Yi Yun to use this treasure against enemies, but it had many spectacular uses. Such as now. The moment the Death Soulwood appeared, Yi Yun's aura changed. Half a year ago, Yi Yun stayed in the Puryang Sword Palace to seek Dao enlightenment. He had transformed into a Dao tree's Dao leaf himself, personally experiencing the Dao leaf's life, from its germination to growth to withering. When Yi Yun withered from the branch stem, he had gained insights into his own Dao. And as a gift from the Dao tree, Yi Yun had sensed that Dao leaf, which withered alongside Yi Yun's withering. Now, with the Death Soulwood in hand, Yi Yun slowly displayed the deepest concept that he had gained from the Puryang Sword Palace, withering concept. Yi Yun chose the Death Soulwood not because of its great value, but because its concepts matched him the best. Withering, ruin, decay, the flourishing and faltering of plants, the separation of people through death. Every being had the moment it would wither, nearly impossible to escape from samsara and destruction. Yi Yun had been practicing martial arts for more than a decade. He had learned the Taya sacred technique, gained insights in the sword and saber tombs, cultivated in the 10,000 beast totem, entered the Puryang Sword Palace and obtained the inheritance of the God Advent Tower. The nomological insights and cultivation techniques throughout his martial path far exceeded the standards of the Tian Yuan world. To this world's warriors, just gaining a tiny bit of insight to the cultivation techniques that Yi Yun cultivated in was enough to set them for life. But for Yi Yun, what he cultivated was insufficient. This was because, despite these cultivation techniques, canonical manuals, laws being absolutely amazing, they had something in common. That was, that they were all created by someone else. If he walked down the path of others, no matter how well he did, he would at best reach the height that others had previously attained. It would be hard for him to break through and conquer himself. Only by walking down a path that he created himself, and understanding a new Tao for himself would he be able to reach that abstruse, true peak of martial arts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725, The Land Withers. Chapter 725, The Land Withers. As Yi Yun was suspended above the Yin River, he gently touched the textured surface of the Death Soulwood. The aura of withering and death twirled between Yi Yun's fingers. It was like he saw the lush, verdant appearance of this enchanted tree back when it stood between the heaven and earth. It went through numerous days, with other plants flourishing and faltering. Yet, in just a single night, it withered and died as a result of being covered in demonic blood. It was like it had seen through the luxuriousness of the world, seeing through the years of vicissitudes, and then finally, extricating itself from all of that. A life of flourishing ended with withering overnight. This was the Tao that the block of wood eventually formed. The Death Soulwood flew out from Yi Yun's hands and it slowly sank into the Yi Lake. It happened without a sound, nor was there a single ripple. The concept of withering emanated, allowing itself to be carried by the river flow. The withering of a tree was like the death of humans, and the drying up of rivers. The Death Soulwood began to absorb the heaven-earth Yin energy that flowed through the Yin River. However, despite absorbing so much Yin energy, the Death Soulwood remained dead and silent. In contrast, the Yin root was drying up at a speed that the naked eye could notice. As the heaven-earth Yuan Qi decreased, it was slowly truncated. Comparatively, for a divine item at the level of the Death Soulwood, severing a Yin root in the divine wilderness was just too simple. One source of the Yin Lake's energy had now disappeared. What was once 9 Yin roots was now 8. With the use of the Death Soulwood and the concept of withering, Yi Yun had forcefully caused this Yin root to wither and dry up. The withered Yin root transformed into a black wisp of air that tossed and turned in the air, like a small flood dragon. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yun put the black flood dragon in the Death Soulwood. This black flood dragon may be an embodiment of the Yin root, but it did not contain much heaven-earth Yin energy. It was more a concept and law. If Yi Yun extracted all the heaven-earth Yin energy at once, the black-armored demon god would quickly discover it. However, if the concept and law was extracted, then on the surface, the the Yin root might not have any changes as the heaven-earth Yin energy in the Yin lake was still as dense as before. However, what Yun had done was equivalent to removing the naturally formed array runes of the Yin lake's array formation. Without its essence, the drying up of the Yin roots was just a matter of time. After Yin kept the Yin root, he entered the God Advent Tower and he flew to the next Yin root without any delay. He planned to draw on all the 9 Yin roots, and refining them into the Death Soul Wood. Maybe, these 9 Yin roots could form an array formation in the Death Soul Wood. Array runes and array concepts were part of a law itself. As long as one comprehended the law, one could control the world as an array. And at this moment, deep at the bottom of the Yin lake, there was no change despite the disappearance of the Yin root. This Yin lake was formed from the world's power of creation. It was the product of tens of millions of years of accumulation. The 9 Yin roots were like the 9 pillars of support of the Yin lake. Severing one root would not have disastrous consequences, unless all of them were severed, only then would the Yin lake collapse. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god had long severed his connection with the Yin lake so he could concentrate on the incoming sneak attack by Yun, stopping his recuperation. The black-armored demon god was not familiar with the concept of withering. The gaps between laws were like hundreds of thousands of mountains separating them. Furthermore, with his perception with the Yin lake severed, the black-armored demon god had no way of sensing what Yun was doing, nor would he know that the 9 Yin roots around him were withering and drying up. Yun's non-appearance became a competition of patience for the black-armored demon god. He breathed slowly and evenly. His body would constantly produce tiny cracks that slowly healed. He was like a timeless stone structure that was completely silent. For the black-armored demon god, who was used to spending tens of millions of years, a few days of wait was just like a blink of an eye. He had the sufficient patience. The Yin lake remained calm, while Yun had silently arrived at the second Yin root. Taking the Death Soul Wood out once again, he slowly extracted the second Yin root's law and concept. These 9 Yin roots were independent, but at the same time, they were interlinked. The combination of the 9 Yin roots formed a large array formation that gathered the heaven-earth Yin energy. Yun extracted one root after another, but he did not incur any changes in the heaven-earth Yin energy. And the black-armored demon god was still waiting in the heart of the Yin lake. It was like he had become one with the Yin lake, preventing one from telling them apart. As Yun took root after root away, the heaven-earth laws were gradually changing, but it did not present any qualitative changes. If Yun were to stop at this point, the Yin roots he had extracted would still not recover. And in hundreds of years, this large array would gradually dry up and eventually disappear. Finally, Yun arrived at the final Yin root. This Yin root was like a blood vessel of the land, and it was also the last blood vessel left in this vast piece of land. Death Soul Wood, go! Yun conjured the Death Soul Wood. After absorbing so much Yin energy, this enchanted piece of wood had a tiny change in appearance. The moment it was conjured, the Yin root seemed to freeze. The smell of death lingered, slowly devouring the Yin root. With the final Yin root being extracted, it was equivalent to the complete collapse of the Yin lake's 9 pillars. The heaven-earth array formed naturally by the law of creation crumbled. Oh! The black-armored demon god suddenly opened his eyes as a red beam of light flashed past his eyes. He sensed the ground rumbling. What had happened? Suddenly, the mountains and rivers quaked. The entire Yin lake began to dry up quickly to the naked eye. Even the surrounding plants were withering along with it. The heaven-earth Yin energy was dissipating rapidly. The withering concept emanated as it radiated in all directions. The 9 Yin roots withering caused the vast piece of land to also wither with them. If humans or desolate beasts were to die, their blood would become dry and their flesh would decay. Even their bones would eventually return back to the earth. But for the death of a piece of land, the river flow and spiritual veins would dry up. The life of this piece of land would be exhausted, and any plant that was rooted in this piece of land would wither. Oh! The black-armored demon god suddenly stood up. the Een Lake had already dried up beneath his feet. The ground was rapidly drying up and splintering, with cracks appearing at the bottom of the lake. What happened? The black-armored demon god was alarmed as he rushed out of the withered Een Lake. He emanated his perception around him, connecting himself to the 9 Een roots. Suddenly, he was dismayed to see that the 9 Een roots had been completely severed. The Een roots had withered from within. This excellent healing shrine was finished. It was that human. What did he do? How could the black-armored demon god expect Iyun to have an enchanted piece of wood like the Death Soul would? He was also unable to understand the mysterious concept of withering that Iyun had. A withering concept was sufficient enough to make the 9 Een roots to wither, and cause the land to wither together with them. The concept of withering was extremely rare. This was a Tao that Iyun managed to figure out completely by himself. It was a Tao that the black-armored demon god had no idea about. Hence, the black-armored demon god had no way of sensing it when Iyun had made all of this happen. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726, Patience. Chapter 726, Patience. This was the first time that the black-armored demon god was in such a rage ever since he had woken up after tens of millions of years. When he slaughtered thousands of lives in the Tian Yuan world, he always did so in a deadpan manner. This was because those lowly life forms were not worthy to stir his emotions at all. But now, because of Iyun, the black-armored demon god had suffered setbacks and had become frustrated. While consecutively attacking 3 times, Iyun had grasped the perfect opportunity and chose the points at which he was weakest, at the moments where he could not be disturbed, preventing him from using any of his strength. As for the 4th face-off, the black-armored demon god had even given up treatment, and he had dedicated himself to hunting Iyun, but he was only met with such a bizarre outcome. All the 9 Een roots had been extracted by Iyun, and the black-armored demon god only had a rude awakening of this fact in the final moment. A proud life form like him had been hoodwinked by such a lowly human. The black-armored demon god's chaotic soul sea was churning as his eyes emanated a cold killing aura. Kill! 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 The black-armored demon god let out an angry roar as the land trembled, causing landslides and killing beasts and birds. These lives could not withstand the concepts that the black-armored demon god's angry roar contained. The moment they were struck by the black-armored demon god's killing aura, their bodies disintegrated into a mess of flesh and blood. The black-armored demon god hovered midair, as his disheveled hair fluttered. He had his lance in his hand, while numerous bitter-looking faces appeared on his armor. It was like they were about to tunnel out of the armor. These suffering souls were the warriors that the black-armored demon god had killed and sealed. Only those warriors with sufficient strength were qualified to be sealed in the black-armored demon god's armor. Amongst them was Shintu Patriarch. As the blood aura emanated and killing aura diffused, the demon god's wrath caused the sky to change color. Iyun, who was in the God Advent Tower, immediately felt a strong surge of pressure. At this moment, Iyun was a huge distance away, more than 5,000 miles. But he could still sense the remnants of the black-armored demon god's might. At the instant that Iyun extracted the lasting root, he immediately entered the God Advent Tower and retreated far away. He knew deeply that by destroying the black-armored demon god's healing shrine, it was equivalent to forcing the black-armored demon god out. This way, the black-armored demon god would definitely want him dead. As Iyun controlled the God Advent Tower, he converged all energy fluctuations and activated the God Advent Tower's concealment array. He quietly hid in the void. As for Iyun himself, he held the Death Soul Wood in his hand, and shut his eyes. There were 9 tiny, black flood dragons twirling around the Death Soul Wood. These were the Een energy laws that Iyun had extracted. Sensing these 9 Een energy hovering around the Death Soul Wood, Iyun suddenly had a feeling that this Death Soul Wood would also mature alongside him, becoming a powerful treasure of his. Unfortunately, the Death Soul Wood was still too mystical for him at the moment. Although he had relied on the death soulwood and used the concept of withering, he still could not gain the true intent of the heavenly Tao contained in the death soulwood. And now, after absorbing the Yin energy laws, the death soulwood's aura became even more profound. It was like taking a few more looks at it would cause one's consciousness to sink right in it. Once someone was immersed in the death soulwood, their life would be gradually drained, and by the time they realized that, they would already be mostly on the brink of death. The death soulwood was a strange wonder. It was now slowly harmonizing with Iyun, and other than Iyun himself, no one could hold the death soulwood in hand. That would only cause their life to rapidly drain. Iyun concentrated on comprehending the death soulwood and refining the 9 Yin roots. He was in no hurry to engage in a showdown with the black-armored demon god. The outcome he wanted was to harass the black-armored demon god time and time again, attacking when he least expected it, causing the black-armored demon god to become more and more irritated and crazy, so that he would not have time to recuperate. When his soul was extremely chaotic beyond measure, while he slowly matured and gained strength during the battles, he would be able to face the black-armored demon god eventually. However, the proud demon god would not allow Iyun to repeatedly provoke him. In the eyes of the black-armored demon god, Iyun was just a lowly life form. Not only had he hoodwinked him, he even dared to hide in the vicinity, enjoying his reactions. Die! The black-armored demon god brandished his lance forcefully. Instantly, the sky changed color once again, as mountains exploded, splitting the land apart and rocks tumbled. The land spanning thousands of miles immediately flipped. The demon god's enraged strike was enough to destroy the lands and shock everyone. In the God Advent Tower, Iyun turned stern when he sensed the demon god's wrath. Despite being thousands of miles away in the God Advent Tower, he could still sense the surging aura. The energy fluctuations were still tremendous despite the distance. However, Iyun only quietly endured the surging energy, and he did not activate the God Advent Tower's arrays to withstand the blow of the energy wave. If the surging energy was to be reflected by the God Advent Tower's defensive arrays, just a tiny amount would allow the black-armored demon god to sense it. For an existence at the level of the black-armored demon god, every ounce of energy he radiated was tied to himself. This attack he sent out was a probe to find Iyun. This secretly alarmed Iyun. He knew that the black-armored demon god was very strong, but Iyun did not expect that despite him being injured, his attack could still destroy large swaths of land spanning thousands of miles. The black-armored demon god was trying to locate his position from the reflection of his radiating energy. This technique gave him quite a shock. After the black-armored demon god struck, the muscles on his body began to split, causing blood to flow out of them. This not only made the black-armored demon god look extremely pathetic, it also made him look more terrifying. As he looked at the void around him, the black-armored demon god's eyes turned cold and furious. His large-scale attack failed to find the God Advent Tower, much less Iyun. He knew that the human was definitely hiding. Even if he continued attacking despite his injuries, the human would ignore it. He could even deactivate the God Advent Tower's arrays, and let the surging energy pass through the God Advent Tower. Even if he was slightly injured, he would not appear either. So crafty, yet timid like a mouse. The black-armored demon god gripped his lance tightly. That weak human was maddening. He had never encountered such an opponent that dealt his cards in an erratic fashion. He was also extremely careful, and he did not reveal any flaws. He was extremely shameless in his martial arts and character. Why did the wild and intractable, yet proud Azure Yang Lord, choose such a wretched person as his successor? The demon god scanned his surroundings coldly. Suddenly, he locked his gaze in a particular direction. That direction, the black-armored demon god remembered that he had locked onto a desolate race girl who had the bloodline of someone from the 12 Empyrean heavens, and he had also locked onto Iyun. Iyun and that desolate race girl were in one's place, and appeared to have a close relationship. The black-armored demon god was extremely prideful. He did not want to have a confrontation with a lowly life form here, and be continuously teased by that lowly life form. His wrath naturally would be borne by someone. The black-armored demon god looked in that direction as a sinister smile suffused on his lips. Let me see if you can continue hiding in silence after I kill the desolate race girl and everyone in the desolate race. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727, Blood Aura Covers the Sky. Chapter 727, Blood Aura Covers the Sky. The black-armored demon god's killing intent melted into a blood mist that locked onto the divine wilderness as it emanated throughout the world. When the black-armored demon god used all his strength, just passing above those weaker desolate beasts was enough to cause their bodies to explode, turning into mangled bloody messes. Powerful primordial species lay prostrate on the ground as they trembled. This was the huge difference that came from the difference in life's natural order. In front of a life form of the black-armored demon god's level, they did not even dare look up. Boom! This was the sonic boom the black-armored demon god emitted when he was flying. It was tumultuous like thunder, and with a sudden boom, he would disappear into the distance. And in the God Advent Tower, Yun, who was prepared to receive the black-armored demon god's second attack's aftermath, frowned. Heaven Earth Yuan Qi. The surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi had been suddenly drained. It had formed an air current and it was directed in a particular direction in the distance. It was the black-armored demon god. Has he given up on me? Yun sensed that the black-armored demon god had left. The extremely fast speed that he was traveling at and his powerful aura was enough to sweep away all the heaven-earth yuan qi, causing this region to nearly become a vacuum. Yun felt that something was amiss. The black-armored demon god would not give up so easily. Such a proud life form would smash any puny life form that had angered him. However, the black-armored demon god had indeed left. He did not conceal his departure. The mighty demon god did not need to be bothered to use such means to trick Yun out. However, for the black-armored demon god to leave at this moment, could it be? Yun's breathing stalled as he felt an ominous feeling. Oh no! Yun immediately controlled the God Advent Tower and flew back above the Yin Lake. The land, that was formerly a land of death, was now in ruins. From the cracks that dived deep underground, a red mist surged out. It was the demon god's killing aura. This place was not only a land of death, it would soon become a land that no living creature would approach in the future. Yun had no time to sigh as he looked at his surroundings. The land had been ravaged. A scorch mark on the land extended into the distance. And in the sky over where the trail led, there was a bloodline. It was piercing to the eyes and it looked like a tidal wave that was rolling far away. Killing aura. That was the manifestation of the black-armored demon god's killing aura. In the Tian Yuan world, wherever the blood cloud arrived, it was the arrival of a massacre. Whenever people mentioned the blood cloud, their expressions would drastically change as they would tremble without fail. The blood cloud represented the black-armored demon god in the Tian Yuan world. It was an indication that he was about to begin his massacre. And that direction. Yun's pupils constricted as he felt a heavy blow on his heart. That was the direction of the area where the desolate race was hiding. It was where Jiang Xiao and Lin Xintong were. The black-armored demon god had not given up. He had only turned his spearhead and diverted his killing intent to Jiang Xiao. The black-armored demon god had already locked onto Jiang Xiao. He had made her a target, and now, as retaliation against Yun and to make him appear obediently, he decided to attack Jiang Xiao immediately. The blood cloud seemed to cover the sky, extending hundreds of thousands of miles. And wherever the black-armored demon god passed, the land beneath it would be ravaged, a wipeout of all life. Under such circumstances, it no longer mattered if there was a spiritual lock or not. The black-armored demon god's pressure seemed to envelop the entire divine wilderness. As he proceeded forward without any resistance, no matter how the desolate race hid, they would not be able to escape from the black-armored demon god. Black-armored demon god. Ian immediately activated the God Advent Tower as he stared at the red line along the horizon. He followed it at an extremely fast speed. The God Advent Tower's speed was pushed to the extreme by Ian. It issued a screeching sonic boom midair. The powerful airflow tore apart trees and sent soil splashing. The God Advent Tower pierced through the chaotic aura and continued flying forward. Hurry! Faster! Compared to the black-armored demon god's full speed, Ian was still slower. And at this moment, in the Desolate Race's territory, Pancher was an elite warrior of the Desolate Race. He happened to be on duty today. The Divine Capital had 18 elite squads patrolling it every moment in time. He led one of those squads. And today, there was nothing different. Pancher and his Desolate Race warriors were riding desolate beasts and they arrived at the top of a hill. He first looked far into the distance. The divine wilderness was filled with endless mountains and was silent. Then, Pancher looked at the ground and quickly scanned through it. Suddenly, a disdainful smile appeared along the corners of his mouth. It was those humans. Upon Ian's return, he had rejected the human race's request in their negotiations. These members of the human race were beginning to leave. Now, Pancher was seeing the first human group leave. They had chosen a direction and they were slowly entering the divine wilderness. After the negotiations failed, the human race did not obtain anything from the Desolate Race. The expressions of their legendary figures had turned purple from Ian's sarcasm. However, not every member of the human race planned on leaving. Amongst the human race, there had their differences. A group of humans were led by the Sanctuary Island couple, so they decided to fight alongside the Desolate Race. Most humans feared the future reprisal of Ian and they also feared the desolate beasts in the divine wilderness. Although they were inclined to leave, they found it hard to make up their minds. A final small group of people, which was those who were determined to leave, believed that staying behind to resist the black-armored demon god was just sending themselves to their deaths. Instead of dying now, they might as well risk the danger and leave. At least, there would be a chance. In front of Pancher was the humans who were eager to leave the Desolate Race. From their point of view, due to Ian's willful act, the Desolate Race was doomed. They naturally did not wish to stay here any longer, sacrificing their lives along with the Desolate Race. As for Ian, these people were now wishing that Ian could deal a severe blow to the black-armored demon god before he died. These people probably accounted for a fifth of the total number of humans. The others were still hesitating or planning. Be it evacuating or fighting to the death, there was a need for a plan. These people who were in a hurry to leave were led by Mystic Tiger Immortal. With him leading these elites, traversing the divine wilderness was not too big a problem. Amongst all the humans, Mystic Tiger Immortal was the one who hated Ian the most. He had lost face and suffered humiliation, so he naturally wanted to leave early. Pancher saw these people look back at the Desolate Race's campgrounds. Their eyes were filled with a look of schadenfreude, like they were looking at a bunch of people that were about to die. Those people are really infuriating. A Desolate Race warrior said angrily. Pancher said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. Let them leave. Our life and death battle does not need those people anyway. Indeed. The other Desolate Race warriors nodded. They watched as the humans left. If we leave in this direction, we can put a distance between us and the Desolate Race campground in Iyun. When the black-armored demon god attacks, we will be hiding in the untraversable sea. Mystic Tiger Immortal said. Iyun had threatened to demolish his family clan's power and kill all his descendants. Hence, by bringing away all the elites, Mystic Tiger Immortal wanted to see what Iyun, who had to fend for his life, could do. As they entered the divine wilderness, the Desolate Race campground was left far behind them. At this moment, a young disciple of a large faction looked up into the sky and suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. He seemed to see a red line that had appeared on the horizon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728, Mystic Tiger Immortal's Death. Chapter 728, Mystic Tiger Immortal's Death. What's that? The young disciples were momentarily dumbfounded. At this moment, many others had discovered the red bloodline on the horizon, including Mystic Tiger Immortal. And that red line was expanding at an alarming speed. What is it? Everyone was alarmed. Their eyes widened in a split second. That red line had become a red cloud that enveloped them. And in the rolling red clouds, a pair of cold, red eyes was casting its gaze down at them. Black-armored demon god. Mystic Tiger Immortal was overwhelmed by terror. Why was he so fast? Mystic Tiger Immortal was completely dumbfounded. From the moment the negotiations failed to their decision to leave, only 2 to 3 days had passed. They had to plan their evacuation route and made preparations needed for evacuating, after which they gathered their people. It was already considered quite fast. Yet in such a short period of time, the black-armored demon god was here. Wasn't he still recuperating? For an existence the level of the black-armored demon god, he had a powerful life force, but as such, he would require a relatively large amount of energy to heal. In just 2 or 3 days, he had finished recuperating and come to kill? Where was Yi Yun? Where did Yi Yun go? Mystic Tiger Immortal was about to go crazy. He was almost about to leave the remote mountains. He was just a few steps short. However, just these few steps had become a natural cliff that was impossible to cross. The black-armored demon god was too fast. Although Mystic Tiger Immortal was a few realms higher than his family's disciples, he had failed to discover the black-armored demon god any earlier than them. The difference was too great. In front of absolute strength, Mystic Tiger Immortal and his family clan's disciples were no different to powerless mortals. They were all easily overcome, too weak to withstand a single blow. Why did this happen? Mystic Tiger Immortal felt his body turn cold. Escape? It was too late. A deep feeling of despair flashed in his heart. The geniuses around him had pale faces and their bodies were frozen stiff. With the blood cloud above them, the pressure was immense. This was not just fear of death, but the result of an instinctual fear of the demon god who was a life form several levels higher than them. As the blood cloud towered above them, their bones began to emit cracking sounds as they failed to withstand the pressure. The ones with weaker cultivation levels were already bleeding from all of their orifices. The black-armored demon god's cold gaze swept over them. He did not even stop. All of them were like ants that did not matter to him. The desolate race's camp was just in front, and Zhang Xiao was in there. He first wanted to kill Zhang Xiao and then slaughter the desolate race. As for these ants, there was no need for him to do a thing. As long as he flew past them, the immense pressure that resulted from the blood cloud would be enough to slaughter a large number of them. As for those who were lucky to survive, the black-armored demon god could not be bothered to care about them. He did not mind letting them rejoice over their survival. Boom! 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 As the blood cloud rolled over, this group of humans died tragic deaths due to the blood cloud's pressure. As long as they were below the Yuan opening realm, no matter if they were a peerless genius or at the peak Dao seed realm, they all perished. These so-called elites and proud children of heavens of large family clans had been attended to by numerous people during times of peace. Now, they had all exploded into mangled messes of flesh and blood under the indomitable pressure. It took an instant to go from an elite to a mangled mess. Although the young geniuses died tragically, Mystic Tiger Immortal had survived. He was a human imperial king, and although he was greatly inferior to the black-armored demon god, he would not be reduced to a mangled mess from just the pressure. Other than Mystic Tiger Immortal, there were a few elders of the Mystic Tiger family clan who had survived as well. The pressure had just swept past them. Although a large number of people had died tragically, they had managed to survive and they felt disbelief. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god had already flown past their heads, and he did not seem to have any intention of stopping. The black-armored demon god was sparing them? They were pleasantly surprised. They had managed to avoid death. However, at this moment, oh! The black-armored demon god suddenly stopped and his eyes swept past Mystic Tiger Immortal. With a large number of humans dead, Mystic Tiger Immortal and the remaining survivors naturally stood out. And even though the black-armored demon god did not plan on paying attention to this bunch of ants, he now noticed them. He looked at Mystic Tiger Immortal, causing his heartbeat to turn stagnant. He did not even dare to move. This human. As the black-armored demon god had failed to recuperate, his soul was still in chaos. However, he had an impression of this human. Back when he locked onto Iyun, this person was beside him. The black-armored demon god did not know the details of the negotiations between Iyun and Mystic Tiger Immortal, nor did he even care about it. However, he knew that this person had been in the same room with Iyun, then it must mean that he was closely related to Iyun. And even if they were not closely related, they had to at least know each other. And for the black-armored demon god, he hated Iyun so much that anyone related to Iyun had to die. The black-armored demon god's eyes locked onto Mystic Tiger Immortal and he stabbed his lance at him. Seeing the lance expand in his pupils, the tremendous pressure and horror caused Mystic Tiger Immortal's Yuan Qi to seemingly freeze. Mystic Tiger Immortal widened his eyes in despair. He had just sensed that the black-armored demon god seemed to ignore them. If that was the case, they would have temporarily escaped this disaster. But he never expected the black-armored demon god to turn his sight on him the very next moment. And his eyes were filled with rage. The black-armored demon god always killed people with a cold expression. What did he do to incur the black-armored demon god's wrath? Mystic Tiger Immortal had no time to think. In front of the black-armored demon god's true strength, he could only bellow an attack with all he had. Pu Chi. The lance stabbed through Mystic Tiger Immortal's body like he was made of paper. As for Mystic Tiger Immortal's attack, it had failed to cause any obstruction to the black-armored demon god. Around Mystic Tiger Immortal, those elders who had luckily survived screamed in unison. Just the aftermath of the blow caused them to explode into a mist of blood, not even leaving them with a complete corpse. Boom! A horrific burst of energy exploded. Not a single member of this first batch of escaping humans had survived under the black-armored demon god's lance. Only a few people, including Mystic Tiger Immortal, retained remnants of their consciousness. And these soul remnants and consciousnesses were grabbed by the black-armored demon god with a single grab. Mystic Tiger Immortal's soul condensed into a spiritual soul halo, and Mystic Tiger Immortal's face emerged from it. He had a twisted expression, looking extremely painful. The black-armored demon god waved his hand with a deadpan expression and directly absorbed the souls of Mystic Tiger Immortal and the other elders of the Mystic Tiger family clan into his armor. Inside the armor, Mystic Tiger Immortal's face emerged. He was in pain and he had a ferocious expression, with a look of disbelief. And this scene was witnessed by Pancher and company at the top of the hill. It was not accurate to say witnessing, for all of that had happened in the blink of an eye. The previous moment, the blood cloud that filled the sky rolled over, and in the next moment, the black-armored demon god's lance had pierced through Mystic Tiger Immortal. Pancher and company stared with their eyes widened. Their bodies turned cold like they were icicles. Before they could react, the black-armored demon god was already looking at them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729, The War Bugle. Chapter 729, The War Bugle. The stern and horrific eyes seemed to be able to kill people with just a look. Facing the black-armored demon god, Pancher only felt two boiling streams of liquid flowing down the sides of his face. It was blood. His eyes had already been burnt by the surge of the black-armored demon god's killing aura. The demon god's power was not something that anyone could lay their eyes on. So, the black-armored demon god moved, and flew over Panchur and company. As the billowing blood cloud descended, the mountains collapsed. The desolate beast under Panchur let out a wail before it burst, its body disintegrating. The blood that was flowing slowly looked blurry to Panchur as he stood in the pool of blood. He raised the spear in his hands high up while trembling. He knew that there was no way for him to escape. There was no need for the black-armored demon god to do a thing against them, as they would be killed by the pressure of the blood cloud. Many humans much stronger than them had died in such a manner. Since he knew he was going to die, Panchur did not want to meaninglessly end up like a pile of rotten meat. He only wished he could strike out once, burning his soul as a warrior in the process, so he could die gloriously in battle. Panchur could barely make out the black-armored demon god passing overhead. Boom! Like a resounding thunder, it rang in his ears. In the instant the black-armored demon god passed by, the world collapsed. Everything as far as Panchur could see and hear collapsed. Panchur's body was completely frozen. His spear was lifted up, but he had failed to stab it. Panchur's life force had completely disappeared. His flesh was crumbling, leaving his armor and skeleton standing there. His eye sockets were now empty, and his soul had dispersed. A white bony hand could be seen grabbing a spear tightly. The spear tip was pointed in a particular direction, with a cold sparkle on it, seemingly frozen for eternity. Up to his death, Panchur's mouth only managed to open slightly. However, he failed to make a sound, almost shouting that sentence he wanted to shout so badly. The demon god is here. Behind Panchur, those desolate race warriors had also exploded. However, their deaths were not meaningless. Although Panchur wanted to attack, even before they began their patrols, they already knew that in front of the black-armored demon god, it was impossible for them to have any chance of struggling. Their patrol was not meant to discover the black-armored demon god in advance and send warning signals. Instead, it was meant for them to use their flesh and blood to ignite a burning flame, at the cost of their lives. More than 10 flames lit up. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! In the desolate race's campgrounds, a row of life slips amongst the thousands of life slips suddenly shattered at the same time. The former desolate queen suddenly opened her eyes. These life slips were spiritually connected to her mind. As such, she was immediately notified about the shattering of the life slips. The former desolate queen's heart tightened. Woo! A simple but bleak bugle could be heard echoing throughout the desolate race campground. This bugle would only be blown for one reason. There was only one thing that it represented. The black-armored demon god is coming. The war bugle. Throughout the remote mountains, all the desolate race members, regardless whether they were resting or patrolling, were alarmed when they heard the sound. They all rushed towards the desolate race palace. In the days before, the desolate race had gone through countless drills. This time, although they were alarmed and nervous, they did not panic. He's here. That was fast. I wonder how young Mastery is. The Sanctuary Island couple, who were meditating, opened their eyes. The woman sighed. This battle was most likely one that would be a life and death separation for them, or even one that might kill them both. However, since the couple had made their decision, they would not regret it. Donger, let's go. All right. The couple held each other's hands and flew towards the desolate race palace. Alongside them, there were large numbers of human warriors. To die in battle in a barren place like the remote mountains was equivalent to dying outside their homelands, but they had no choice at this point in time. It was all for the continuation of their families. The former desolate queen arrived at a hall. At this moment, the hall was empty except for Jiang Xiao, who was sitting quietly under a skyfox sculpture. And not far away from her, Shepherd Boy was also sitting on the ground, watching over her. Inside the Skyfox sculpture was the sleeping sacred spirit of the desolate race. When the former desolate queen entered the hall, Jiang Xiao had already opened her eyes. Mother! The bugle has sounded. The former desolate queen looked at Jiang Xiao's calm but determined face and felt her heart ache. Yes. Jiang Xiao nodded gently. The sacred spirit was still sleeping after being wounded. When the black-armored demon god approached with all his strength, it had sensed the tremendous danger and had forcefully woken itself up from its slumber. The black-armored demon god's pressure locked onto the divine wilderness, and the sacred spirit itself was a single entity with the divine wilderness lands. This was the final showdown between two ancient existences. Thinking back to her worship at the divine bone altar many years ago, with the sacred spirit acknowledging her, it was like that had happened yesterday. Jiang Xiao sighed. The sacrifice that was destined was a reluctant choice for her. Yuner. Nothing bad must happen to you. Jiang Xiao whispered before standing up. Her brightly colored dress opened up like a blooming rose. Yi Yun had taken the initiative to strike at the black-armored demon god and he had went searching for him. But now, the black-armored demon god was approaching with immense murderous momentum. Jiang Xiao's heart was cold. She felt trepidation, but at this moment, as the desolate race's queen, she could not think about those things. This was a battle with the life and death of the desolate race on the line. When Jiang Xiao walked out of the hall, her emotions had returned to normal. Jiang Xiao's behavior made the former desolate queen relieved. Having no fear and being totally calm was indeed characteristics that proved that she was her daughter. Only then could she be supported by the desolate race, and obtain the acknowledgement of the sacred spirit as queen. Yuner will be fine. Jiang Xiao muttered to herself once again. She said it with a firm tone, like she was exhorting herself. Yi Yun had promised her, and he always fulfilled whatever he promised her. Just at the moment Jiang Xiao said that sentence, her eyes looked past the palace. Across the palace's square, all the way to the horizon, there was an endless killing intent emanating there. He is here. Jiang Xiao said. The patrol team that sacrificed themselves was only a few thousand miles away from the desolate race's campground. This distance was one that the black-armored demon god could cross in an instant. Jiang Xiao's long hair flowed backwards. She looked exquisite and alluring. But now, outside the hall, the sky was filled with blood clouds. The blood clouds had arrived in an instant, enveloping the entire desolate race campground. After hearing the bugle, people had just managed to rush over to the palace from their residences. Yet by the time they arrived, they saw that the blue sky above their heads had gone. The blood cloud was as thick as blood plasma, like it would drip down at any moment. Those legendary figures and desolate race imperial kings began forming Yuan Qi shields, protecting the weaker geniuses in it. But even so, the geniuses felt their blood and qi turn chaotic the moment that the blood cloud descended. Many of them were shivering. Against a demon god that could destroy everything, the young them were just too insignificant. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730, Demon God Successor. Chapter 730, Demon God Successor. Wah! Outside the desolate race palace, a translucent hallowed membrane spread out rapidly like a gust of wind, blowing everything away. Even the red cloud that covered the sky was torn apart by the hallowed membrane and it was weakened. It was the desolate race's protective array. With this array, the desolate race could withstand the black-armored demon god's pressure. As the array was activated, the blood cloud began to surge. The true battle had yet to begin, but the sky had already changed colors. The black-armored demon god was inside the cloud. Everyone saw a stocky man in heavy armor and a lance in his hand. He stood on the top of the blood cloud, like a god that ruled the world. He was indomitable and invincible. Under his pressure, people felt their backs turn cold. His cold eyes seemed to be staring at every single one of them. That was too fast. We haven't even made any plans on what to do yet. A group of humans, who were inclined to escape the remote mountains, but had not made the decision, were currently feeling lost. They thought that they still had the time to consider, but they never expected the black-armored demon god to suddenly appear. Now, the entire desolate race campground was locked onto by the black-armored demon god. Regardless of where they escaped to, it would be a dead end. They could only bite the bullet and prepare for battle. Facing the demon god's dominance, against the repression from the difference in life's natural order, people had their yuan qi suppressed, like any movement would result in them being instantly killed. Even in the desolate race's array, this feeling was unavoidable. At this moment, the sound of intricate and gentle footsteps could be heard from the palace. The heavy palatial doors opened automatically as Jiang Xiaoro approached it. Following that, the red-dressed Jiang Xiaoro appeared with her black hair from inside the ancient hall. A desolate and ancient aura seemed to linger around her. Jiang Xiaoro held a bone staff in one hand, while her back was straight. Every step she took was slow, but she still walked out of the hall with determination. You? The black-armored demon god's gaze locked onto Jiang Xiaoro. An intense pressure surged over, engulfing Jiang Xiaoro. It was well known how terrifying the black-armored demon god's pressure was. Typical young elites would burst into a mangled mess of flesh and blood the moment they came close to his pressure. As for Jiang Xiaoro, she managed to withstand the black-armored demon god's gaze. Jiang Xiaoro was strong, but compared to a freak like Yi Yun, or human imperial kings, she was much weaker. Logically speaking, she would not have been able to look so calm under the black-armored demon god's gaze. However, she was exceptionally calm. She wore a red dress with wide sleeves, a black tasseled belt, and had no makeup, except for two dark red highlights that flared towards the ends of her eyes. Every blink of her eyes seemed to open a window to a star-filled universe, but she also seemed like a glamorous yet cold skyfox. When typical warriors felt repressed by the black-armored demon god, it was a result of their bloodlines and the difference in life's natural order. But for Jiang Xiaoro, the blood that flowed in her body was a powerful bloodline that came from the 12 empyrean heavens. With the support of her bloodline, it allowed her to remain calm in front of the black-armored demon god. Good. The black-armored demon god grinned and spoke with an ancient tone. Only very few desolate race imperial kings, who knew of the ancient language that aged tens of millions of years, could understand. For me to lock onto you, it was because of your bloodline. I originally wanted you to be my successor. With such a bloodline, you were born to fight. Unfortunately, you were born in this barren land. It is all right even if you are currently so weak. The potential of your bloodline is immense. Wasting 2 or 3 decades do not matter. As long as you sever ties with this weak race, you will become the strongest war spirit under me, killing for me and conquer the 12 empyrean heavens. The black-armored demon god's words resounded throughout the world. The desolate race imperial kings, who understood this ancient language, were all dumbfounded with shock. Become the black-armored demon god's successor. So the reason why the black-armored demon god had originally locked onto Jiang Xiaoro was not to kill her, but because he eyed her bloodline. She wanted Jiang Xiaoro to become his successor. This was too shocking. Many people looked at Jiang Xiaoro. Be it the desolate race or the human race, they were weak lowlifes like ants to the black-armored demon god. However, the black-armored demon god had placed such great importance on Jiang Xiaoro. Make your choice. Follow me, and I will provide you great power, but, to express your sincerity, you have to slaughter these 2 lowly races. Agree, and you will become the strongest war spirit. Disagree, and I will destroy you. The black-armored demon god's tone was ferocious. As he had been angered by Yi Yun, when he first came to the remote mountains, he had planned on annihilating Jiang Xiaoro. But now, after seeing Jiang Xiaoro withstand his pressure directly, her powerful bloodline made his chaotic and mad soul see calm down. He felt it was too much a pity to destroy Jiang Xiaoro. Zhang Xiao did not understand the black-armored demon god's ancient words, but the sacred spirit had conveyed the meaning behind his words. Her eyes scanned the crowd and suddenly, she raised her head towards the sky. With that, she also raised the bone staff in her hand. Woo! A wind rose up. A sudden gust of wind blew around the area. Although the pressure that everyone was feeling did not reduce, they felt the ground beneath their feet thicken. Although the pressure was intense, they were still able to stand firmly. This is... Everyone looked at Zhang Xiao and they noticed that behind her, a gigantic skyfox phantom image had appeared. This skyfox cast its eyes on the world. Every strand of fur that it had was the size of a small tree. It had 6 tails and it seemed like a divine fire that reached out into the skies, dancing and burning. Sacred Spirit. It was the Sacred Spirit. The moment that the desolate race warriors saw the skyfox appear, they felt their fighting spirit boil. The fear they had, and how they lacked confidence when facing the black-armored demon god was immediately reduced greatly. The Sacred Spirit was with them. The gust of wind was because the Sacred Spirit had made its move. The desolate race's Sacred Spirit was already seriously wounded. It could not even appear with its actual body. It could only reside in Zhang Xiao's body, using her body as a vessel for its combat strength. Only Zhang Xiao's bloodline would allow the Sacred Spirit to leverage its strength to the maximum. With the bone staff in hand, Zhang Xiao pointed it at the black-armored demon god. The tip of the bone staff flickered wantonly with a cold beam. And at this moment, Zhang Xiao was augmented with the Sacred Spirit's powers. Her strength and aura was enhanced without any limits. She was like a towering mountain whose peak could not be seen. Although she couldn't be compared to the black-armored demon god, she was able to withstand the blood cloud. For the young geniuses of the desolate race and human race, she held up the sky. This strength. As everyone looked at Zhang Xiao, they were startled, even if they knew this was the power of the Sacred Spirit. However, other than Zhang Xiao, none of them could withstand the Sacred Spirit's augmentation. This was a terrifying girl. If she managed to survive this disaster, her future was limitless. Ha 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 ha. The black-armored demon god suddenly laughed hysterically. He suddenly brandished his lance as the heaven-earth yuan qi thousands of miles around him began to flow crazily because of his motions. It seems that is your answer. You have rejected me. Fine. Do you think that you can use a tiny spirit fox from the sinkhole to resist me? A tiny fox, that grew up in this abandoned world, and only experienced 2 heavenly tribulations, is not even worthy to be my mount. Boom! At this moment, the blood cloud in the sky tumbled and billowed. The black-armored demon god looked at Zhang Xiao and grinned with a sinister smile. I'll kill you now. Although it's a pity, but drinking your blood will heal most of my injuries. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731, Snow Lotus. Chapter 731, Snow Lotus. Not many could understand the conversation between the black-armored demon god and Zhang Xiao, but from the transmissions between the legendary figures of the desolate race, they got to learn the contents of their conversation. The content was alarming to them. The black-armored demon god was currently the Tian Yuan world's strongest warrior and he was unrivaled. He killed imperial kings like he was cutting through grass. What sort of scene would it be if one became the black-armored demon god's successor? Not only that, the black-armored demon god had also mentioned a place that they found alien. The 12 Empyrean Heavens. Very few of the legendary human figures had seen any mention of this place in books. It represented a wider world, a world with higher martial arts. However, everyone also knew that with the black-armored demon god's savage personality, he would not be thoughtful to a disciple he took in. The war spirit he mentioned probably was to make Zhang Xiao his weapon, one that would fight only for his sake, and with no other thoughts. However, the other choice would then be death. Besides, it was a death that the black-armored demon god would personally execute. Right in front the black-armored demon god's pressure, whose heart wouldn't feel a sense of trepidation. The black-armored demon god's aura grew stronger as Jiang Xiaoro took a deep breath. Her aura also rose another notch as the Skyfox phantom image behind her suddenly rose up into the sky, facing the black-armored demon god on the same level. The sacred spirit's cold pair of eyes were identical to Jiang Xiaoro's. It was the embodiment of the sacred spirit, and it was also a manifestation of Jiang Xiaoro's will. It was one with Jiang Xiaoro. "Since you want to drink my blood, then come get it." Jiang Xiaoro's voice was clear as it resounded through the world, clearly entering everyone's ears. Ha 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 ha. The black-armored demon god erupted into laughter. His voice was cold and cruel and it shook the world, constantly echoing. People immediately felt their eardrums hurting and all their blood turned chaotic, like their bodies were about to burst open. Those legendary human figures began injecting even more yuan qi into the protective shields, but they were only able to withstand a portion of the terrifying pressure. Even they themselves shuddered from the laughter and had their yuan qi suppressed. It was too terrifying. Jiang Xiaoro and the black-armored demon god's terrifying momentum were wantonly facing off each other. One stood on the ground, while the other stood in the clouds. The clash of their aura emitted numerous lightning sparks that seemed to tear through the world. Then die. The black-armored demon god's killing aura was released. Ever since he awoke, he had met two arrogant people. One was Yi Yun and the other was Jiang Xiaoro. Amongst these two, one was insidious and crafty by sneakily attacking him, while the other did not know what was good for herself and thought too highly of herself, and dared to reject him. These two people were going to be killed by him. Accompanying his roar, the land suddenly trembled. Outside the desolate race's protective array, mountains began rupturing as boulders started crashing down. The moment the roar echoed, the black-armored demon god's lance was suddenly stabbed towards Jiang Xiaoro. Immediately, the blood cloud in the sky swirled and a violent wind howled. The heaven and earth seemed to be compressed together. It was just a simple lance, but at this point, in everyone's eyes, this lance was infinitely huge. It was like it was the only thing that existed in the world and it was looming against their heads. Without being able to dodge, much less withstand it, how could humans stand up to something that resembled the forces of nature? The human race geniuses involuntarily trembled under such an impressive show of force. They had no doubts that the residual power of the demon god's lance was enough to instantly turn them into smithereens. They would be left without bodies and their souls might even be destroyed in the resulting storm. Even the legendary human figures found it bleak. With such a powerful demon god, even if they were to join forces, how much change was possible? He was too powerful, there was no way to beat him. Roar! Against the demon god's attack, the Skyfox sacred spirit behind Jiang Xiaoro issued an angry growl. The mighty sound waves dispersed the black-armored demon god's roar. At the same time, Jiang Xiaoro lifted the bone staff and gently waved it at the black-armored demon god. Her actions looked very gentle, but at the same time, the Skyfox sacred spirit behind her was moving its six tails, gathering the power of desolates and using the power of the divine wilderness. It struck out at the black-armored demon god's attack. Boom! 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 The land trembled. Distant mountain peaks crumbled instantly. This was simply the most extreme show of force. This erupting power and Jiang Xiaoro's gentleness formed a strong contrast, but yet they strangely merged together. Bam! The first clash between both parties resulted in remnant shock waves instantly flattening the ground around them. What were once mountainous regions were now forcefully transformed into plains. The world changed colors. It was blocked. Before people had any time to react, the black-armored demon god had already struck a second time with his lance. The terrifying energy collision twisted space itself, as the heaven-earth yuan qi was already extremely chaotic. The black-armored demon god's second strike was still in full force, one that could destroy the world. As the black-armored demon god laughed boisterously, his boldness mounted as the battle progressed. His body had already fractured into tracks of wounds, with blood seeping out of them wantonly. However, the flowing of this blood did not seem to weaken or slow his attack. Instead, it stimulated him to become even crazier. He had not recovered from his injuries, and this was all due to Yi Yun's harassment and sneak attacks. But it was alright, even if he was injured, annihilating the desolate race in Yi Yun was more than enough. It was impossible for these lowly life forms to put up a struggle in front of him. Boom! The Skyfox sacred spirit suddenly turned vapory, and Zhang Xiaoro's face turned pale. The sacred spirit was unable to hold on. Members of the desolate race felt their hearts tightened as their expressions changed. The sacred spirit was originally seriously injured. It had forcefully woken itself up, and it was barely sustaining itself. Under the black-armored demon god's ravaging attacks, it suffered a relapse from its injuries and it quickly approached its limits. The sacred spirit was old. It had lived for tens of millions of years, and it could not undergo its third heavenly tribulation, so it was already approaching its death. The legendary human figures felt their hearts sink. The sacred spirit wasn't able to hold on anymore? Where's Yi Yun? Where did Yi Yun go? Someone asked. Although they thought of Yi Yun as a huge threat, the human race was accustomed to relying on Yi Yun, even if their logic told them that against the terrifying black-armored demon god, even if Yi Yun appeared, nothing would change. Yi Yun went to search for the black-armored demon god prior to this. Now with the black-armored demon god here, Yi Yun has yet to return. A legendary human figure said. They were informed of the news prior to this. What? Yi Yun went searching for the black-armored demon god? And now with the black-armored demon god here, did Yi Yun fail to find him? Or was he already? People did not dare to think any further. Why did he search for the black-armored demon god before this? Wasn't that simply courting death? Ha 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 ha. The black-armored demon god could not stop laughing. He could sense the sacred spirit weakening. If this carried on, in just a while, he could kill Zhang Xiaoro. The black-armored demon god aimed at Zhang Xiaoro's head and ruthlessly stabbed once again. Die! However, at this moment, a fleeting series of shadows flashed. A stunning sword beam, as cold as the luminous moon, like a blooming snow lotus, stabbed at the black-armored demon god silently. Boom! The black-armored demon god immediately sensed it as he instantly pulled back the lance that he had stabbed towards Zhang Xiaoro. Ka ka ka! The lance did not strike that figure, but instead, it struck a closed snow lotus bud. This snow lotus clashed with the lance and immediately bloomed. Instantly, frost chi surged out, and the frost crystals quickly traversed down the lance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732, God Confining Lock. Chapter 732, God Confining Lock. It's Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong has made her move. Is she attacking the black-armored demon god alone? Seeing the snow lotus appear, people already knew that it was Lin Shintong. Previously, when everyone faced the black-armored demon god, there was no need to even mention taking the initiative to attack because just withstanding his killing aura was extremely difficult for them. However, Lin Shintong had single-handedly attacked the black-armored demon god with her sword. Was she sick of living? Phew! Lin Shintong stabbed with her sword. This was an attack that contained everything she had. All her laws, concepts, and insights were in that attack. The snow lotuses were pure and flawless. The petals were crystalline, and they was condensed from all her martial efforts to date. Lin Shintong's original target was directed at the black-armored demon god's back, where his heart was. However, the black-armored demon god's reaction was just too fast. He could change his posture and move at any time he wanted despite attacking with all she had. With a sweep of his lance, he struck Lin Shintong's sword. Pang! The sword vibrated vigorously as the ice crystals shattered, melting into rain. All of Lin Shintong's protective yuan qi quivered intensely, as numerous cracks began forming. Shintong. Not far away was the Lin family, and when they saw this scene, their hearts nearly stopped beating. Matriarch Lin's face was pale as her hands trembled. Lin Shintong was the hope of their Lin family. Even if the entire upper echelons of the Lin family died, Lin Shintong was not to die. Ka-cha! The snow lotus protecting Lin Shintong also exploded, as ice crystals scattered in all directions. After it struck the black-armored demon god, it shattered completely, but it failed to do him any harm. Lin Shintong's attack was to save Jiang Xiaro. Even though Jiang Xiaro was augmented by the sacred spirit, she was unable to withstand the repeated assaults by the black-armored demon god. You want to die in her place? Fine, I'll grant you your wish. The ice crystals on the black-armored demon god's lance were still spreading to the point that his hands were covered in ice. However, he did not care, and he instead revealed a sarcastic smile. He knew that the white-dressed female in front of him had an important relationship with Yi Yun. Anyone with ties to Yi Yun was to die. He wanted to see Yi Yun grief-stricken, and then kill Yi Yun after that. The black-armored demon god was fully confident about his speed. He believed that even if Yi Yun noticed his departure at the first moment of notice, he would only be met with a pile of corpses even if he charged here at full speed. Go to hell! With the lance in hand, the black-armored demon god stabbed his lance at Lin Shintong's heart. This strike was without any gaudy display, nor did he use any heaven-earth yuan qi. It was just a simple stab, but yet, everyone knew that this strike contained a horrifying momentum that was indomitable. If it wasn't for Lin Shintong, the other legendary human figures would probably be bearing the brunt of this momentum, with their bodies completely crumbling. Pang! At that instant, Lin Shintong's protective yuan qi shattered into droplets of lights. Her body had lost all protection. In front of the black-armored demon god, even stars could be crushed, let alone flesh? Yet, at this moment of definite doom, Lin Shintong indifferently lifted her sword, and stabbed it straight at the black-armored demon god's throat without any fear. A death blow just before her death? Everyone seeing this was stunned. People felt pity just as the lance was about to hit its target. Even the hostile factions against Yi Yun did not wish to see Lin Shintong die. As for the upper echelons of the Lin family, their hearts seemed to have shrunk from worry. The black-armored demon god's physical defense far exceeded any weapon. Lin Shintong's death blow would definitely not harm him, and instead, if Lin Shintong were to be stabbed in the heart by the lance, it would spell certain death for her. No one was able to withstand the black-armored demon god's frontal attack. Guaranteed death with a single strike. There was no other way about it. At that split instant, just as people could only watch helplessly as the lance stabbed at Lin Shintong. Wah! Heaven-earth yuan qi exploded, as the endless blood cloud in the sky was penetrated. 12 golden beams of light shot down from blood cloud. The golden beam's speed was extremely fast, and nearly instantly, they flew at the black-armored demon god's body. Ka. The black-armored demon god's body and lance were all twined around by the beams of light. People managed to clearly make out that the 12 golden beams of light were actually 12 chains. The golden chains, about the thickness of a baby's wrist, had penetrated the blood cloud, allowing the rays of the sun to illuminate the chains, making it blindingly bright. Ancient runes on the golden chains began to emerge, like they were dictating an ancient order, one that was able to seal demons and lock gods. This chain was. People were alarmed, and at this moment, before they could give it further thought, Lin Shintong's sword had already stabbed at the black-armored demon god's throat. As for the black-armored demon god's lance, it was completely bound by the chain's order. Cha! The sword pierced through. The black-armored demon god's skin was extremely tough, and he managed to use just his muscles to withstand Lin Shintong's strike. The immense impact caused the soft sword to bend, and as for the black-armored demon god's throat, it had only been stabbed by just a bit before the sword could no longer proceed. A few drops of the demon god's blood flowed out, staining the cold sword blade red. A cold beam flashed in Lin Shintong's eyes, with frosting energy exploding from her sword. Lin Shintong had already circulated the Great Empress Heart Sutra to its limits. Through the black-armored demon god's tiny wound, extreme energy surged right into his body. Pa! 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 A few drops of the demon god's blood froze into red gems. Even the black-armored demon god's wound had begun freezing. However, beneath the black-armored demon god's red eyes there was a grin. God-confining lock? I never expected that you would secretly set up the God-confining lock formation array that allowed you to appear so fearless. It looked like you were seeking death yourself, but you managed to save that red-dressed girl and injured me after that. As the black-armored demon god looked at Lin Shintong, his entire body was trapped in the God-confining lock, and it did not seem like he could move. This array. The legendary human figures were amazed seeing how it suddenly appeared to trap the black-armored demon god. God-confining lock array? What array was this? Where did the desolate race obtain this array from? The moment that this array was activated, it seemed like the world was resounding with sacred murmurs of chanting, that even reduced the pressure that the blood cloud gave to the people. The God-confining lock array had not only trapped the demon god, it had even sealed the demon god's terrifying strength, killing aura and yuan qi in his body. This feeling was extremely apparent, and it astonished many people. Ever since the black-armored demon god had appeared, the human and desolate race had always been repressed. This counterstrike seemed to be able to temporarily stop the black-armored demon god. In fact, when Jiang Xiao was possessed by the sacred spirit, and at the moment that Lin Shintong made her move, the God-confining lock was already being secretly cast. It was activated by the former Desolate Queen, Shepherd Boy, and many legendary Desolate race figures. This array left behind by Yi Yun was the greatest thing that these legendary Desolate race figures would rely on to resist the black-armored demon god. Jiang Xiao and the sacred spirit had appeared to fight together, not to achieve any outcome with the black-armored demon god, but to give them time to activate the array. The black-armored demon god had arrived too soon, which meant that they had no time to prepare. However, Jiang Xiao and Lin Shintong's attacks gave the time for the array to be successfully activated. Between the heavens and earth, shimmering golden chains that looked like they sprouted out of the heavens and earth, chained up the black-armored demon god's 4 limbs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733, Redoubtable Strength. Chapter 733, Redoubtable Strength. To my surprise, you actually have this array formation. The black-armored demon god said with a deep voice. The God-confining lock array could be traced back to ancient times. The so-called ancient times was not tens of millions of years ago, when the Azure Yang Lord fought the 7 demon disciples. It was an era even further back. It was back when the mighty figures of each race in the 12 empyrean heavens fought the ancient ancestor god. Back then, each race gathered more than 100 mighty warriors and set up the God-confining lock array, resulting in 3,000 God-confining chains to shoot out. Even the heavenly Tao itself could be temporarily sealed. That was what a true God-confining lock was. But now, the God-confining lock used by the desolate race was a simplified version, and of course accordingly, the simplified version of the God-confining lock array's operating requirements were lower. If not, it would not be something that the members of the desolate race could operate. What a waste of a heavenly treasure! If such an array formation were to be placed in the 12 empyrean heavens, it would be extremely precious. What a pity! With a bunch of trash like you, how are all of you able to allow this array to display its greatest strength? The black-armored demon god said with a sneer. As he spoke, his joints cracked as his muscles swelled up. Blue veins began to appear all over his body like crawling earthworms. Pa! 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 Many cracks began to appear on the black-armored demon god's muscle as blood spewed out. His injury-ridden body did not seem like it could withstand his redoubtable power. Every time he used his energy, it was a major depletion of the black-armored demon god's life force essence. However, he did not mind. He allowed his blood to flow as he laughed maniacally. Lin Shintong felt her heart palpitate. Retracting her sword, she quickly retreated backwards. Ka-cha! The golden chain that twined around the black-armored demon god's lance suddenly snapped, causing golden light to spew wantonly, which was followed by a thunderous explosion. The black-armored demon god managed to free his lance, as the remaining energy shattered the void. This amount of force was horrifying. If Lin Shintong had retreated any slower, she would probably be seriously injured or even dead. He broke through just like that. The legendary human figures, as well as the legendary desolate race figures who were powering the array, were all alarmed. This array was so profound, and the black-armored demon god had even said that the array formation was extremely precious even in the 12 Empyrean heavens. Yet, such an array formation failed to completely trap the black-armored demon god? A pale Jiang Xiao looked at the black-armored demon god as her gaze turned weak. Ha! The black-armored demon god roared as the remaining 11 chains vibrated. The runes on the chains flickered rapidly. They lit up and dimmed at times, like they were about to rupture at any time. The black-armored demon god held his lance in one hand, and forcefully pulled with the other hand. A terrifying power was transmitted through the 11 chains. Boom! Heaven-earth Yuan Qi surged in all directions as the energy that the black-armored demon god injected into the chains exploded. The land trembled as the desolate race palace sunk deeper, and it looked like it was about to collapse. A few legendary desolate race figures were thrown out of the four corners of the palace. All of them looked pale, like they were suffering from internal injuries. The god-confining Lox array disc emerged in the palace's core, flashing occasionally with golden runes. The runes' power flowed through the 11 chains, but the chains had not been broken yet. However, despite the god-confining lock not being completely broken apart, the legendary desolate race figures that powered the formation had been forcefully pulled out, and they looked extremely miserable. Ha 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 ha! Trash! The black-armored demon god looked at the miserable state of these legendary figures as he laughed maniacally. Upon seeing this scene, the glint in Lin Shintong and Jiang Xiao's eyes dimmed. The human race and the desolate race could not help but shudder, especially those legendary desolate race figures who had been pulled out. They could feel the deep sense of helplessness and powerlessness. He was too strong. Even if he was confined by 11 chains, the black-armored demon god still remained unrivaled. He was able to be so arrogant because he had the means to do so. There were numerous mighty figures present here, all warriors that stood at the pinnacle of the Tian Yuan world. But at this moment, even if they all joined forces, they would still be no match for an injured or even imprisoned demon god. There was no way of obtaining victory. Under the current circumstances, the demon god was still as terrifying as ever. Many people felt their hearts turn cold. But at this moment, two figures suddenly flew forward. These two figures came from the human race. After that, a few figures joined the two figures and flew into the sky. It's the Sanctuary Island couple. It's our seniors. The human race geniuses exclaimed in unison. The Sanctuary Island couple held hands while hovering midair. They silently looked at the black-armored demon god. A few other legendary human race figures also stared straight at the black-armored demon god. The corners of the black-armored demon god's mouth suffused a sneer. There are more who are sick of living? With the caliber of these people, the number that stood forward were the number who died. Although the black-armored demon god was still trapped by the 11 chains, his lance was already freed. From the way he freed himself and brutally pulled the legendary desolate race figures out, it was obvious that nearing the black-armored demon god was still suicidal. So what if the legendary human figures attacked? What could they do? The black-armored demon god didn't even bother with them. As long as he continued freeing himself from the remaining 11 chains, he could slaughter everyone including Jiang Xiao and Lin Xintong. He wanted to use their blood to dye his lance red. At this moment, with a deep growl, the chain around his left leg began to tremble violently. Bam! Countless ancient runes shattered. Another chain of the god confining lock had broken. With this chain shattering, everyone's hearts began to undergo violent trepidations. The black-armored demon god is indeed tough, but we will not sit idle either. We have escaped so much, and today, the desolate race has managed to set up an array to temporarily restrain him. Besides, he is also injured. If it remains hopeless under such a situation, then if we were to carry on fleeing, there will be no hope of us eliminating him in the future. The Sanctuary Island couple said loudly. With that, the two of them took out an array disc, as all their yuan qi was let loose. Set up the array formation. Do not let him break free from the god confining lock any longer. The Sanctuary Island couple shouted loudly. The other legendary human figures did not speak as they released their yuan qi as well. A powerful burst of energy instantly formed a sea of yuan qi midair. And following that, the array disk emitted a black light, as the small array disk became like an bottomless whirlpool, absorbing the entire yuan qi sea. The legendary human figures continued injecting their yuan qi into the array disk, while the array disk was connected to the Sanctuary Island couple. The couple's aura rose constantly, and soon, they reached a terrifying stage. Another array formation? The black-armored demon god scanned the legendary human figures. Cosmic Infinite Array? That's probably what you are capable of. This was an array formation used by the Azure Yang Lord against the 7 demon disciples tens of millions of years ago. It also came from the 12 Empyrean heavens, so the black-armored demon god naturally knew about it. He stopped trying to release himself from the shackles of the god confining lock, and instead, he pointed lance and swung it at the legendary human figures. Even though he was facing 2 arrays, he still remained as calm as ever. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734, Sacred Spirits Nirvana. Chapter 734, Sacred Spirits Nirvana. Looking at us with contempt? When the legendary human figures saw how the black-armored demon god was behaving, they felt pangs of fury in their hearts. They knew that the black-armored demon god was terrifying, but now, despite him being trapped in the god confining lock, he still thought nothing of them, disparaging them completely. Everyone! The Sanctuary Island Lord said with a deep voice from within the worldly array, we have all practiced martial arts for years, enduring the loneliness associated with reclusive training and the dangers that accompanied mystic realms. We have gone through all kinds of hardship. Other than fighting against fate, it is because we are unwilling to lead ordinary lives, and do not want to waste our lives. 1 strike. I only want 1 strike. We need to produce a domineering stance. As he spoke, his yuan qi surged. His hair stood up, and in between his eyebrows, a flame was burning. Beside him, his partner's black dress was also fluttering, as she pushed her energy to the limits. At this moment, the Sanctuary Island couple had actually chosen to burn their blood essence. Seeing the Sanctuary Island couple's actions, the legendary human figures were stunned. Although they had made the difficult decision of staying behind to fight the black-armored demon god, most of them only hoped to seriously injure the black-armored demon god, so as to allow their lineage to continue. But to burn one's blood essence? That would drain one's lifespan. The legendary human figures were naturally unwilling to burn their blood essence. But at this moment, with their lives on the line, they were pushed to the edge of the cliff. If they were defeated, it was equivalent to death. Compared to the elders, who did not have much lifespan left, the Sanctuary Island couple's life force and potential were much higher than theirs. Yet, they did not hesitate to burn their blood essence. What more them? Humans were beings that were easily influenced by their surroundings. They were selfish at times, but at times, they might have righteous ardor and turn fearless. Instantly, all the legendary human figures, who were powering the cosmic infinite array, burned their blood essence. Boom! As blood and chi surged into the sky, a golden array seemed to flip the cosmos. Mountains crumbled as the world shook. The cosmic infinite array was naturally not as abstruse as the God-confining lock. However, despite the God-confining lock being powerful, the legendary desolate race figures could not let it live up to its potential. As for the cosmic infinite array, although it was a few notches weaker, the legendary human figures were able to bring most of the cosmic infinite array's power into play. As such, the difference was no longer that great. With the Sanctuary Island couple as the lead, the cosmic infinite array seemed to transform into a small world itself. As the human geniuses on the ground looked up, they were all holding their breath as they watched with great concern. Their eyes reflected a redness that was a result of the burning blood and chi in the sky. These were their seniors, their patriarchs. They were human warriors who stood at the peak. Black-armored demon god. The Sanctuary Island couple roared. As the voices reverberated through the air, the cosmic infinite array began to spin with a loud rumble. It suddenly smashed itself at the black-armored demon god. It seemed to blot out the sky and cover up the earth. It was like an entire world falling down from the sky, smashing heavily at the black-armored demon god's head. Everyone's gaze followed the cosmic infinite array's fall. Although they did not partake in it, their breaths stagnated and they felt their blood tossing and turning. It was like they were a part of that attack. It was a strike that contained the human race's willpower. Seeing this scene, the black-armored demon god finally stopped looking at them with contempt. He roared as his body began tearing apart and blood spurted out everywhere. In the blood that sputtered out, the black lance was like a black dragon that emerged out of water, stabbing forcefully. Die! The lance was aimed straight at the cosmic infinite array's core. Two of the strongest powers at this moment in time clashed right into each other without any fancifulness. Wah! Instantly, everyone felt like all sounds had disappeared from their ears. The lighted scene in front of their eyes had disappeared, and it was replaced by a screen of red blood. It was an oppressive yuan qi. It wasn't truly silent, but at this moment, due to the immense destructive force, they had temporarily lost their sense of hearing despite their yuan qi protecting them. The light that appeared as a result of the clash did not disappear. Instead, because of the crazy burst of energy, it caused space itself to distort. What happened? Everyone stared with widened eyes. Suddenly, the wanton energy was swept away. The black-armored demon god's figure appeared. His hair was disheveled, and his arm was covered in blood. He was standing midair. The energy had been sucked into the lance. The black lance had pierced right through the cosmic infinite array's core. The Sanctuary Island couple was right in the middle and they had burnt their blood essence. The couple, who had been augmented by the array's powers, had suffered a blow that resembled being struck by a mountain. The Sanctuary Island Lord was slightly further in front. His sternum had shattered, and the right arm that held a sword had burst into a mist of blood. As for the other legendary human figures, they also experienced an immense impact. Those who were slightly weaker had their organs completely smashed, and they were in critical conditions. The human race had paid a bitter price to produce the strongest strike, and they finally seriously injured the black-armored demon god. At this moment, the black-armored demon god's body had suffered from repeated injuries. The surface of his body was completely cracked. There was nearly nowhere on his skin that was still intact. And the healing of his wounds was slowing down too. A chance. In front of the desolate race palace, the legendary desolate race figures were giving their all to power the god-confining lock array. 10 of the divine chains of order were confining the black-armored demon god. Above the palace, the Skyfox's phantom image turned a faint red, while Zhang Shiro flew up and stood on top of the Skyfox phantom image's head. The Skyfox's fur was fluttering where its long ears were. The bit of cinnabar in the middle of Jiang Xiaoro's eyebrows had also turned vermilion. Her forceful stance as well as the sacred spirit Skyfox's aura was increasing rapidly. When this aura reached its peak, Jiang Xiaoro raised her bone staff and suddenly began to chant profound ancient words. The heaven and earth seemed to experience a cataclysm. The ground quaked, as if the land's life force and immense history, as well as the souls of all the flora and fauna, was rising up from deep underground, surging right into the Skyfox's body. Its shape was rapidly increasing. As the long hair behind Jiang Xiaoro fluttered, she gathered an ancient aura that made people want to pay homage to her. Everyone could tell that this was the most powerful strike that the sacred spirit could produce at the cost of burning its life. Oh! Upon seeing the sacred spirit's state, the black-armored demon god showed his first look of surprise. As for the human race and the desolate race continuously attacking him without any break in between, he was furious. Ah! The Skyfox howled and charged at the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god screamed as he raised his lance to face the attack. The black lance pierced through the Skyfox's head. As for the huge Skyfox phantom image, it also pierced through the black-armored demon god's body. The result of the terrifying impact radiated in all directions, as the red clouds in the sky were pushed to greater heights. Branched lightning lit up the tenebrous sky. Buzzing and hissing, they trembled with the anger of being shackled to the sky since time began, causing the world to turn silent. Everyone could even feel the ground suddenly sink down. In the sky, the blood clouds had dispersed and the killing aura had vanished. The black-armored demon god's hair was disheveled as his arm drooped low. As for Jiang Xiaoro, she was holding the bone staff to support her body. Her face was pale. Even the bit of cinnabar in the middle of her eyebrows had turned dim. She had clearly pushed all her strength to its limits. And behind her, the sacred spirit's phantom image was so blurry that it nearly disappeared. The huge Skyfox's head looked down on the world from high in the air. It had a nonchalant and calm expression, like it was experiencing a faint sense of nostalgia. People could sense that the Skyfox was bidding farewell to this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735, Devouring Souls. Chapter 735, Devouring Souls. The sacred spirit had expended all of its energy. The Skyfox, which was nearing the end of its life, had been injured. And compounded with it burning its life force, it struck out its final strike before its death. The desolate race warriors felt terrible about this. Their sacred spirit came from the 12 empyrean heavens, and it had silently protected the divine wilderness for tens of millions of years. Now, it died in battle for the desolate race. They were upset over the sacred spirit's death, but the battle was still ongoing. They had no time to hold a memorial ceremony for the sacred spirit. The sacred spirit's phantom image turned increasingly faint, as it was about to disperse at any moment. At this moment, even the human warriors felt an inexplicable sense of sorrow, much less the desolate race. Against a calamity that could destroy the world, all prejudice and the hatred between the races no longer mattered. All of you. Suddenly, a low and raspy voice echoed from the sky. The black-armored demon god's hair was disheveled and he was covered in blood. Several cracks had even appeared on his black armor. However, his aura was still exceedingly powerful. In fact, his killing aura was even more intense. All of you have completely infuriated me. All of you are to die. Die! The black-armored demon god roared. His body looked like it was made of blood only. The rate at which his muscles were recovering was much slower, and his life force was getting closer and closer to eventual collapse. However, he still was a god of death. His terrifying combat powers made the human and desolate race despair. Unrivaled. This was an enemy no one could defeat. They had used every means they had and each strike had consumed their life force, expending all that they had. Now, the sacred spirit was dead. All the legendary human figures were grievously injured, yet the black-armored demon god still had ravaging killing intent. Despair. Every warrior could only feel a strong sense of despair at this moment. There were still 10 chains twined around the black-armored demon god's body. As he held onto his bloody lance, he suddenly reached out and grabbed his armor. He grasped his armor tightly. And with that, woo 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 woo! A shrilling and ghastly wail echoed as numerous souls appeared from the black-armored demon god's armor as they writhed in pain. The souls had twisted faces and miserable expressions. Their spiritual soul flames were dim, and they were filled with despair. They were the warrior souls that had been sealed in his armor. Amongst these souls, a large number of them were Yuan opening realm human experts, and even quite a number of human imperial kings. After being killed by the black-armored demon god, their bodies were devastated, while their souls were trapped, experiencing endless pain. Yet, they still managed to retain their thoughts back when they were alive. Amongst them was Shinto Patriarch and Mystic Tiger Immortal. Nearly a year ago, Shinto Patriarch was killed by the black-armored demon god and his soul had been sealed in the armor. He had endured such extended period of torture to the brink of collapse. As for Mystic Tiger Immortal, he had been killed only a short while ago. Although his body was dead, he realized that he still possessed his consciousness. Other than feeling extreme fear, he still had fantasies, hoping that he would one day be able to escape from the black-armored demon god's armor, possessing a body and carry on living. Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shinto Patriarch had been grabbed simultaneously by the black-armored demon god. Previously, while they were in the armor, they knew about the intense battle happening outside. They even had a vague understanding of the details of the battle. Now that Mystic Tiger Immortal was suddenly released, he felt extremely excited seeing the outside world. As for Shinto Patriarch, he seemed to regain a bit of hope from his despair. Woo woo woo! Save! Save me! Save me! Mystic Tiger Immortal pleaded for help with great difficulty. He could see the Sanctuary Island couple and the Desolate Race's desolate queen. Just thinking of his soul undergoing the torture in the black-armored demon god's armor made him turn crazy from the pain. Now, the Desolate Queen and the Sanctuary Island couple had become the only people that could save him. It's Mystic Tiger Immortal. Some people recognized Mystic Tiger Immortal. Although he was in soul form, as a human imperial king, his aura was still extraordinary. Anyone who was familiar with him could recognize him. Didn't he lead his family clan in a bid to escape? Why was he also killed? That scum escaped faster than anyone else. Now that he has been killed and his soul trapped, he wants us to save him? To save him, we need to approach the black-armored demon god. That is sacrificing our lives in exchange for his half-dead soul. He can dream on. People say in a disgruntled manner. At this moment, even the human race despised a lowlife like Mystic Tiger Immortal, much less the Desolate Race. Save me! Mystic Tiger Immortal shouted in pain, yet everyone ignored him. And at this moment, swish! The black-armored demon god lifted his hand, and forcefully put a large handful of tortured souls into his mouth. The souls that were bitten by the black-armored demon god let out wails of pain as they were being eaten by the black-armored demon god. The moment the souls entered his body, they dissipated immediately, turning into pure soul energy that he absorbed. People looked in shock at the black-armored demon god and felt their hearts go cold. The black-armored demon god had stored souls in his armor, and at this moment, he was absorbing the soul energy to recover his power. They had no way of preventing the black-armored demon god from eating the souls and they could only watch helplessly. All of you shall die. The black-armored demon god's eyes were filled with killing intent. Pang! 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 A series of sounds resounded as soul after soul exploded as they were devoured by the black-armored demon god. When Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shinto Patriarch saw this scene, their souls turned cold and they felt unfathomable despair. It was not as horrifying as if they were just being killed. Now, not only had their bodies been destroyed, their souls would also be dispersed, turning into energy for him. This way of dying was extremely horrible. However, after the black-armored demon god ate 80% of the warrior souls, he suddenly stopped. By a stroke of luck, Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shinto Patriarch were spared. For the black-armored demon god, these souls were enough for his treatment. Visible blood and chi rapidly emanated through the black-armored demon god's arms, as bloodlines appeared, before they rapidly spread throughout his body. The black-armored demon god's chest rose and fell violently as the red bloodlines quickly covered his entire body. They glowed intermittently, and even reached his pupils. Like a layer of totem runic patterns, it spread all over his body, making the black-armored demon god look even more demonic. The black-armored demon god's wounds were slowly recovering as his muscles bulged. Like divine metal, his bones began to issue explosive sounds, with each one sounding like tumultuous thunder. Ah! 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 Sounds came out of the black-armored demon god's throat as his eyes looked extremely frenzied. His soul sea was originally in a mess, and now with him suddenly devouring large amounts of souls that could provide nourishment to his body, the large quantity of memory fragments also surged into his body, stimulating his soul sea, and making his soul sea even more unstable. However, at this moment, the black-armored demon god was on the brink of madness. He did not care about this at all. The black-armored demon god suddenly lifted his head and looked at everyone with a feverish gaze. It made these people seem to hear a resounding boom in their ears that came from their pounding heartbeat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736, Lotus Flower Concept. Chapter 736, Lotus Flower Concept. In the eyes of everyone, the black-armored demon god was currently in a completely frenzied state. What really just happened? People were shuddering in fear. Although the black-armored demon god's flesh had healed, his soul was still clearly in chaos. His spiritual mind was acting like it was in a tumultuous storm. His soul sea absorbed many soul fragments. Although those human warriors were weak, their combined soul energy is no trifling matter. The crux of the matter is that the black-armored demon god is heavily injured. When he first came, he was already in a seriously injured state, so he is unable to withstand the energy. Lin Shintong muttered midair. She was proficient in Purine laws, so she was extremely perceptive of the black-armored demon god's spiritual condition. He was seriously injured when he first came? People were stunned as many of them did not realize that. Even a seriously injured black-armored demon god was so terrifying? Wasn't he recuperating before this? Why did he come to attack us before he recovered from his injuries? A legendary human figure asked. Upon hearing this question, Lin Shintong took a deep breath. This is probably the work of Yun. Yun? The legendary human figures were stunned. Yun made the black-armored demon god forego his recuperation to attack the remote mountains? How did he do that? Where's Yun? Could he have already? From Lin Shintong's words, Yun clearly had met the black-armored demon god prior to this. It was hard to believe that Yun alone managed to escape, despite facing the black-armored demon god. Yun was strong, but the black-armored demon god was even more terrifying. He could fend the combined forces of the desolate race and the human race, two divine arrays, as well as the sacred spirit strike that consumed its life force alone. Yet, all of that failed to do much to the black-armored demon god. He was an existence who was impossible to resist against by human means. At this moment, ding dang! The black-armored demon god grabbed a god-confining lock chain that bound his right leg. Ka ka ka! With his hands, he ripped at it in two different directions. Golden runes immediately exploded into flashes. The legendary desolate race figure responsible for that god-confining lock chain immediately felt a heavy blow. His face was pale as he tried his best to hold on. The black-armored demon god's muscles bulged on both his arms and he revealed a grin. As a series of caca sounds issued, golden runes suddenly exploded as that god-confining lock chain was forcefully ripped apart. That legendary desolate race figure immediately felt his body quiver as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned as white as a sheet of paper, while black blood flowed out of his orifices. With the god-confining lock chain broken, that legendary desolate race figure was also seriously injured. Seeing the black-armored demon god rip the god-confining lock apart with his bare hands, everyone trembled with fear. The black-armored demon god looked at another chain, and with a swing of his lance, he smashed at it. Ka-cha! Yet another god-confining lock chain was severed. The legendary desolate race figure manning this chain immediately suffered internal injuries. Even the skin on his face ruptured as blood spurted out all across his body. While trembling, he still tried to stabilize the god-confining lock chain, but his strength fell short of his wishes. I've already said that all of you are going to die. With 4 of the god-confining lock chains severed, a third of the array was cracked, making it unable to restrain the black-armored demon god any further. As the black-armored demon god twisted his neck, the veins on his body began to squirm. With a grab of his hand, he threw the remaining 20% of the human warrior's souls back into his armor, saving it for future rations. It was not because he could not bear eating these souls, but he did not want to give his chaotic soul see further injuries. Voila! The chains tightened. After losing 4 god-confining lock chains, the god-confining lock array was no longer perfect, and it was impossible to prevent the black-armored demon god from moving forward. With his lance in hand, he approached Jiang Xiaoro step by step. Your blood, give it to me. The black-armored demon god wanted to devour Jiang Xiaoro's blood. For those souls, not only were their energies impure, they were also harmful to his soul see if he ate them. But Jiang Xiaoro's blood contained powerful energies and it was extremely suitable to help him. Roar! The former desolate queen's face turned white as she stood beside Jiang Xiaoro. Shepherd Boy also stood in front of Jiang Xiaoro. They were preparing to fight to the death. Abruptly, the sunlight that dawned upon the lands dimmed slightly. At this moment of crisis, people raised their heads in astonishment. They realized that the sun in the sky had disappeared, as it was covered by a gigantic snow lotus. Around the snow lotus, absolute darkness emanated from it. People could even see faint stars as a result. As the starlight showered down, it augmented Lin Xintong, increasing her aura steadily. With that, she pointed her sword tip at the black-armored demon god. With Jiang Xiaoro's life on the line, Lin Xintong had no choice but to make her move. However, everyone had previously seen Lin Xintong use all her strength in an attack, yet it had failed to injure the black-armored demon god. She had nearly been killed by the black-armored demon god. No matter how strong Lin Xintong was, it was impossible for her to withstand a single strike of the black-armored demon god. Even a graze might deal her serious harm. You want to die in her stead again? You managed to escape the last time, but this time, I'll kill you first. The black-armored demon god roared as he brandished the lance in his hand. A strike without any gaudy display stabbed through the thousands of starlight rays in the sky as it flew straight at Lin Xintong. Xintong. On the Lin family's side, matriarch Lin's creased face turned pale. The members of the desolate race also felt extremely nervous. The black-armored demon god was originally charging at Jiang Xiaoro, so Lin Xintong was forced to make her move just to save Jiang Xiaoro. If Lin Xintong died as a result of this, they would feel greatly indebted to the Lin family. Ka-cha! The black lance stabbed straight, clashing with Lin Xintong's sword beam. The starlight gathered, augmenting the sword beams, but even so. Pang pang pang! The sword beam began to shatter, and in this disproportionate showdown, the black lance beam's momentum was indomitable. The empty void was pierced, causing violent tremors. Unstoppable! Seeing the black lance beam about to penetrate Lin Xintong's body, no one could bear to watch any further. And at this moment, Lin Xintong's eyes flashed. She tapped lightly with her toes, and every step she made midair produced a lotus flower. Lotus flowers bloomed, they were beautiful and holy. The lotus flower was a concept. Although it was not as powerful as pure yin and yang, it still contained an inexplicably profound mysticism. Lin Xintong stepped through the void, with each step producing a lotus flower. The way she moved did not seem fast. Each step could be seen clearly by others, and they could even see the process of the lotus flower blooming. But strangely, the lance beam that was about to pierce Lin Xintong was always just short of doing so. It failed to reach Lin Xintong. As Lin Xintong retreated, the black lance beam chased closely behind her. Under the black-armored demon god's full power, even though Lin Xintong had displayed an exquisite lotus flower concept, the lance beam was drawing closer to Lin Xintong, and it nearly penetrated Lin Xintong's neck. On the brink of death, Lin Xintong remained extremely calm, like there was no lance pointing in her direction. Her toes tapped again, as Lin Xintong shrunk her body backwards. And at the same time, an incredibly fast divine beam shot out from behind Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong did not even look back, as her figure shrunk into that divine beam. Boom! The black lance clashed with the divine beam, causing the void to collapse. Before a tumultuous explosion could be heard, its sound waves were devoured by the void's cracks, causing silence in the world. People looked in astonishment as a miniature pagoda that was 6 stories tall spun midair. This miniature pagoda was the one that shot that divine beam of light, and Lin Xintong had used her lotus flower concept to retreat into this miniature pagoda. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737, Yi-Yun vs. Demon God. Chapter 737, Yi-Yun vs. Demon God. After being struck by the black-armored demon god's lance beam, the 6-story miniature pagoda flew backwards. As it spun rapidly midair, it also grew in size rapidly. Boom! The divine pagoda crashed down, suppressing the divine wilderness, standing erect with an indomitable spirit. That pagoda. People looked at the divine pagoda that had suddenly appeared with astonishment. Many of them knew that it was the God Advent Tower that came from the great Empress mystic realm, and it was owned by Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun! It's Yi-Yun! He had previously faced the black-armored demon god directly, but he still managed to survive. With the black-armored demon god attacking the remote mountains, and with the knowledge that Yi-Yun had launched a sneak attack on him, people were beginning to suspect that Yi-Yun had been killed by the black-armored demon god. But now, the God Advent Tower had appeared, and it had blocked the black-armored demon god's strike. As people recalled the lotus flower concept that Lin Xintong used from before, she had clearly sensed Yi-Yun's arrival, and she knew the God Advent Tower was flying in her direction. Hence, she had retreated the moment she dealt her blow, taking shelter immediately afterwards in the God Advent Tower. This made the black-armored demon god's attack fall short. The couple had great teamwork between the two of them. Seeing the God Advent Tower undamaged and Lin Xintong taking shelter in the God Advent Tower, Matriarch Lin heaved a sigh of relief. Xintong cultivates the Great Empress Heart Sutra together with Yi-Yun, so they probably have a telepathic link between themselves. They already detected each other's presence from not far away. Hence, Xintong could attack the black-armored demon god in such a manner. She really gave this pile of old bones a fright. As Matriarch Lin looked at the God Advent Tower, she became even more fond and appreciative of Yi-Yun. Even though the black-armored demon god was on a rampage, and she knew that Yi-Yun's appearance did not mean that he was the match for black-armored demon god, she felt an inexplicable sense of contentment. You have finally arrived. The black-armored demon god looked at the God Advent Tower as he roared out with laughter. The God Advent Tower is a memento of the Azure Yang Lord. Do you think that I can't do a thing with you hiding in the God Advent Tower? The God Advent Tower's defenses were astounding, and with the black-armored demon god's power, even a frontal assault on it would be parried. But The God Advent Tower was able to withstand the black-armored demon god's attack, all because of its arrays. As a mobile immortal residence, the God Advent Tower was made out of extremely strong refined materials. However, without the support of energy and arrays, it was just a dead object. A dead object definitely could not ward off the black-armored demon god. If Iyun did not launch a counteroffensive, and was continuously attacked by the black-armored demon god, in time to come, the energy in the God Advent Tower's arrays would be expended. When that happened, Iyun and Lin Shintong would only be left for the slaughter for the black-armored demon god. Are you still going to hide like a tortoise inside the God Advent Tower? No problem, I'll kill all these people first. Iyun had really come, which also showed how much Zhang Xiao meant to him. Now, Iyun was hiding in the God Advent Tower, while Zhang Xiao was on the other side, with the black-armored demon god in between them. It was impossible for Iyun to bypass the black-armored demon god to save Zhang Xiao. Since you aren't coming out, then watch me drink her blood. Once I recover a bit of strength, I'll shatter your tortoise shell. The black-armored demon god sneered as he looked at the God Advent Tower before turning to Zhang Xiao. Iyun was here now, making the black-armored demon god's thirst of killing Zhang Xiao even stronger. He wanted Zhang Xiao, a beautiful woman, to die a horrible death. Roar! The former desolate queen stood in front of her. People immediately woke up from the shock the God Advent Tower had given them. Although Iyun had appeared at such a critical point in time, he was still unable to change the battle situation. They were still in the midst of grave danger. And it seemed like Iyun had, for some reason, angered the black-armored demon god. Seeing the black-armored demon god abandon the God Advent Tower, and swaggering over to Zhang Xiao, everyone felt their hearts turn cold. The black-armored demon god did not only want to kill Zhang Xiao, he also wanted to kill everyone present. They had led a life of hardship in order to pursue their martial paths. Yet now, they could only be like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. They had no means to strike back, and it was pathetic. The black-armored demon god raised his lance as a forceful stance gathered on its tip. The yuan qi throughout the world rapidly gathered as he drew closer to Zhang Xiao, his stance accumulating in strength. If he struck out, the former desolate queen and shepherd boy had no means of withstanding it. They would only be reduced to smithereens. What were they going to do? People looked at Zhang Xiao and then they looked at the God Advent Tower. They felt that if they were put in the position of Iyun, it was extremely difficult to make a choice. And at this moment, the God Advent Tower flashed with a golden brilliance, as a golden crow phantom image descended. As Iyun stood on the golden crow's back, he appeared at the top of the God Advent Tower. He looked at the black-armored demon god, with the pure yang broken sword in his hand. He pointed the rusty blade straight at the black-armored demon god. Iyun came out. People held their breaths. From what they knew, Iyun's strength was not much different to Lin Shintong's. Lin Shintong was clearly no match for the black-armored demon god, so it was impossible for Iyun to step forward to defeat the black-armored demon god. There was no need to even mention victory, even withstanding a single strike of the black-armored demon god's lance was extremely difficult. Yunar. Seeing Iyun come out of the God Advent Tower, Zhang Xiao felt her heart tense up. Iyun would be much safer in the God Advent Tower, but once he came out, he would be placed in an extremely dangerous situation. Upon seeing Iyun appear, the black-armored demon god grinned viciously. He abandoned Zhang Xiao and approached Iyun. What foolishness! To die for a woman. The black-armored demon god mocked. As he raised his black lance, a massive amount of energy surged out the tip of the lance. Around Iyun, the space began to suddenly tighten. It was like a cage entrapping him within. Seal! The black-armored demon god let out a deep growl. In between him and Iyun, a black screen of light appeared, enveloping the two of them in it. A sealed enchantment! Someone exclaimed. The black-armored demon god had used a portion of his energy to set up a sealed enchantment. This sealed enchantment could temporarily seal a region of space, preventing Yi-Yun from escaping. And the God Advent Tower was outside the sealed enchantment. The black-armored demon god did this to prevent Yi-Yun from being able to dodge his attacks and escape back into the God Advent Tower. This made everyone's hearts tighten even more. With Yi-Yun unable to escape back into the God Advent Tower, he was also sealed in the enchantment. It seemed like he had to withstand the black-armored demon god's blow. Up to now, no one had been able to withstand a frontal blow that the black-armored demon god produced. Without even needing to look at the light curtain, Yi-Yun could see the strength of this sealed enchantment easily with the purple crystal's energy vision. He could attack and break through the light curtain, but the black-armored demon god would not give him the chance to do so. As Yi-Yun looked at the black-armored demon god, he suddenly sneered, "Your body is still bleeding." The black-armored demon god had suffered a severe hit on his vitality. Even though he had consumed a large number of souls that had provided him with energy, they were still very limited. After ripping away 4 god-confining lock chains, he had depleted a lot of his energy. Yi-Yun could still see that the god-confining lock chains, which had lost most of their efficacy, were still twined around the black-armored demon god. If the black-armored demon god was at his peak condition, he could have ripped all the god-confining lock chains apart. Why would he leave them entwined around him? Despite the black-armored demon god looking extremely powerful and invincible, Yi-Yun could tell that this was actually his weakest moment. It was also the chance for him to defeat the black-armored demon god. Since I came, I never planned to hide. Instead, I'm here to put you down under my sword. Yi-Yun's voice resounded through the remote mountains. The golden crow beneath his feet also let out a loud shrill that rumbled through the heaven and earth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 738, One Sword Strike to Seal the Throat. Chapter 738, One Sword Strike to Seal the Throat. Put the black-armored demon god under his sword? What Yi-Yun said stunned both the desolate race and human race. Put the demon god down? This was the black-armored demon god that neither Lin Shinton, the sacred spirit, nor 2 powerful arrays could do a thing against. You want to put me down? Ha ha ha. The black-armored demon god suddenly roared with laughter. He had crossed swords with Yi-Yun several times and he had a rough gauge of Yi-Yun's strength. All Yi-Yun could do was sneak up on him while he was recuperating. What a joke. Back when I was recuperating, whenever you sneaked up on me, even a simple counterattack of mine could injure you through the God Advent Tower. You sure have the nerve to make such a bold statement of putting me under your sword. With that, the black-armored demon god attacked. The lance in his hand looked simple and lusterless, but it was a peerless divine weapon. The black-armored demon god's attacks were always simple sweeps or stabs, yet such simple moves remained unrivaled. But now, the black-armored demon god's lance was stabbing straight at Yi-Yun's heart. There was an enchantment sealing Yi-Yun's surroundings, isolating him from the God Advent Tower, so there was no room for retreat. Even if he could retreat, Yi-Yun would not do so either. He knew deep down that this was the best opportunity to kill the black-armored demon god. Once he missed it, the opportunity would not come again. That instant, time seemed to slow down for Yi-Yun. The scene of the Azure Yan Lord slashing at the black-armored demon god from the disc array in the Great Empress Mystic Realm kept replaying in his mind. In the disc array's images, the black-armored demon god was holding a lance and he was riding a divine horse, yet he had been destroyed by the Azure Yang Lord with one sword strike. That single sword strike was like an azure lightning bolt that pierced through the black-armored demon god. Tens of millions of years ago, the black-armored demon god was at his peak, and he was far more impressive than he was now. That strike. He just needed to produce 1/100th of that strike's power. Back then, the Azure Yang Lord had destroyed the 7 demon disciples when they were at their peaks. I can only kill one of them, and he is already severely injured. If I can't destroy him, wouldn't attempting to voyage through the 12 empyrean heavens be a joke? Thought Yi-Yun. With the pure yang broken sword in his hand, he felt his mind being enriched. An indescribable will was augmented on the pure yang broken sword. This was Yi Yun's sword intent, which was much stronger than the sword intent he previously had. The realms of the sword were divided into gaining insight into sword intent, followed by condensing one's heart of the sword, then tempering one's sword soul, and finally creating the heavenly Tao of the sword. Yi Yun spent nearly a year to gain Tao-seeking enlightenment in the Pure Yang Sword Palace, and he had already reached the large success stage of sword intent. And now, he was already beginning to reach for the threshold of condensing his heart of the sword. Heart of the sword was also a warrior's temperament. It was not a sword technique, it was a sublime will of sword Tao. Pressing forward with indomitable will and irresistible force. CCC. Behind Yi Yun, the 9 neonate and golden crow phantom images appeared at the same time. A beam tore through the void, missing the black lance, stabbing straight at the black-armored demon god's throat. Oh! Upon seeing this situation, people felt their hearts quaking. When warriors exchanged blows, it was one party launching an attack while the other first tried to parry it, before thinking of a way to destroy his opponent. But now, Yi Yun's attack was not for defending, it was offensive. He had deliberately not dodged the black-armored demon god's lance so he could stab at the black-armored demon god's throat. The black-armored demon god's powerful attacks made people shudder with fear. Just withstanding his attacks was nearly impossible. Yet, Yi Yun did not even dodge. It was almost like an attack with no return. He is about to be pierced through by the lance. Is he trying to use death in exchange for a strike? The black-armored demon god's offensive strength is just too formidable. If Yi Yun's sword beam were to clash with the lance directly, the sword beam would definitely shatter. It would not harm the black-armored demon god at all, so he avoided the lance, but to do that would result. People held their breaths. Even if Yi Yun did not care for himself and wanted to exchange death for causing injury with that one strike, what sort of harm could it cause the black-armored demon god? The black-armored demon god not only had terrifying offensive strength, his defenses were also phenomenal. Yunar. Zhang Xiaorou's heart stalled. She helplessly watched as the black-armored demon god's lance had already stabbed into Yi Yun's chest. The black-armored demon god grinned. You want to die with me? You aren't worthy. Ka-cha. The black lance pierced through Yi Yun's protective yuan qi as it ripped like paper, leaving no suspense. Just as it seemed like the lance was about to penetrate Yi Yun's body. So, from Yi Yun's dantian, a stream of light flew out and faced the black-armored demon god's lance. In that instantaneous flash, the stream of light rapidly increased in size, turning into a youth dressed in pale gold robes. The youth's looks resembled Yi Yun greatly, like they were made from the same mold. The only difference was that his skin had a pale gold luster, like his skin had a metallic texture. The moment the youth appeared, he welcomed the black-armored demon god's lance. With a wave of his hands, a series of shiny projectiles shot out of his body. The projectiles were flying sabers. 999 flying sabers danced through the air in a chaotic fashion, like snow had just fallen from the sky. This was Yi Yun's 1,000 snow domain. Boom! The flying sabers clashed with the black lance, causing terrifying shock waves to burst outwards. Despite the momentum of the black-armored demon god's lance reducing, it still heavily slammed into the pale gold youth's chest. The youth's body quivered as he smacked the black lance before flying backwards. And at this moment, the terrifying energy in the black lance exploded out, sweeping through the surroundings. Even the enchantment that the black-armored demon god created burst open and collapsed. Under such an energetic storm, Yi Yun's body transformed into a stream of light and streaked towards the youth in pale gold robes. After Yi Yun's body merged into the youth's dantian, he disappeared. Boom! The youth was like a mountain that had been struck. His body fell, smashing through a mountain. As gravel thundered down, it buried the youth deep underground. What is this? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Jiang Xiao was completely baffled. Who was the youth dressed in pale gold robes that resembled Yi Yun so much? How was Yi Yun after withstanding that strike? Was the youth dead? People turned extremely anxious. And at this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Look at the black-armored demon god's neck!" With the exclamation, everyone looked over and saw the black-armored demon god holding his black lance in one hand, while his other hand was clasping his neck. In between his fingers, dark red demonic blood flowed out. He was injured. Yi Yun's strike had reproduced the charm of the Azure Yang Lord's strike from back then. At that instant, he had even reached the threshold of the heart of the sword. In order to let the strike's offensive power reach its limits, Yi Yun had avoided the black-armored demon god's lance beam. All his sword intent had surged right at the black-armored demon god's weak spot. One sword strike to seal the throat. The black-armored demon god slowly removed his hand. There was a wound the thickness of a finger left behind on his neck. Although the wound was small, it was very deep. Around the wound, his flesh was squirming, like it was attempting to fix itself. However, there was an undying sword intent lingering around the wound. It was constantly tearing the wound open. The sword intent was difficult to extinguish, and it constantly caused damage over time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739, Draco First Avatar. Chapter 739, Draco First Avatar. This is the Azure Yang Lord's sword intent, you. The black-armored demon god's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Although Yi Yun's strike was extremely powerful, it was far from being able to kill him. However, this attack had once again damaged the essence of his life force. That undying sword intent left behind by Yi Yun's blade made him recall that strike that had destroyed his demonic soul tens of millions of years ago. This made his soul see that was on the brink of collapse turn even more chaotic. And at this moment, boom! The collapsed mountain exploded as rocks that weighed millions of pounds were sent scattering before melting due to an intense heat wave. A three-legged golden crow flew up high into the sky, and on its back stood a youth dressed in a pale gold robe. This youth had a cold expression, and circling around him were 999 flying sabers. Who was he? The black-armored demon god's lance had been weakened by that person's saber array, but it had still managed to stab into the pale gold chest. Yet, for some inconceivable reason, he did not die. He did not even suffer any serious injuries, at least not on the surface. You are an avatar. The black-armored demon god stared at the youth with shining eyes. For it to look identical to Yi Yun and be used as some form of enchanted treasure stored in Yi Yun's dantian, the only thing it could be was Yi Yun's avatar. How did Yi Yun obtain such a powerful avatar considering the fact that he had cultivated for less than 3 decades? It had managed to endure one of his blows without dying. It was not even seriously injured. The youth did not respond. He had clear-cut and well-defined, handsome facial features. The robe around his chest had been pierced through by the black-armored demon god's lance attack. But now, pale gold heaven-earth energy gathered together which mended his robe. The robe had a metallic feel to it and there were exquisite and mysterious-looking runes embroidered on it. Wearing it gave the youth an air of majesty, as if he was a king from ancient times who had stepped foot into the rivers of time. Swish! A stream of light flashed as Yi Yun's actual body flew out of the youth's dantian. He was holding the pure yang broken sword in hand. After taking a glance at the damages his avatar had received, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Draco First True Gold avatar's defensive strength was truly impressive. Back when Yi Yun entered the God Advent Tower, he had passed the God Advent Tower's tests and went to the highest level together with Lin Xintong. There, Yi Yun had found a few paragon treasures. One of them was the disc array controlling the God Advent Tower. After Yi Yun refined it, the God Advent Tower had become Yi Yun's immortal residence which he could bring along with him. As for the second item, its value even exceeded the God Advent Tower. It was a cosmos bag, and a 7-foot stone sculpture was stored in it. The carvings were crass, but there were pure Yang Great Tao runic patterns engraved on the surface through natural processes. After Yi-Yun touched the stone sculpture, it cracked, revealing the Draco First True Gold avatar. Yi-Yun obtained the avatar in Chapter 555. As it's been a while, you might have forgotten it. Draco First True Gold could only be formed in extreme pure Yang lands, such as in the core of some mysterious star, through absorbing the pure Yang essence of the heavens, earth, and the divine items of the world. What was formerly a precious stone was refined into true gold, and that was Draco First True Gold. Draco First True Gold could be used to produce divine sacred weapons, and had a value impossible to measure. What was even more valuable than Draco First True Gold was when it produced flesh and blood after spending countless amount of time in an extreme Yang land. From a precious stone transforming to true gold, and from true gold spiritually metamorphosing into a Tao body divine fetus. Not only was its defensive strength comparable to Draco First True Gold, it could also interface with the heaven and earth, allowing it to gather heaven-earth yuan qi. It was the epitome of a naturally formed perfect Yang body. Back when the Azure Yang Lord received this divine item in the sinkhole, he had planned on refining it into an avatar. However, it required a long period of time. The Azure Yang Lord had placed the Draco First True Gold avatar at the top level of the God Advent Tower and had used the entire pagoda's arrays to nourish the avatar, slowly refining it to take form. Unfortunately, before the Draco First True Gold avatar took form, the Azure Yang Lord had passed on. After tens of millions of years, when Yi-Yun came to the God Advent Tower, the Draco First True Gold had already successfully taken form. Yi-Yun left a spiritual imprint in the Draco First True Gold, finally, making it become his avatar. Ever since Yi-Yun came out of the God Advent Tower, the Draco First True Gold had been hidden and cultivating inside his dantian. Yi-Yun and the avatar were one and the same person. Whatever laws Yi-Yun received insight on, his avatar would receive too. After Yi-Yun obtained the Thousand Snow domain, he had given it to his Draco First True Gold avatar, letting his avatar cultivate it for use. Back then, when Yi-Yun came out of the God Advent Tower and fought in the Soul Tomb, Yi-Yun was only facing Zhulong, who had yet to achieve his cultivation peak after reincarnation, so there was no need to use it. Only now, against the black-armored demon god, in this final showdown where Yi-Yun was no match for the black-armored demon god, did he have to rely on the Draco First True Gold avatar, as well as the God Advent Tower. Indeed, Yi-Yun's actual body had no means to withstand the black-armored demon god's strike. That black lance would bore a hole through him easily. However, the Draco First True Gold avatar was different. His body was a peerless weapon in its own right. Compared to the black-armored demon god's lance, it was far more stronger. This avatar is not something the Tian Yuan world can have. It was left behind by the Azure Yang Lord as well? The black-armored demon god stared at Yi-Yun with scarlet eyes that protruded out slightly. The wound on his neck emitted a wisp of black gas as the sword intent left behind by Yi-Yun had been mostly eliminated. His wound was finally begin to recover. But at this moment, the black-armored demon god had suffered a heavy blow from both the sacred spirit and the two powerful arrays. Before Yi-Yun came, the black-armored demon god's vitality was extremely weak. It was very difficult to use that bit of vitality to heal his wounds. The black-armored demon god suddenly grabbed at his armor. Woo 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 woo. A large number of souls was pulled out of the black-armored demon god's armor, and amongst them were Shintu Patriarch and Mystic Tiger Immortal's souls. Previously, the black-armored demon god had deliberately left the souls of the human imperial kings aside, but now, against Yi-Yun and his Draco First True Gold avatar, the black-armored demon god had already decided on devouring all these souls. Shintu Patriarch and Mystic Tiger Immortal were struggling vigorously after being pulled out a second time. They also could see Yi-Yun and his Draco First True Gold avatar, and even had a general idea of the astonishing clash between Yi-Yun and the black-armored demon god. However, they could not be bothered to understand why Yi-Yun possessed such terrifying power because their lives were in danger. Who? The black-armored demon god sucked in a large batch of souls through his mouth. One could hear the sad and shrill wails as these souls were devoured. The pain derived from having their souls devoured was an agony no human could endure. Seeing that they were about to be sucked into the black-armored demon god's mouth, Shinto Patriarch and Mystic Tiger Immortal felt despair as they screamed crazily. Yun! Save me! Save me! Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shinto Patriarch were on the brink of collapse, yet Yun did not make a move. Despite Yun not having any feelings of pity towards the two of them, Yun naturally did not want to see the black-armored demon god recover. Unfortunately, at the moment the black-armored demon god devoured the souls, he had already set up a force field to protect him. To destroy that force field in a short period of time? Difficult. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 740, Sword Strikes Like Fluttering Snowflakes. Chapter 740, Sword Strikes Like Fluttering Snowflakes. Woo woo woo. The tragic wails of souls echoed as Mystic Tiger Immortal and Shinto Patriarch were both sucked into the black-armored demon god's mouth. They didn't even get to struggle as their souls were completely destroyed. On the human and desolate race front, they shuddered when they saw this scene. These legendary human figures had died an extremely tragic death. After devouring the souls of human imperial kings, blue veins began to bulge out of the black-armored demon god's forehead. His eyes were like that of a wild beast, as his soul sea became even more chaotic. Ian quietly watched all of this as the black-armored demon god received damage after damage. In addition to him overdrawing on his life essence several times, it moved his life closer and closer to its end. If all this went well, the final straw that broke the camel's back would appear. As for Yun, he just needed to hold out till that straw appeared, causing the black-armored demon god's life force to collapse, resulting in his complete destruction. Die! The black-armored demon god said this word through gritted teeth as he forcefully brandished his lance. Swish! The world turned dark as rays of light were distorted. The spatial dimensional forces instantly turned chaotic. Spatial dimension laws? People were alarmed because up to now, the black-armored demon god had almost never used laws. His offensive strikes were always simple stabs or sweeps. It was probably because there was no need for him to use laws. But now, the black-armored demon god had conjured up the spatial dimension power, and the power began to envelope the pale golden-robed Yun. He wanted to separate Yun's actual body from his avatar. Once his avatar was separated, Yun's actual body had no way to withstand the black-armored demon god's frontal assault. Seal. As space began to seal, Yun's heart sank. With a flash of his body, before the space enclosed fully, he charged into his avatar's dantian. Naturally, he would not allow his actual body to be separated from his avatar by the black-armored demon god. Twang! As the lance moved forward, it was augmented by spatial dimensional forces. As the ground and mountains got twisted by the distortions of space itself, they began to crack and crumble. The black-armored demon god's strike was aimed straight at the middle of the Draco First True Gold Avatar's eyebrows. Sha! 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 The 1,000 snow-flying sabers flew out of the avatar's dantian. The 999 flying sabers merged as one, and they stabbed at the black-armored demon god's lance. However, the black-armored demon god's lance was too powerful, and with it augmented by spatial dimensional forces, it was not something that the 1,000 snow domain could withstand. Boom! A gigantic energy explosion happened as a storm stirred up, concealing the sky and sun. Nearly all the rays of light were swallowed by it, as it became an empty, black void. Careful! The human and desolate race warriors were terrified of this storm. In front of the black-armored demon god, they were just too weak. To prevent further harm, the human and desolate race imperial kings set up enchanted seals to block the storm. And at this moment, the black-armored demon god's lance had struck the Draco First True Gold Avatar. With a violent tremor, the avatar flew backwards as it spat out a mouthful of blood. Even though it had a Draco First True Gold body, it too had received a great deal of damage after receiving 2 consecutive heavy strikes. Refine. The black-armored demon god struck out a second time as spatial dimensional forces shot out and directly enveloped the Draco First True Gold avatar. The avatar, which had flown backwards, was like a bug stuck to a spider's web. It was restricted midair by the spatial dimensional forces. Ding! The 1,000 snow-flying sabers began to slash at the spatial dimensional forces, severing the chains formed from spatial laws. However, even more spatial dimensional energy surged over, and like a massive net, there was nowhere for him to escape to. No matter how many treasures you have, without the strength supporting them, it will still be useless. The black-armored demon god was in control of Yun's avatar. A gigantic black hand was conjured as it tried to grab the spiritual sea of Yun's avatar. The gigantic black hand had a sinister and cold air to it. There were ghastly wails emitted from it, and it was full of a killing aura. Yun, careful, he is trying to wipe away your avatar's spiritual imprint. Amidst the storm, the Sanctuary Island's island lord shouted, so as to warn Yun. Although the Draco First True Gold avatar's defensive strength was crazily strong, it still needed to be controlled by Yun. If its spiritual sea was torn apart, then the spiritual imprint left behind on the Draco First True Gold avatar would be forcefully wiped away by the black-armored demon god. If that happened, not only would Yun suffer a serious blow to his spiritual being, the Draco First True Gold avatar would also become ownerless and the black-armored demon god could control. Then, Yun, who was still hiding in the Draco First True Gold avatar's dantian, would have obvious consequences. As the avatar was already restricted by the black-armored demon god, the gigantic black hand was just in front of his eyes. It would strike in just an instant. And at this moment, boom! There was a tumultuous sound, like the 9 heavens had collapsed. A divine pagoda came crashing down from the sky, right at the black-armored demon god. Oh! The black-armored demon god's facial expression sank. The God Advent Tower was a mobile treasure that the Azure Yang Lord brought from the 12 Empyrean heavens. Its offensive strength was too horrifying, so even though it could not display 1/100th of its power, it was enough to injure him. The black-armored demon god, who had already been severely injured, would be pushed to the brink of collapse if he received the God Advent Tower's strike. If the black-armored demon god carried on attacking the avatar, it would take at least a few seconds to wipe out Yun's spiritual imprint. By then, the God Advent Tower would have long smashed onto his body. Scram! His black lance stabbed upwards, striking the base of the God Advent Tower. Ka-cha! The lance quivered violently as the impact from the God Advent Tower caused it to bend. The black-armored demon god had used a lance to forcefully withstand the God Advent Tower. Phew! At this moment, a white figure charged out of the God Advent Tower, as icy blue snowflakes suddenly appeared in the sky, fluttering beautifully through the sky. With a sword in hand, Lin Shintong slashed down from top to bottom. A white sword beam came crashing downwards like a 1,000-foot waterfall. The black-armored demon god's pupils constricted as all the muscles on his body bulged. Ha! He roared out loudly as his bulging muscles began to crack. All of the black-armored demon god's energy exploded as he swung his lance, causing the black lance to bend back into shape. The God Advent Tower was deflected upwards by the lance. The black-armored demon god had used his terrifying strength to fling the God Advent Tower away. This scene made people shudder. The black-armored demon god was too terrifying. Yun, who had the Draco First True Gold avatar and God Advent Tower, was fully suppressed in front of the black-armored demon god, and he was in critical condition. Die! The black-armored demon god was covered in blood. After he flung the God Advent Tower away, he did not even manage to take a breather, as he charged straight at Lin Shintong. Just flinging the God Advent Tower away had drained a great deal of the black-armored demon god's energy. Having used up most of his energy, he did not have the momentum any further. He was at his weakest, but even so. Pang pang pang! The lance stabbed forward as white sword beams began to shatter in sequence. The thousands of snowflakes fluttering in the sky were also shattered as the black lance was aimed straight at Lin Shintong's neck. Lin Shintong's black pupils reflected the cold lance tip. At the moment of life and death, she remained extremely calm as she circulated the Great Empress Heart Sutra to its limits. Pure yin began to surge in her terminated meridians. The full power of the Great Empress Heart Sutra could only be released by Lin Shintong with her pure yin in terminated meridians. Sha! 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 Her sword came surging down like a blanketing snowstorm, clashing with the black lance time and time again. It cut the black-armored demon god's flesh open, and at the same time, Lin Shintong quickly retreated. Lin Shintong's Great Empress Heart Sutra was also no match for the black-armored demon god. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 741, Withering with a Single Sword Strike. Chapter 741, Withering with a Single Sword Strike. The black-armored demon god was indomitable. As his muscles were bombarded by Lin Shintong's sword chi, the sword chi were shattered relentlessly. His black lance was locked onto Lin Shintong as it drew closer. And at the same time, the God Advent Tower was being restrained by the black-armored demon god using spatial dimensional forces. The black-armored demon god was extremely fearful of the divine pagoda. While battling Yi Yun and Lin Shintong, he had to divert a large portion of energy to restrain the God Advent Tower. If not, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong could hide into the God Advent Tower at any moment. He would then have to expend a great deal of life force just to completely drain the God Advent Tower's arrays of their energy. He withstood the sword chi as his damaged body was still draining his life force. But even so, he still wanted to kill Lin Shintong in that one go. As long as he killed either Lin Shintong or Yi Yun, then the other would be much easier to kill. However, how could Yi Yun sit idle and watch Lin Shintong being killed? Shao! The golden crow screeched forward with Yi Yun standing on its back. The Draco First True Gold Avatar was injured and had been kept inside Yi Yun's actual body's dantian. Now, Yi Yun was pointing the pure yang broken sword straight at the black-armored demon god. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong had no means to have a frontal clash with the black-armored demon god. Their hearts were telepathically connected, so with both of them tying him down, they enjoyed great teamwork. Humph! The black-armored demon god sneered. He knew what was on Yi Yun's mind. Yi Yun planned on using that strike, forcing him to defend, hence, saving Lin Shintong. The black-armored demon god knew that if he were to stop his attack to respond to Yi Yun, Lin Shintong would be out of danger, then he would have endured Lin Shintong's sword chi for nothing. Just Lin Shintong alone wasn't much trouble, but with the God Advent Tower, with Yi Yun and his avatar combining forces with Lin Shintong, then leaving Lin Shintong alive would spell disaster for the future. He decided to kill Lin Shintong even at the cost of being struck by Yi Yun's sword. With his mind made up, the black-armored demon god's black lance did not lose any momentum. Upon seeing this scene, the human and desolate race warriors, especially the Lin family, felt their hearts shrink. The black-armored demon god had decided on killing Lin Shintong, and for Yi Yun's strike, so what if it landed on the black-armored demon god? He could not save Lin Shintong at all, and it probably would be very difficult for it to deal any serious damage to the black-armored demon god. The black-armored demon god completely ignored Yi Yun, and just as Lin Shintong's life was on the line, Yi Yun held his breath. His eyes flashed with phenomenological images of the growth of thousands of living beings, and the withering of plants. Phew! Out from Yi Yun's dantian, a piece of deadwood shot out. It was the Death Soulwood. The Death Soulwood flew up into the sky, and behind Yi Yun, it condensed a phantom image of a divine tree. The divine tree looked lush initially, but then instantly dried up. As a countless number of leaves fell, they looked like butterflies of death. Withering, the falling of leaves was withering, the drying up of trees was withering, the death of people was also withering. Yi Yun injected the withering concepts he understood from the pure young sword palace into his sword. This was the first sword Dao Yun created for himself. Withering Sword Dao. Withering with a single sword strike. Yun's blade aimed straight at the black-armored demon god's eyebrows. This strike contained an air of death and withering, but on the surface, it did not look like anything special. Even the sword chi was very stable and calm, as if it did not possess any lethality. Oh? You think of harming me without using the Azure Yang Lord's sword intent? The black-armored demon god grinned. Tens of millions of years ago, he had nearly been destroyed by the Azure Yang Lord's attack. He feared the Azure Yang Lord's sword intent the most. As for a sword Dao created by Yun himself, he was not worried about it at all. Boom! All of Lin Shinton's sword chi was shattered by the lance, as Lin Shinton's slim body quivered vigorously. Her face was pale as she looked at the storm swept up by the black lance about to annihilate her completely. And at this moment, Yun's sword had stabbed at the black-armored demon god's head. The sword tip tapped lightly in the middle of his eyebrows, as if it was a strike that could not deal any damage. Wah! The withering concept burst out as if it was a bleak autumn scene. It blew from the middle of the black-armored demon god's eyebrows straight into his soul sea. Although it looked like a weak bundle of energy, the moment it entered his soul sea, the black-armored demon god's life force rapidly withered. Oh! The black-armored demon god was alarmed. The black-armored demon god's soul sea was already on the brink of collapse, and he was currently at his weakest. A weak life force was just like a withering tree. At this moment, the black-armored demon god was like a blighted piece of wood. If he experienced the withering of his life, then the damage would increase even more. This was an extremely rare concept, created by Yun himself. Even the black-armored demon god had never experienced it before. Hence, he was momentarily at a loss how to dissolve it. As his spiritual energies were rapidly disappearing, the black-armored demon god's soul sea was drying up and shrinking. Excruciating pain made the black-armored demon god let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah, ah, ah. He clenched his head while his body shot out like a meteor. He was struggling violently, trying to dissolve the withering concept Yun had shot into his soul sea. And at this moment, the surging storm was still before Lin Shinton's eyes. After losing the black-armored demon god as its energy source, this storm was much weaker, but Lin Shinton alone would find it very difficult to withstand it. Yun gathered his Yuan Chi as the Draco first true gold avatar, which was injured, shot out from his Dantian. 999 flying sabers shuttled through the void as the Thousand Snow Domain came crashing down, sweeping up a spiraling flying saber tornado. Lin Shinton also bit the tip of her tongue and circulated the Great Empress Heart Sutra, forcefully striking out. With the Thousand Snow Domain and Lin Shinton's fluttering snowflakes combined, they harmoniously broke apart the black-armored demon god storm. Yun's actual body took the opportunity to charge forward and grab Lin Shinton by the waist. The two of them passed through the void in a sideways fashion, finally dodging the core of the storm. Boom! The storm exploded, while Yun and Lin Shinton were already far away from it. Although they experienced a portion of the aftermath, they did not receive any serious injuries. The black-armored demon god's attack was too terrifying. Even if they had used all they had, just experiencing one of his attacks put them into such a pathetic state, with their lives on the line. Black-armored demon god. Yun took a glance and saw the black-armored demon god holding his black lance in one hand, while his other hand was grabbing his head. He seemed like he was in a frenzy. The withering that began from his soul sea was equivalent to the blighting of his soul. This was an inhuman torture for the black-armored demon god who had nothing much left in his life force. The pain that came from the soul was difficult to bear. Previously, the legendary human figures, who had their souls absorbed by the black-armored demon god, had experienced a similar pain, and now it was the black-armored demon god's turn to experience it. Ah! The frenzied black-armored demon god slashed out with his lance, as the few remaining blood clouds in the sky were swept up. A storm began to wantonly brew in the clouds, while snakes of lightning flashed. The entire world seemed like it was torn apart by this void, as mountains began to crumble. The desolate race's protective array began to shatter like flaking pieces of paper. There were human and desolate race warriors, who were too close to the fallout, that were torn into shreds. Under such power, lives with weak strength were just ants. Shinton, let us attack together. He had to take advantage of his perilous situation. At this moment, Yi-Yun could not care about those young warriors of the human and desolate race who fell victim to the storm. With the black-armored demon god Soul Sea in chaos, slashing out that lance attack meant he had just finished his move, and having used up his energy, he was at his weakest. This was the best opportunity to kill the black-armored demon god. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742, A Leaf to Cover the Skies. Chapter 742, A Leaf to Cover the Skies. As Yi-Yun and Lin Shinton combined forces, the yin and yang energies within their bodies blended together. Because of them combining forces, the great Empress Heart Sutra experienced a harmonious reconciliation, resulting in a qualitative change in strength. As the starlight showered down from the 9 heavens, they flowed onto Lin Shinton's sword. As pure yang flames surged, Yi-Yun imbued the pure yang broken sword with the flames. The entire divine wilderness heaven-earth Yuan Qi was at this moment, surging turbulently over. Swords used in unison. Wah! The two swords tore through the heavens and earth, as they slashed at the black-armored demon god at the same time. The black-armored demon god, who was currently suffering from his chaotic soul sea, surprisingly did not block or dodge the two strikes. The blades slashed across his body, as his muscles cracked apart, leaving 2 dreadful gashes. As blood splattered, the black-armored demon god eyes turned ferocious. The both of you are not strong enough to kill me. The black-armored demon god suddenly roared. Ignoring the blood oozing out of his body, he turned around suddenly and threw his black lance at Yi-Yun, who was flying backwards after having successfully attacked. Phew! The black lance was like a black, punishing lightning bolt from a god. It tore through the void, as it shot straight at Yi-Yun's back where his heart was. This lance was formidable, for it was injected with all of the black-armored demon god's strength. That terrifying penetrating force seemed like even the Tian Yuan world could be penetrated with just this one strike. There was no way Yi-Yun could resist it with his body. Even the Draco First True Gold Avatar would be severely injured if it resisted this attack, what more Yi-Yun himself. And at this moment, the Draco First True Gold Avatar had previously used the Thousand Snow Domain to tear the spatial dimension storm apart. It was still a good distance away from Yi-Yun himself, so there was no time for it to return to save Yi-Yun. As for the God Advent Tower, it had been bound by the spatial dimensional forces the black-armored demon god produced from before. There was no way Yi-Yun could hide inside it. He had to face the strike directly. The black lance contained an extremely terrifying force field. It had locked onto everything, so there was no way to dodge, as such a powerful force field couldn't be broken through. Even if he broke through, it would be too late. Yi-Yun! The black lance came flying at him like a divine arrow of death. People held their breaths as they saw the scene unfold before their eyes. The black-armored demon god had even thrown out his weapon. In a battle between warriors, it was taboo to let go of one's weapon. Once it was let go, it meant someone was going for broke. Who could withstand a strike from the black-armored demon god when he was going for broke? The human and desolate race warriors tightened their hearts. Jiang Shiro's heart stopped beating. As for Lin Shinton, who was right beside Yi-Yun, she could only watch helplessly. She had similar been bound by the force field, so there was nothing she could do. Lin Shinton, who was usually calm, felt extremely anxious at this moment. Her watery eyes were filled with worry and fear. She could not imagine Yi-Yun dying. In a split second. Against this strike, Yi-Yun's heart turned cold as death approached. At this point in time, he could only take a gamble. He twisted his body and faced the black lance head-on. With the pure yang broken sword in hand, a green beam flew out of his dantian. It was a leaf. A tiny tree leaf an inch in size was in no way eye-catching. On the tree leaf, it was interlaced with rows of runic patterns that contained the great Tao of the world. This was the Tao tree's leaf. Billions of years ago, at the birth of the universe, the Tao tree had been born out of chaos. Its existence preceded the pure yang sword palace's owner. The Tao tree's 3,000 Tao leaves represented 3,000 great Tao. On every Tao leaf, it was a sublimation of the way of the heavenly Tao. As such, this Tao tree was itself like a god. A green leaf that seemed negligible moved towards the indomitable black lance. Boom! The black lance struck straight into the middle of the Tao leaf. It was a collision with unbalanced proportions. People did not realize what the black lance had collided into at the beginning. Only when the black lance's force field weakened, as if it had crashed into a divine mountain, did people realize that there was a leaf at the tip of the lance. A leaf managed to withstand the black-armored demon god's lance. Rumble! Black lightning flashed as spatial dimensional forces surged. All of the black-armored demon god's energy had surged out, as the unassailable lance was like a black flood dragon, charging forcefully forwards. As for the Tao leaf, there was Tao and truth interleaved together with heaven and earth laws. These profound divine runes interleaved to form a large net that resisted the black lance's momentum. For peerless mighty figures, a grain of sand could suppress the land, while a tree leaf could cover the skies. To do all of this required heaven and earth laws. Buzz. The nomological net deformed as mysterious and profound runes began to imprint themselves on the cold lance. What? The black-armored demon god was alarmed. He did not know where Ian obtained that leaf. Although he was well-learned, he had never seen a Tao tree born during the time of chaos. He only knew that the leaf was extraordinary. You want to stop me with just a leaf? The black-armored demon god roared as all his muscles began to split outwards. His long hair began to flare up behind him. He flew towards the black lance and wanted to punch at the lance's pole, so as to shatter the nomological net completely. However, at this moment, Ian's avatar rushed over with the 1,000 snow flying sabers. Under the 1,000 snow domain, there were countless numbers of saber flashes that resembled snow. At the same time, Lin Shintong also began to brandish her sword, causing snow lotuses to bloom in mid-air. Lin Shintong along with Ian's avatar slashed apart the spatial dimension forces that bound the God Advent Tower. Boom! With the God Advent Tower released from its shackles, it came suppressing straight away like a divine mountain, smashing right at the black-armored demon god. At the instant the God Advent Tower was smashed downwards, Ian rapidly retreated with all his might. Although the Tao leaf's nomological properties were intricate, Ian had to expend energy to power the Tao leaf. Similarly, the God Advent Tower required Ian's energy as well. By using 2 Paragon treasures consecutively, Ian felt like his life force was being completely drained. Be defeated! Ian roared angrily. He knew the black-armored demon god's life force was nearing on collapse, but his situation was not much better than the black-armored demon god. He was much weaker than the black-armored demon god, and to power such powerful laws and treasures, his yuan qi was being depleted like a dam. His cultivation level was after all limited. With such a cultivation level and such excessive expenditure of his energy, even with the purple crystal origins constantly absorbing heaven-earth yuan qi to replenish his energies, he was also on the brink of being completely exhausted. He had to quickly defeat the black-armored demon god, if not the first to not hold out would be Yi Yun himself. Boom! With the lance no longer in hand, the black-armored demon god had no weapons to use. To everyone's surprise, he used his large arms that were like tempered divine metal to forcefully hug the God Advent Tower's base. As the God Advent Tower came suppressing downwards, the impact was unrivaled. As the black-armored demon god hugged the God Advent Tower, he slammed heavily into the ground. Seeing the black-armored demon god being struck down, the human and desolate race warriors felt their hearts drum out loud while their blood boiled. He had managed to parry it. Yin had managed to parry the black-armored demon god's invulnerable strike, and had powered the God Advent Tower to slam him downwards. Everyone, attack! The Sanctuary Island couple shouted. They could tell that it was already extremely difficult for Yun and Lin Shintong to do all of this. They had to take this opportunity to help Yun. This was also the best opportunity for them to strike the black-armored demon god. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743, One Final Desperate Attempt. Chapter 743, One Final Desperate Attempt. The Sanctuary Island couple flew high into the sky as the other legendary human figures followed closely behind. They once again began to power the Cosmic Infinite Array, by beginning to burn and consume their blood essence. They had expended too much of their energies, and only by burning their blood essence and life force could they have the strength to attack the black-armored demon god. At this moment, even though they knew that overdrawing on their life force would cause irreparable harm to themselves, and might even decrease their cultivation realm, these legendary figures could no longer care about that. If they didn't manage to kill the black-armored demon god, they would all die. Their heritage, their families and race would all be finished. At the same moment the human experts attacked, the Desolate Race's imperial kings, including Shepherd Boy and the former Desolate Queen, attacked too. They powered the god-confining lock once again as burning blood and she shot up into the sky. After this strike, they would definitely have their strengths greatly reduced, but this was the only opportunity to kill the black-armored demon god, hence their desperate actions. The God Advent Tower came crashing from top to bottom onto the black-armored demon god, while the human and Desolate Race's imperial kings released a strike at the cost of burning their life force. Boom! Energy surged as it exploded in midair. It was as if the sun had descended down to the mortal realm, causing the divine wilderness lands to crater inwards, as millions of tons of rock were evaporated instantly by the energy's high temperature. The void was torn apart, and just the resulting shockwave alone was terrifying. It caused the attacking human and Desolate Race imperial kings to suffer broken meridians and ruptured organs. They were seriously wounded, and many of them were nearing the limits of their vitality. This strike had greatly reduced their lifespans. This was a strike that combined all the strength of the human and Desolate Race, all for one last desperate struggle. They were already left without any power to carry on fighting, so this strike had to kill the black-armored demon god. Up in the air, Yun was also severely depleted of energy. As for Lin Shintong, she had been injured by the black-armored demon god, and was no longer able to participate in the battle. Boom! The God Advent Tower slammed into the ground, forming a huge crater as the pagoda bore deep underground. The suppressive force of the God Advent Tower was immense, as it broke through the lithosphere, causing magma to spew out. Yun's face was pale. After having to engage in intense battles again and again, especially having used the Dao Leaf, he had used a law that far exceeded Yun's present cultivation realm. This drained too much of him. Now, he was using the purple crystal to rapidly absorb Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi so as to recover his stamina. However, he could no longer control the God Advent Tower for the time being. Yun using the God Advent Tower was like a child swinging a giant axe around. Although the power was immense, Yun was still after all unable to fully wield it. Every time he attacked with the God Advent Tower, it would drain a tremendous amount of energy from Yun. Now, half the pagoda was immersed in magma, and Yun could not easily summon it back. However, his connection with the God Advent Tower was still crystal clear. As long as he recovered a bit more Yuan Qi, he would be able to retrieve the God Advent Tower. However, the main problem was the black-armored demon god. Everyone was looking at the gaping hole in the ground. Its diameter stretched hundreds of thousand feet out, and looking far into the distance, the hole stretched all the way to the limits of their vision. Amidst all this was a faint blood-colored smoke lingering around the hole. At the bottom of the gigantic pit, there was flowing magma. The magnificent God Advent Tower was now half submerged into the magma, and only the top levels were revealed outside. Was the black-armored demon god dead? People held their breaths. If the black-armored demon god did not die, they really had no idea how they were to carry on fighting. Bloop! Gases emerged out of magma, forming dark red magma bubbles as they burst one by one. Everyone's heart tightened as they stared intently at the magma's surface. As the bubbles increased in number, they also increased in size as an intense amount of killing aura began to surge out of the magma. Everyone's heart sank. Was the black-armored demon god not dead yet? Ian tightened his grip on the pure yang broken sword, as his gaze landed on the magma lake like two electric beams. Boom! The magma lake exploded as a stalwart man, who was covered in blood, charged out. His muscles were ruptured, while his armor had cracked. The flesh on his two arms were mangled, while one could see a bloodied bone in his forearm. It could be said he no longer looked human. Black-armored demon god. He was still alive. The black-armored demon god had only one eye left. His blood-red eye was filled with a chaotic and violent killing aura, as his gaze swept across everyone present. He said with a slur, "Die, die, all of you shall die." People felt despair. They had attacked at the cost of falling a cultivation realm, yet it was ineffective against such an enemy. They had lost all morale. The black-armored demon god suddenly looked at Jiang Xiao. His gaze was surging with a hint of greed. "Blood, give your blood to me." The black-armored demon god stretched out his hand with the revealed bone. He wanted to grab Jiang Xiao and suck her dry of her blood so as to recover his strength. The black-armored demon god was very close to collapsing. "Die!" Upon seeing this scene, Ian shouted from high up in the sky. His actual body held the pure yang broken sword, while the 1,000 snow-flying sabers were circulating around the Draco First True Gold avatar. He and his avatar each wielded sword and saber weapons respectively, as they transformed into a gold and pale gold energy stream. Sword and saber beams poured down from the sky. At this moment, Ian consumed all his energy and decided to go for broke, risking his life all on it. Roar! An angry growl, that sounded like a primordial beast, roared from the black-armored demon god's chest. It did not sound anything like what a human could produce. The terrifying sound waves burst out in all directions, as the magma lake exploded. The black-armored demon god had already lost his lance, so he clenched his fist and punched at Iyun. Kill! 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 The black-armored demon god punched at Iyun at the risk of falling apart. Although it was a strike from a spent force, with him using all his strength, the power was comparable to him attacking with his lance from before. No one could withstand the black-armored demon god's direct blow. However, at this moment, Iyun remained resolute and appeared to have no fear. Boom! The saber and sword beams collided with the black-armored demon god's fist beam. The magma began to churn as the land cratered once again. A terrifying shock wave radiated out, leaving destruction in its wake. The immense recoil caused Iyun's arms to fracture. Ka-cha! Iyun's right hand, which was holding to his sword, was now bending in a peculiar angle. However, the fist's momentum did not decrease, and slammed straight at Iyun's sternum. And at that instant, the Draco First True Gold avatar flashed in front of Iyun, withstanding most of the impact for Iyun. Even so, Iyun's sternum fractured, damaging his heart and lungs. If not for the Draco First True Gold avatar, Iyun would probably have died right there and then. Iyun flew backwards as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His sword had tapped on the black-armored demon god's forehead, while the avatar's saber had stabbed at the black-armored demon god's heart. The combined attack of the 999 flying sabers may have lacerated the black-armored demon god's heavily damaged body, but it still failed to penetrate his body. As for the pure yang broken sword, the wound left behind by the strike was even shallower. The defensive strength of the black-armored demon god's skull was much stronger than his chest muscles. "You can't kill me!" The black-armored demon god was in a frenzied state. On his forehead, the spot, where Ian pricked with his sword, did not have much blood flowing out. However, strangely, there was a strand of black gas condensing around it, before it slowly sank into the wound. This strand of black gas seemed to be even more sinister than the black-armored demon god's killing aura. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744, Spatial Seal. Chapter 744, Spatial Seal. Ian knew that his final strike would not be able to penetrate the black-armored demon god's skull, hence he had added the evil energy that the purple crystal controlled on the sword. This evil energy had entered the black-armored demon god's soul sea at the moment Ian pricked him. Ever since Ian entered the Heavenly Tao Union and took control over Shin Tu Nanshan's corpse, the evil energy had once again been in Ian's control. The evil energy was adept at devouring and possessing souls. Back then, it had devoured the masked man, allowing Ian to make the masked man his puppet and read his memories, eventually destroying Blood Moon's Blackstone Trials plans. Back then, the evil energy had grown a lot. After that, in Blood Moon's Soul Tomb, Ian had used the evil energy to devour all the sleeping inspectors. After devouring so many inspectors, the evil energy was greatly enhanced. Of course, no matter how much the evil energy had grown, trying to use it to devour the black-armored demon god's soul sea was wishful thinking. But it was different now. The black-armored demon god was a spent force, and his soul sea had reached the brink of collapse multiple times, and he had suffered heavy blows. At this moment, the relatively weak evil energy was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ian had resorted to using the God Advent Tower, the Draco First True Gold, the Death Soulwood and the Dao Tree's Dao Leaf. He had used every means he had, yet he failed to kill the black-armored demon god, but he had managed to push him to the point of being a flickering candle in the wind. Finally, the evil energy, that was best for devouring souls, had been injected into the black-armored demon god's soul sea. Ian flew backwards in an uncontrollable fashion. There were sounds of his bones cracking all over his body as his muscles ruptured, splattering blood everywhere. Ian could no longer attack anymore. Die! The black-armored demon god was like a mad demon as he lifted his fist, in preparation to chase Ian. Everyone's heart sank when they saw this. It's over. Ian was flying backwards with no strength left to fight. And although the black-armored demon god looked heavily injured, he still had a surging killing aura. There was no question about the difference in strength. Probably that one hit would kill Ian, who had no way of defending himself. And they would be killed following that. Despair. Everyone felt despair rise up their hearts. Was today the end of the world? Just as everyone felt a deep sense of despair, the black-armored demon god, who was flying towards Ian at a high speed, suddenly trembled, before he sank downwards abruptly. He nearly fell into the magma lake. Ah! The black-armored demon god suddenly screamed. His attack on Ian stopped as a result as he felt like his head was about to burst apart. The black-armored demon god could sense a dark energy squirming in his soul sea and biting at it. This energy was devouring his soul power, and combining it with its own strength. Ian! What did he just do? The black-armored demon god's soul sea was already on the brink of collapse, and it was just a mess of fragments. Now, the evil energy was inside his soul sea, biting at it, immediately causing his soul sea, that was about to collapse, to begin stirring. The pain coming from one's soul sea was 1,000 times worse than physical pain. Even the black-armored demon god found it unbearable. Get out! Get the hell out! The black-armored demon god's eye was blood red, as his twisted expression writhed in pain. He began waving his fist randomly, attempting to force the evil energy inside his soul sea out. However, that energy was like a maggot. Although it was much weaker than his soul power, it was extremely cunning. It sank deep into his soul sea, and bit on it, refusing to come out. Although tigers were strong, sometimes an extremely small parasite that drilled into their brains would make them fall into madness. Dissipate. 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 The black-armored demon god roared as he tried to dissipate the evil energy. However, every time he used his soul power, his soul sea would crumble a bit more. If this went on, his soul would collapse, leading to his death before he dissipated the evil energy. Boom! 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 Space surrounding the black-armored demon god began to rip apart as surging energy swept up into a storm. At this moment, anyone who approached the black-armored demon god would be instantly annihilated into dust. What's wrong with the black-armored demon god? The human and desolate race warriors had seen that Yi Yun was seriously injured, while the black-armored demon god was chasing him for the kill. They thought everything was over. But now, there was a twist, as the aggressive black-armored demon god had suddenly fallen into great pain. He has received an attack on his soul sea. The Sanctuary Island Lord said. He was extremely sensitive in his spiritual perception. He did not know what Yi Yun had done, but he could sense how unstable the black-armored demon god's mental situation was. An attack on his soul sea? Yi Yun has such means? Has the situation reversed? Everyone held their breaths as they stared intently at the black-armored demon god. At this moment, they were already too weak to fight. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong could no longer launch any more attacks either. Everything depended on whether the black-armored demon god's soul would collapse. Yi Yun managed to stop his body not far away. As he held on, his eyes focused on the black-armored demon god. Indeed, he was too weak to carry on fighting at this moment. He had staked everything on the evil energy. Suddenly, the black-armored demon god raised his head in extreme agony. His fervent gaze locked onto Yi Yun. You! Then he charged right at Yi Yun again, before screaming in excruciating pain once again. The evil energy was being controlled by Yi Yun's purple crystal, so it began to devour the black-armored demon god's soul sea at an even faster pace. Damn it! Damn it! The black-armored demon god wished that he could tear Yi Yun apart. He felt his soul sea was in extreme chaos once again. Under this situation, he would not be able to hold on. There was only one way to dissipate the evil energy. He had to let his soul sea enter a slumber. Only by entering a slumber would he be able to summon powerful soul power to slowly repair the injuries to his soul sea. Only then would he be able to devour the black energy. And this process would not take long. It would take a few decades only. However, after he entered a slumber, he would lose touch with the external world and lose the ability to protect himself. When that happened, even those so-called legendary figures of the puny members of the human and desolate race would be able to kill him bit by bit, much less Yi Yun. To think a bunch of ants wants to kill me. Such wishful thinking. How could the black-armored demon god let these ants bit him to death, considering his esteemed life? He needed to enter slumber, but he too needed to protect himself. There was no time left. He had to enter slumber immediately. The remaining energy he had left was to protect his slumbering body. If he wanted to kill Yi Yun, with Yi Yun controlling the evil energy to give him a backlash, they might end up dying together. Ah! With a roar, the black-armored demon god suddenly punched out. In the empty void, profound laws appeared as it gathered on the black-armored demon god's fist. A black crack tore open beneath the black-armored demon god's fist. This was another dimension. It had been punched open by the black-armored demon god through the use of spatial dimensional laws. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745, Uncertain Life or Death. Chapter 745, Uncertain Life or Death. Once this alternate dimension closed, although it was located in the Tian Yuan world, no one would be able to locate it, unless there was someone who had a deeper mastery of spatial dimension laws than the black-armored demon god. However, it was impossible for there to be such a person in the Tian Yuan world. Amongst them, the person who knew spatial dimension laws the most didn't even have 0.01% of the black-armored demon god's comprehension. The black-armored demon god's soul sea could no longer withstand the evil energy ingestion. He had to immediately enter a slumbering state, and before that, he planned on entering this space, sealing him in it, so he could protect his body. These puny humans could still live a little longer while he entered his slumber. Be sealed together with me. The black-armored demon god endured the pain from his chaotic thoughts, and grabbed at Yi-Yun. The spatial crack behind the black-armored demon god was increasing in size, like a giant mouth. It locked the surrounding space. And at this moment, Yi-Yun and the black-armored demon god were both above the magma lake, and Yi-Yun felt like he was about to be sucked into the spatial wormhole. He was seriously wounded and he had no way to break free from the spatial wormhole. The black-armored demon god's attainment in spatial dimension laws far exceeded Yi-Yun's. As the spatial crack expanded rapidly, it pulled at Yi-Yun. There was no way to escape. Yi-Yun felt alarmed. At this moment, he could not control the God Advent Tower. The 1,000 snow-flying sabers also could not tear through the spatial wormhole. He did not have much energy left in him. The black-armored demon god grinned at Yi-Yun. The black-armored demon god did not care about those ants from the human race. When he woke up once again, those ants would just become his food. However, Yi-Yun was different. He was the Azure Yang Lord's successor. He originally thought that Yi-Yun was just a shameless person. But then, after the intense battle from before, with Yi-Yun using all sorts of different techniques, it made him see the potential that he possessed. The black-armored demon god would not allow such an enemy to keep growing outside. He needed to enter slumber for a few decades. By the time he woke up again, Yi-Yun might be able to grow to a point where he could face him in true battle, so how could he allow this to happen? The black-armored demon god decided to seal himself with Yi-Yun. In the sealed dimension, Heaven-Earth Yuan Shi would be completely cut off, without a tinge of it left. Yi-Yun would not be able to heal himself, much less cultivate. As such, by the time the black-armored demon god healed his soul sea, even if he would be extremely weak after his slumber, he would still be able to kill Yi-Yun easily. With one less threat of Yi-Yun, by the time he came to the Tian Yuan world in peak condition, there would only be Lin Xintong left. It was nothing to fear. As everything happened so fast, when they saw the spatial crack about to devour Yi-Yun, many people were greatly alarmed. Yi-Yun had been sucked into the spatial crack. Yun'er. Zhang Xiao's expression changed. She was too far away, and she was unable to do anything in time. Yi-Yun. Lin Xintong was closest to Yi-Yun. She slashed out with her sword, hoping to sever the spatial dimensional forces and release Yi-Yun. However, her sword beam was engulfed by the spatial wormhole. There was no way that she could sever it. Seeing Yi-Yun about to be swallowed by the black hole, she flew towards Yi-Yun and held his hands. Xintong, you. Yi-Yun was alarmed. He wanted to push Lin Xintong away, but her hands held onto him firmly. She wanted to pull Yi-Yun out. However, her injuries were worse than Yi-Yun, so there was no way that she could pull him out. Ha ha ha! The black-armored demon god roared with laughter. His face was still writhing in pain, but he managed to say, "To think that there is someone throwing herself into danger. What foolishness! Even better, the both of you shall be sealed together. In 20 years, I'll kill the both of you, then there will be no one left in this world that can hurt me one bit." The black-armored demon god's voice was distorted by the spatial storm as his body retreated into the spatial crack. As the blood and chi swirled, bolts of lightning were emitted. And instantly, the black hole shrunk, and in a blink of an eye, it changed into a black spot in the sky. Yi-Yun and Lin Xintong's bodies also disappeared along with the black hole. Xintong. Matriarch Lin and the rest of the Lin family turned aghast at seeing this. They could only watch helplessly as the two most promising youths of the human race disappeared in the spatial seal, with their life or death uncertain. The sky was cloudless for thousands of miles as calm was restored. If not for how the ground looked like it had collapsed with destruction everywhere, the calmness would make people think that nothing had happened. It was like everything was just a nightmare. Some of the young human geniuses looked blankly into the sky and felt their bodies go limp. It was like all their strength had been drained away. The black-armored demon god's monstrous and murderous actions had destroyed the human and desolate race's arrays, leaving the imperial kings seriously wounded. Under such a situation, they had seen their peers evaporate into bloody clouds when they were hit by the shock waves. Their hearts were full of despair, thinking that they would definitely die. However, they never expected that Iyun, a young man who was about their age, had managed to engage in such an intense battle with the black-armored demon god. It could be said that there was a moment in time that they were nearly equals. They did understand what had happened during the final moments. They did not know of the evil energy, nor did they know that the black-armored demon god was opening an alternate dimension so as to protect himself during his slumber. They only saw Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong disappear with the black-armored demon god. No one knew if they would return or not. The Sanctuary Island couple, as well as the rest of the Imperial Kings, were extremely worried. However, with their strength, attempting to break through the void to search for Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong was undoubtedly wishful thinking. What did the black-armored demon god say before he disappeared? A legendary human figure asked. The black-armored demon god used an ancient language, so they could barely understand the simpler words. The black-armored demon god could use their mental fluctuations to understand their words, but they did not understand what the black-armored demon god was saying. The black-armored demon god said Lin Shintong was throwing herself into danger. He would seal Lin Shintong and Yi-Yun together, and kill them in 20 years. Then, there will be no one left in this world that could hurt him one bit. A desolate race imperial king said with a heavy tone. His words made everyone's heart turn cold. Many of them did not know what had happened at the end. But now, they understand that it was a spatial cage that had appeared at the very end. And the black-armored demon god had intended for Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong to be sucked into it. What were they going to do? Everything was in the black-armored demon god's control. In 20 years, the black-armored demon god would appear once again. They did not dare think any further. Young Master Yi and Lady Lin are undoubtedly a dragon and phoenix amongst people. They will not die too easily. The Sanctuary Island couple said as they looked into the void. Instead of saying this was their judgment, it was better to say that it was them expressing their hope. And their words clearly could not comfort many. That was because the final strike was mediated by the black-armored demon god, while Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong had clearly been hit by it. After entering the alternate dimension, that was the black-armored demon god's home ground. The black-armored demon god was adept at controlling spatial dimension laws, while Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong did not know much about it. How were they able to defeat the black-armored demon god? In front of the desolate race palace that had nearly completely collapsed, Zhang Xiaoro raised her head to look at the spot where Yi-Yun disappeared. Zhang Xiaoro's face was pale. As she looked at the empty void, it was like her gaze penetrated the void. In the whistling wind, a sandstorm blew across the ruined land, but Zhang Xiaoro's vacant gaze remained locked onto that spot. Inside the rumbling magma lake, the God Advent Tower remained standing there. In the final moment, Yi-Yun was completely exhausted, and he was stuck in the spatial wormhole, so he could not even take the God Advent Tower away. Without the God Advent Tower, and with Yi-Yun being completely unfamiliar with the alternate dimension, how was he able to resist the black-armored demon god? Zhang Xiaoro's heart sank bit by bit. The former desolate queen looked at Zhang Xiaoro, while her heart ached for her. The two of them will definitely return alive. The former desolate queen said. Definitely. Zhang Xiaoro repeated it, like she was trying to fortify her confidence. Those human imperial kings, the young human geniuses, as well as the desolate race's warriors all looked up into the sky, regardless of their race or status. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong's figures during their battle with the black-armored demon god were still deeply impressed in their eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746, No Room for Retreat. Chapter 746, No Room for Retreat. The apocalypse was finally over. This battle had dealt a heavy blow to the human race, the desolate race, as well as the entire world. The human and desolate race had lost numerous elites. The desolate race's sacred spirit had died fighting, while Shepherd Boy, the former desolate queen, and many legendary desolate race figures were eviscerated. Many of them had suffered a drop in cultivation realm, and they would not be able to recover in a short period of time. The Sanctuary Island couple were in a similar situation. However, other than grief, a dark cloud hung over the human and desolate race. All of them knew that the end of the apocalypse was just temporary. The black-armored demon god would still return, and the period of time was limited to 20 years. They still had 20 years to breathe freely, but what could they do during these 2 decades? Nurture a successor to resist the black-armored demon god? That would be a joke. Break through the void to search for Yi-Yun and the black-armored demon god's traces? That amounted to wishful thinking. It seemed like they could not do a single thing. In 20 years' time, the black-armored demon god would return to the Tian Yuan world and the divine wilderness, and having been restored to his peak condition, they would be nothing but ants in front of him. They had nowhere to escape, nor did they have any tricks that they could use. All they could do was await death. Only unless Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong were still alive. Only unless they managed to kill the black-armored demon god while inside the alternate dimension. However, the likelihood of that was very low. They also knew that Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong did not know any spatial dimension laws. Spatial dimension laws were considered a heritage of the 12 Empyrean heavens, and with its immense power, it was something that few people in the Tian Yuan world knew. Once the black-armored demon god set up spatial dimension laws to open up an alternate dimension, Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong would very likely be trapped in a spatial dimension maze, with no way of getting out. Yun-Er. Jiang Xioro sighed. Although she firmly believed Yi-Yun could return, she still felt extremely worried deep in her heart. She wondered how Yi-Yun was, after being sealed in that alternate dimension. At this moment, in a dimmed alternate dimension, spatial dimensional forces suddenly warped as Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong had arrived. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong were readying themselves to fight the black-armored demon god to the death. But with a flash in front of their eyes, they had seemed to traverse an immense distance in a split instant. They then appeared in this silent world, where there was no sign of the black-armored demon god. Yi-Yun was alert of his surroundings. He used his nearly depleted energies to prepare for any unexpected situations, but there was nothing out of the ordinary in this void space. He couldn't even sense the presence of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi, and his perception could not be spread out. Yi-Yun frowned as he thought about the black-armored demon god's words. He did not know much about the language, but through the fluctuations of the black-armored demon god's mind processes, he had a rough idea of the black-armored demon god's intentions. It seemed like the black-armored demon god planned on sealing them in this spatial dimension. Let's look around. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong flew through the void. They slowly explored the ends of this space. It was a confined space, and they were surrounded by spatial dimensional barriers that resembled curtains that stood in between the heavens and earth. The black barriers were thick and dark, and they looked like a mess of chaos. Their perception could not penetrate it, and just touching it made them feel like they had entered an intricate and confusing spatial maze. Their perception would turn faint, and once they probed too far, the perception would be lost, with no way of recovering it. This spatial dimension seal was truly weird. Yi-Yun took a deep breath. The black-armored demon god had used spatial dimension laws to seal the boundary, and he had set up a spatial maze outside. All of this was done to completely seal Lin Shintong and him inside. Unless they were proficient in spatial dimension laws, there was no way of escaping. It looks like the black-armored demon god is determined to seal us in here. In the future, when his strength is restored, he will then kill us. Lin Shintong said softly. Although she was in such a gloomy situation, she did not appear afraid at all. She did not regret her choice of ignoring all consequences to enter the sealed space with Yun. She did not even mention this matter, much less talk about regret. The reason why she made the choice was, in her opinion, a very natural option. Seeing Lin Shintong's unpanicked look, Yun felt somewhat guilty. Shintong, you shouldn't have been sealed in here with me in the first place. Lin Shintong shook her head gently. I couldn't think of any other methods outside, so I might as well be together with you. Then, if we encounter anything, we will face it together. Lin Shintong said lightly. Her tone remained natural, like she didn't find that it was a great sacrifice for her feelings, it was a natural choice. Yun felt touched as he silently tightened his grip on Lin Shintong's hand. At this moment, for Lin Shintong to be able to say those words so calmly, it gave him the feeling of fiery warmth and passion. This kind of true feeling that resided in plainness, while they faced this difficult moment together, hand in hand, was even more precious. We cannot be trapped in here. Yun took a deep breath as he said solemnly. He was saying this for Lin Shintong, as well as for himself. The black-armored demon god must be sleeping in another space. If we can find him. The space that Yun and Lin Shintong were in was not considered very vast. It did not have any yuan qi at all. In the space, the both of them could not recover from their injuries, nor could they cultivate. It was equivalent to simply waiting for death. They needed to escape or find the black-armored demon god. Although they were sealed in an independent void, Yun's connection with the evil energy still remained. He could faintly sense where the evil energy was located. However, there were layers of spatial dimension barriers separating him and the evil energy. Yun sensed that the evil energy was somehow being suppressed by the black-armored demon god. The evil energy was now sealed in a corner of the black-armored demon god's soul sea, preventing it from devouring the black-armored demon god's soul any further. And the black-armored demon god's soul sea had fallen into a state of silence. This meant that the black-armored demon god was in deep slumber. Through such a slumber, the injury to his soul sea would slowly recover. When the time came, the evil energy would not only fail to devour the black-armored demon god's soul, it would instead be devoured by the black-armored demon god, and in turn, used to nourish his soul. The black-armored demon god, who was deep in slumber, had no means to resist. This was the best opportunity to kill him. But what preceded that, was finding him. Yun looked at the black spatial dimension barrier. There was no heaven-earth yuan qi, so Yun was unable to heal himself, thus, he would constantly remain in a weak state. He did not know spatial dimension laws either, so even though he could vaguely know where the black-armored demon god's location was through the evil energy, Yun could not do a thing. If he had the God Advent Tower, he could still power the God Advent Tower with all his strength, and use its terrifying impact to smash through the spatial barriers. However, the God Advent Tower was isolated outside the alternate dimension. Even if he had it in hand, with him currently being extremely weak and being completely devoid of heaven-earth yuan qi, he could not control the God Advent Tower at all. In 20 years' time, once the black-armored demon god woke up, not only would they die. Zhang Sharo, the desolate race, the Lin family, all of them would be slaughtered and destroyed. 20 years. He had to seize this 20 years and use it properly. He had no room for retreat, and he could only proceed forward. Even if there was no path in front of him, he had to find a path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.